Chapter 1 Don't play with your phone while walking. He felt dizzy, and his arms and thighs hurt a little, as if he was hit by a dump truck. He still remembered that he was attacked by a wild beast, but it seemed that he hadn't been eaten yet. Rod opened his eyes and didn't see the strange ceiling. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and his eyes squinted unconsciously, and he subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to cover his eyes. Clang! Someone carefully closed the curtains, which made Rod's eyes feel a little better. According to the time, it's almost time to wake up. Rod heard someone talking, a slightly old female voice. But he didn't understand what was said at all. This was not the Chinese he was familiar with, at least not Mandarin. It didn't sound like English or other familiar languages. Rod tilted his head slightly and saw an old lady with pink hair and a strange red cloak standing in front of the window. She should be the one who spoke just now. How do you feel? A kind male voice came from the other side, and Rod saw an old man wearing a clown hat sitting cross-legged on a chair beside the bed. Of course, Rod didn't understand what he said. Rod's throat was a little dry, and he asked with difficulty, "Where is this?" The two old men on both sides of the bed looked at each other, puzzled, and didn't understand what Rod was saying. Rod thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Where is this? Who are you? Where is this?" Seeing the increasingly confused eyes of the two old men, Rod felt something was wrong. Mandarin doesn't work, English doesn't work, and plastic Cantonese doesn't work either. What can I do? The old man with the clown hat jumped off the chair lightly, and Rod found that he was standing higher than he sat. It was too rude to think like this. Rod criticized himself and then noticed that the old man was incredibly agile and didn't look like an old man at all. It seems like there is a language barrier. It's a headache. The old man was a little distressed. A language I've never heard of before. The pink-haired lady asked, "Where did you pick up this child?" "In the forest, didn't I tell you so?" At this time, the wooden door was knocked, and a girl of about 17 or 18 years old walked in. "President, it's almost time. If we don't leave now, we will miss the regular meeting." "Ah, I almost forgot. Polyasika, can you take care of this child?" The old man asked the pink-haired lady. "I refuse. I hate humans, Makarov, and it's very noisy here." While saying that she hated humans, the pink-haired old lady helped Rhodes sit up and poured him a glass of water. "Thank you." Rhodes thanked her subconsciously. But she didn't respond, but turned around and left directly. "His injury is no longer serious, I want to go back." "Ah, thank you." Makarov knew the character of his old friend and knew that persuasion was useless. Rhodes drank a sip of water to moisten his dry throat and watched the pink-haired lady leave in confusion. The short old man was talking to the girl who had just come in. The two of them were still speaking a language that Rhodes could not understand, but seeing the way they occasionally looked at him, he guessed that it was probably related to him. The slight pain in his left leg made Rhodes frown. He noticed that his left arm and waist were wrapped in bandages. He raised his hand to touch his head, and his forehead was also well bandaged. The wounds on his body reminded him of the attack. It was a bit weird. Rhodes remembered that he didn't want to move after waking up in the morning because he stayed up late with his roommates to play games. The two roommates who went to buy food lost contact one after another and did not come back for a long time. Rhodes was so hungry that he had to take the remaining roommate out to look for someone. One of them went to the new cafeteria and the other went to the old cafeteria. As a result, Rhodes accidentally tripped and fell to the ground because he was playing with his mobile phone while climbing the stairs. When he got up, he found a big forest in front of him. "What should I do if I suddenly find myself in a strange place while walking?" "Don't panic, turn on your phone to check the location first, and make an emergency call if necessary." But he didn't find his phone. When he tripped just now, the phone seemed to have flown out. Rod realized that things didn't seem good, and he might have encountered a phenomenon that was difficult for science to explain. CCTV once had a program called Running Away Science, which said that a person was sleeping at home normally, and suddenly appeared in a city thousands of miles away after waking up. Rod suspected that he had encountered the truth. Of course there were worse guesses, not in another city, but in another world. Think carefully about whether his two roommates had encountered the same thing, so they didn't come back yet. In any case, he still had to ask where there were people first. Rod tried hard to distinguish the direction, and after a while he decided to go west. The weeds over there seemed to have been trampled by people. He had never seen such a giant beast, a bear with spots all over its head, a pig's head and pig's trotters. The branch that Rhodes broke for self-defense had no deterrent effect in front of it. The moment the giant beast pounced, the branch broke, and Rhodes was knocked out, his eyes black. Before he fainted, he heard birds singing, wolves howling, frogs croaking, and unknown beasts roaring. This is definitely not a normal world. But at that time, Rhodes had no time to think about these. He just felt that death seemed to come too suddenly, and there were still many things he hadn't done in time. If there is a next life, he will definitely not play with his mobile phone while walking, especially when climbing stairs. But now it seems that he is not dead yet. Was he saved by the owner of this place? Hi, hello. Rhodes' thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice. It was the girl who just came in. The girl was wearing a dark red dress, with long white hair draped to her waist, and her bangs on her forehead were tied into a bunch and combed to the top of her head. She had delicate features and a gentle smile. This is a girl whose appearance and temperament are very attractive wherever she goes. Rod didn't understand what she was saying, but seeing her waving, she was probably saying hello? Hello. Rod said so, and the other party's bright smile slightly dispelled his anxiety. Just like what the president said, the girl showed an expression of as expected. Unfortunately, I don't understand what you are saying either. I think you are also very distressed and uneasy. Ah, you don't understand this sentence either anyway. The president has something to go out for a while, please let me take care of you for the time being. The girl tried hard to communicate with gestures, but unfortunately it was of little use. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Myra Jane. She pointed at herself with her finger and said slowly, word by word, Myra Jane. Myra Jane. Rod hesitated to learn a few syllables that he didn't understand. Myra Jane's face reappeared with a bright smile, yes, me, Jane. Rod was infected by such a smile, and repeated it to her twice, and his pronunciation gradually became standard. Myra Jane. He learned the first word of this world. Pointing at Rod again, what about you? Rod understood what she meant and pointed at himself, Rod. Rod. Myra Jane repeated. Rod. Rod slightly corrected his pronunciation as she had just done. The first step of communication, although a little reluctant, finally began. Thank you for your guidance, Rod. The girl said, extending her right hand to Rod. Rod gently held the other's fingertips, please, Myra Jane. He didn't learn the phrase that might mean nice to meet you. Gurgle. Rod's stomach made an inappropriate sound. Rod covered his stomach and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Myra Jane smiled knowingly, I understand this, wait a moment. She made a gesture of pressing her hands down and turned to leave the room. Rod watched her back as she left the infirmary, picked up the cup, sipped the water, and began to sort out the few memories he had after stumbling. First, there was the forest that suddenly appeared, the strange-looking beasts, and then there were the people he saw when he woke up, and the unique language they used. This was definitely not the world he was familiar with, nor was it an ordinary world. Rod wanted to know how long it had been since he fainted, what had happened during that time, where he was, how to get back, and many other things. But even basic communication was a problem, and there was nowhere to ask, which was very troublesome. He lifted the quilt, his legs still hurt a little, but he could move, so the injury should not be serious. It's better not to move around although you don't understand. Myra Jane brought in a dinner plate, put it on the bedside table, and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Rod should eat first. There was a glass of milk and two delicate-looking sandwiches on the dinner plate. The triangular bread slices were cut neatly, with lettuce, tomato slices and ham slices in the middle, and the bright colors were very appetizing at first glance. Rod picked up one and gave her an uncertain, inquiring look. With her approval and the urging of his stomach, Rod bit off an acute angle of the isosceles triangle. The bread was soft and sweet, and the ham was smooth and delicious. Then the slightly sour and moist tomatoes, coupled with the overly sweet sauce, made Rod a little uncomfortable. But the fresh and refreshing lettuce alleviated this well. After swallowing this bite, Rod felt that he was really alive. But then he no longer cared about tasting the delicious food, just swallowing it like a cow chewing a peony. After eating a sandwich, Rod's hunger was relieved a lot. He picked up the milk cup and felt the temperature on the wall of the cup. It was obviously heated on purpose. This must be a gentle girl who is very caring, right? Rod cast a grateful look at her. Myra Jane smiled and watched him eat and drink quietly. This is the first time for a newbie to write a novel, not really. This is the first time to write fairy tale, not completely. Anyway, please collect and invest. Chapter 2 Fairy Tale. Myra Jane packed up the tableware and left, and soon returned, bringing a person with a strange body shape. The body is fat like a huge ball, but the limbs are very slender, and the face is not fat at all, which feels very inconsistent. Based on the experience of watching Conan before, Rod suspected that this fat man was fake. Myra Jane introduced, "This is Lidas, Li, De, Si." After Rod repeated it, Lidas also greeted Rod. Rod found that the four people he saw after waking up were very distinctive, beautiful, and strange, and it was hard to forget. In Rod's puzzled expression, Lidas took out the brush and drawing board and quickly painted on his round belly. First he drew Rod, and then he drew the old man who just left. Then two people actually jumped off Lidas and moved. Magic brush Mal Yang? Super Beast fake painting. Rod immediately thought of the story he knew. Lidas didn't understand what Rod said, and just continued to paint. A forest appeared, and two little men entered the forest and began to perform. Rod fell to the ground in the forest, and the old man stretched his arms and grew bigger, and picked up Rod with both hands and took him away. Then the pink-haired lady appeared and gave Rod medicine, and then Rod woke up, and Myra Jane came in. These familiar plots. Rod was stunned. He understood that Mr. Lidas was explaining the situation to him in this way. He could understand it, but this method was too fantastic. If it was not some high-tech projection technology, then it was magic? Spells? After demonstrating the situation, the little men turned into pools of paint, and flew onto the drawing board as Lidas waved his brush. Then he took out a few pieces of drawing paper and showed them to Rod. The first one was a map, which marked the forest where Rod fainted and his current location. The second one was a wooden building, which was probably the house he was in now. The third one was a group photo, with dozens of people on the picture. Rod stared at the third picture the longest, and he easily found the short old man, Myra Jane, and Lidas. Then he saw a few familiar characters. Natsu, Erza, Grey. Fairy tale. Although it was unbelievable, Rod finally realized where he was in the world. If that was the case, then the strange beast, Lidas's magic, and the special images and colorful hair of the people he had seen all made sense. If it was One Piece and Naruto, Rod knew more about the plot, but fairy tale he was really unfamiliar with it. The reason why he could recognize the people above was because a roommate posted a few posters in the dormitory. Except for those people and Wendy and Lucy who were not in the picture, Rod knew almost nothing about fairy tale. Myra Jane noticed Rod's expression. "What's wrong? Is there anyone you know here?" Rod heard the voice and looked at her in confusion. "Sorry, I forgot again." Myra Jane said regretfully, "If Levi was here, maybe she could understand what you are saying." Lidas asked, "Can't we ask Valian to communicate with him?" Myra Jane said, "Even if Valian's telepathy magic can only transmit the sound to the other party's mind, things that can't be understood are still not understood. Then just teach him our language." Myra Jane nodded, "This is the only way now, although it is a little inefficient. I hope Levi can find another way. Just ask me if you need my help." Lidas raised his brush, indicating that he could help with the illustrations in the teaching, and they were three-dimensional animated pictures. "Well, I'll trouble you then, Lidas. Rod's literacy course will start soon. He is in a complicated mood now, and he doesn't know what to do even if he wants to go back to school. And it's so dangerous here, maybe he won't be so lucky next time he goes out, and he will be eaten by wolves directly." For a moment, Rod didn't know what to do, so he just listened to the other party's arrangements. Since he is a friend of the protagonists, he should not have any bad intentions. After realizing that the other party wanted to teach him to read and speak, Rod actively began to learn. No matter what he wanted to do next, he had to solve the communication problem first. Myra Jane found a textbook that looked like a textbook for teaching kindergarten children to read from somewhere, and taught Rod to read by referring to the content on it. She used a magical pen to assist in teaching, which could write light words of different colors in the air. Seeing Rod's curiosity, Myra Jane simply went out and borrowed a light pen to teach him how to use it. She guessed that Rod might have never seen magic before. Or as long as he took this pen, he could be considered to know magic? Perhaps because there was really nothing else to do, Rod's attention was quite focused. His literacy course went very quickly, and it didn't take long for Rod to master the basic syllables. The next step was to continue learning specific words. It was just that Myra Jane seemed very busy. Every once in a while, someone would come to her with a piece of paper to register and stamp. Unfortunately, Rode didn't know what was written on it. Some people came and left in a hurry, while others would curiously ask about Rode's situation. Myra Jane patiently explained to everyone, and would introduce these people's names to Rode. It's a pity that there are too many people. If you don't understand the meaning by pronunciation, you can't remember any of them. The more people come to Myra Jane, the more embarrassed Rode is. He seems to have delayed Miss Marajana's work and caused a lot of trouble to other people's work. Myra Jane doesn't care about these things. After all, it's the president's request to her. Besides, everyone just comes to her to register for tasks, and the distance between the infirmary and the hall is not far. After understanding the reason, everyone will not care. You. I. Myra Jane taught word by word, and Rode was like a babbling child, repeating her words like a parrot. Myra Jane pointed to her eyes. Look. Rode found that Marajana's eyes were very beautiful. He thought they were black pupils, but when he looked closely, he found that they were light blue. The thin eyebrows drooped slightly, which made her look very gentle, but with the drooping corners of her eyes, she seemed to have a hint of sadness. However, once she smiled, her eyes would bend into a slit, making her look more friendly. Rod. Sorry. Rod realized that he was a little distracted. It's okay, the class seems to be a little long. Myra Jane looked at the time and gently supported her knees to stand up. Wait a moment, I'll get some food. Myra Jane repeated it with gestures. Rod seemed to understand one or two words, and with the other party's gestures, he could barely guess what she meant. He noticed that it was dark before he knew it, and he had been in a foreign language class for half a day. I used to dislike the time passing slowly in foreign language classes, but now it's the opposite. Maybe it's because there's really nothing to do. The second meal after coming to this world is a big bowl of steaming ramen. The bowl is a large white porcelain bowl with a strange red pattern on the outer edge. The chopsticks are ordinary brown, judging from the touch and weight, they should be ordinary wooden chopsticks. The key points are the noodles with oil, deep red barbecued pork, white and yellow poached eggs, a few green leaves, and finely chopped green onions. The beautiful presentation and color combination make people's appetites wet. Rod picked up the chopsticks and took a big mouthful of noodles, but thought it was too ugly to eat, so he only left half of it. He blew the hot air on the noodles gently, and the fragrance had already penetrated into his nose before he took it in. His mouth was full of saliva. When the noodles were in his mouth, the fresh and fragrant taste of the noodles that was elastic but not hard made Rod admire the chef here, and he also wanted to have 2 garlic cloves. It doesn't matter if there is no barbecued pork, which is soft, tender, juicy, and a little sweet. The poached egg was cooked at the right time. Biting off half of the egg yolk in one bite is one taste, and letting the remaining half of the egg yolk dipped in a little soup is another taste. At this time, a piece of boiled but still slightly crispy green leaf can be eaten to clean up the mouth, and then the next round of fierce attack can be started. Rod threw politeness behind his mind and began to slurp. After finishing the food, he did not forget to sip a few sips of the clear noodle soup, pure and peaceful, warm and mature. As expected, the noodles were so well made, and the soup was not bad. Rod let out a long breath, and a layer of fine sweat oozed out of his forehead. The aftertaste between his teeth and the warmth in his stomach gave him a great sense of happiness. It's delicious, thank you. As long as you like it. Myra Jane smiled and put a glass of water on the bedside table, took the ramen bowl and left. When she came back this time, Myra Jane was holding a small bag in her hand, and there was a big guy beside her. The big guy was wearing a dark blue high-collared jacket, and through the open collar, you can see a tattoo on the left side of his neck. It's the same as the logo on the ramen bowl, but the color is black. Rod then remembered that it seemed to be the logo of Fairy Tale. It seemed that I had never seen where Marajana's logo was. Elfman, my brother. Myra Jane introduced him like this. There was a scar on the corner of Elfman's right eye, which made him look a little fierce even though he didn't make any special expressions. Rod wrote down the name Elfman, but didn't understand the word brother. But looking at Elfman's expression and the white hair that was the same as hers, this person was probably her brother? This is the first time I write a novel as a newbie, not really. This is the first time I write fairy tale, not completely. Anyway, please collect and invest. Chapter 3 Where is the person who was? Elfman came here in a wheelchair. Under Marajana's command, he helped Rod to the wheelchair and pushed Rod around in the guild. In fact, Rod felt that he should be able to walk, but his left leg was a little painful. However, since it was someone's good intention, he accepted it. The first place Elfman took him to was the bathroom. Rod felt a little embarrassed, but he had to thank him for being thoughtful. He did need to solve a small problem. The guild had all the necessary facilities, including bathroom, infirmary, library, kitchen. If needed, it would be no problem to live here. Elfman pushed Rod to the main activity place of the guild members along the corridor, the mission hall, which is also a tavern. There are more than 20 long tables in the center of the hall, round tables on the edge, and more than a dozen stools at the front desk, which can easily accommodate hundreds of people drinking together. Because it is late, the tavern that was lively during the day has now become quiet, with only a girl with purple hair and a big red bow and glasses fiddling with the tables and chairs. Myra Jane waved at her. Thank you for your hard work, Lakai. Has everyone left? Everyone went home. It was very busy today, but fortunately there was no fighting. Lakai kept moving her hands and pushed the chair under the table. I will go back soon to use the water to cool down and remove dust. Elfman said. She wanted to go back to take a shower, right? Myra Jane had long been accustomed to Lakai's way of speaking. Sorry, I have something the president asked me to do today, so I left all the tavern matters to you. It's okay, that's what the president asked you to do, right? He seems quite handsome. Who is he? I don't know about that either. Myra Jane glanced at Rod and smiled apologetically. I'm still in the stage of teaching him to speak the common language. Hey, it sounds like it's very troublesome. Lakai didn't ask any more questions and put the last chair away. Then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. No one is usually kept in the guild at night, but Rod's situation obviously means he can only stay here. But it's not appropriate to leave him alone here, so Myra Jane decided to stay with Elfman tonight. After a brief tour of the guild, Rod attended evening classes with Myra Jane. Rod found that there seemed to be no electrical appliances here. The lamps on the table and on the wall were oil lamps or candles. However, he seemed to have seen a ceiling fan in the tavern before, and he didn't know what it used as energy. During the class, Elfman went back once, probably to get the things he needed for the night. At night, Rod slept alone in the ward and Myra Jane and Elfman found another room to rest. Good night, I'm next door, just call my name if you have anything. Myra Jane used language and actions to make Rod understand this sentence. Thank you. This is one of the few sentences Rod has learned, and he has said it countless times today. The lights have gone out, and the light of a crescent moon in the sky shines through the window. Many things that he used to hate are gone, but he can't be happy. Outside is a completely unfamiliar world. When people are idle, they tend to have wild thoughts, curiosity and fear about the strange world, expectation and anxiety about the strange environment. During the day, when there are Myra Jane, Lidas and Elfman accompanying him, he doesn't feel anything. At night, the lights are turned off, and he is alone in the darkness, and all kinds of thoughts surge up uncontrollably. Can he go back, or will he stay here forever? What will life be like in the future? Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Good morning. Of course, Rod didn't sleep well, but facing people who came to care about him early in the morning, he could only force himself to be energetic. However, his answer is not important, because the answer is already written on his face. Are you really not used to it? Myra Jane saw the sleepiness on his face and encouraged him. It's almost time to get out of bed and move around today, Elfman, can you take Rod to wash up? Elfman flexed his muscles. If you're a man, cheer up. Rod shrank back. Want to arm wrestle? My injury hasn't healed yet. Elfman. I know, sister. Today's schedule is similar to yesterday's, nothing more than eating, drinking, studying and trying to communicate. Only today Rod can walk. Although his left leg is still a little inflexible, he can already walk to the tavern in front by himself and sit at the counter to watch the waiters busy at work. The sun slowly rose, and the guild gradually became lively. Some people ordered breakfast and chatted with friends they knew, while others went to the notice board to read the paper on it. Occasionally, someone would tear off a piece of paper to find Myra Jane to register, and then leave in a hurry. Some people just stood there and watched. Lidas, whom Rod had met yesterday, also came to the guild early, set up his drawing board, mixed the colors and started painting. When he had some free time, he would come to teach Rode a few words. Rode looked at the people who entered the guild curiously, and tried to listen to everyone's conversation, hoping to find someone familiar or catch some words that he could understand. But most of the time he felt like he was watching a foreign movie without subtitles. Although he was getting more and more used to the language, it was still difficult to extract the parts that he could understand. Also, although many of the people who came in had distinct characteristics, Rode could not recognize any of them. Until a young man with cherry-colored hair kicked the door open and shouted, "Old man! Where is the dragon? Where is the person attacked by the dragon? Natsu, don't make so much noise so early in the morning. Stop talking, Makeo." Natsu said to the middle-aged man with purple short hair, "Tell me quickly, where is the old man, where is the person attacked by the dragon?" A blue kitten followed Natsu in, jumped on the table and explained to a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth. AI. Natsu heard outside that the president rescued a person attacked by a dragon, so he hurried over. "Dragon? Is there such a thing?" Wakaba blew out a smoke ring. "I heard that a beast ran away in the eastern forest and destroyed a large area of trees." "That's it." Natsu leaned forward with his hands on the table, and asked hurriedly, "Then, did a dragon appear? Did the old man fight the dragon?" "How should I know?" Wakaba spread his hands. "The president went to attend the routine meeting yesterday. He didn't look like he had fought before. But the president did bring back someone." Makeo took over the conversation and pointed at Rhodes at the front desk with his thumb. "That's it, he seemed to be very injured yesterday, hey." Natsu had already run to the front desk. Rhodes was staring at Natsu, cherry-colored hair, a scarf with a grid pattern, and a black coat. This should be Natsu. After confirming his location again, Rhodes didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. He was happy because he remembered that he had heard Tatsuya mention it before, saying that fairy tale had a happy ending, and there was also a joke that no one could beat me in my BGM. Then as long as you stay here, you don't have to worry too much about safety. What made him unhappy was that he was completely sure that he was in a different world. Although there were a few people here whose names he knew, in fact there was no one familiar. At this time, Natsu had already rushed over and looked at him, at number %*. Although he could see the urgency on his face, Rode really didn't understand what he was shouting, so he had to look at Myra Jane for help. Myra Jane stood beside Rhodes. "Natsu, calm down. Rhodes still has a hard time understanding our language." Natsu was stunned. "Hey? What's that?" Myra Jane said, "Maybe the language and writing of his hometown are completely different from ours. He is trying hard to learn it now." Natsu clenched his fists, unwillingly. "I finally got the information about dragon, are you kidding me? Natsu, your expression is too fierce." Myra Jane gestured to Natsu to be gentler and not to scare people. "Try to ask Lidas for help, otherwise we can only wait for the president or Levy to come back and try." Chapter 4 Natsu didn't have the patience to wait for the president or Levy to come back. When he heard that Lidas could help, he immediately dragged him over. Under Lidas's drawings, Marajana's gestures and soft words, Rhodes finally understood what they wanted to ask. But he had never seen a dragon. He had only seen a spotted bear that looked like a pig and was almost beaten to death. Are there dragons in this world? Rod thought about the magic, and it seemed that it was not strange to have dragons. Natsu was very unwilling. "Myra, when will the old man come back?" Myra Jane replied, "Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, routine meetings usually don't take too long." Natsu made a decision immediately. "Happy, we won't go to work these days, wait for the old man to come back." The blue kitten raised his hand and responded, "Love." Natsu strode to the table and sat down. "Myra, I want to eat the flame-set meal." "Okay, I'll be there soon." Myra Jane reported what they wanted to eat to the kitchen. Natsu has no ill intentions, he is just a little impatient. Myra Jane knew the reason why Natsu wanted to find a dragon, but it was a long story, and it was difficult to explain to Rod clearly under the current situation, so she had to try her best to tell him that Natsu had no ill intentions. Rod nodded. Although he didn't know the specific situation, it was normal for the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic to be impatient and impulsive. At this time, the blue cat stood on the table and raised his hand. "Myra, let's have a grilled fish." Rod's eyes widened. The cat spoke. Myra Jane smiled and said, "Harpy is not an ordinary cat." Rod nodded. It was not unacceptable for cats in the magic world to speak. However, the next meal tray brought out by Lakai from the kitchen surprised Rod again. There were 2 plates and a cup on the tray. Although the things inside could be seen in the shape of food, they were clearly still burning with flames. Is this thing really food? Myra Jane tried to introduce it to Rod. It's flame pasta, flame fried chicken, and flame drink, which are cooked in a special way. Seeing Natsu grabbing the flame with his bare hands and stuffing it into his mouth, Rod nodded hesitantly. It's normal for the food in the magic world to be a little special. Myra Jane thought that Rod might have misunderstood something. In fact, only Natsu ate like this in the entire guild. In the following time, Rod met all kinds of strange people and some interesting magic. He even witnessed a fight, which was started by Elfman and Natsu, and eventually affected a quarter of the tavern. Seeing Elfman fighting with others, Myra Jane just watched with a smile, and did nothing except asking Rod to step back. Rod couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Miss Myra Jane was not so gentle, but just couldn't let go when facing a stranger like him? I thought that the guild where the protagonist was should be a lively guild, but now it seems too lively. Time passed in such a calm and uneasy atmosphere. Until the next day, which was the afternoon of the 3rd day when Rod came here, something changed. The president came back. He also brought a handsome blonde man with him. Brother. Many girls gathered around and exclaimed, "It's Hyakia's Hibiki. It's Hibiki who ranks first on the list of magicians who I want to be my boyfriend the most. So handsome." Hibiki put his index and middle fingers together and greeted the girls with a gentle smile, which caused another round of screams. A handsome guy wearing glasses and a green jacket in the tavern showed a panic expression, and then quietly slipped out of the guild in the chaos. Myra Jane held the tray and smiled, "Welcome back, President, you have worked hard all the way." People in the tavern greeted Makarov one after another, and Natsu rushed over directly. "Old man. I'm finally back, I have something to ask you." Makarov raised a palm to stop Natsu. "I roughly know what you want to ask, but it's hard to say it clearly now, wait a minute." Natsu wanted to say something, but seeing the serious expression of the president, he just looked at him angrily. Makarov asked Myra Jane, "Is the kid okay?" "His name is Rod, and he has recovered well from his injuries. Communication is a little difficult." Myra Jane said, "I'm already teaching him the common language, but it will take some time." "Really? You've worked hard?" Makarov nodded, "I have a quicker way here. Let's take him to the infirmary first." Myra Jane glanced at Hibiki who was surrounded by girls and nodded, "Okay." Rod returned to the infirmary with Myra Jane in doubt. "Do we need to change the medicine? His injuries have recovered very quickly in the past 2 days. Now there is only a bandage on his forehead." Rod estimated that the medicine he used must not be an ordinary medicine. While he was doubtful, Makarov had already taken Hibiki into the infirmary. After Hibiki came in, he didn't hesitate for half a second and immediately came to Myra Jane and made a gentleman's salute. "You must be Miss Myra Jane, you are more dazzling than in the magazine. Nice to meet you, I am Hibiki from Blue Pegasus, please allow me to buy you a drink." Myra Jane held her cheek with one hand, "This is not the occasion to say such things, right?" Although Rod didn't quite understand what he was saying, he always felt that this person was quite unique even in fairy tale. "No, there seems to be someone who looks very similar to him in the guild, who is it?" "Now is not the time to think about these things." Rod stood up, bowed lightly to Makarov, and spoke a little stiff common language, "Thank you for saving me." Makarov smiled, "Isn't this a good lesson?" "But it wasn't me who saved you." Rod showed a puzzled expression. Makarov's right hand suddenly stretched out and became bigger, and he grabbed Hibiki's whole body and grabbed him. "I specially asked you to come here, not for you to harass the girls in our guild." Rod looked at Makarov's hand in shock. "Old Luffy? Old Koji?" The released Hibiki tidied his clothes and hairstyle, as if he was shining handsomely. "I understand the content of the commission. You have to help him master the basic common language as quickly as possible, right?" "That's right." Makarov nodded, on the premise that his body cannot be damaged. Hibiki nodded, "Of course, I can do it with my magic. However, receiving a lot of information at once may cause some headaches for a short time. Is this okay?" Myra Jane struggled to convey Hibiki's meaning to Rod, seeking his opinion. "Using magic to quickly learn a language, the price is a headache in the process?" Rod nodded decisively. "Using magic to have a headache for a few minutes and learning it by yourself for a headache for several months, is there any choice?" It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Makarov nodded, then, let's get started. Hippie raised his hands, and a golden magic circle appeared under his hands, and in the middle of the magic circle, a keyboard. As Hippie tapped his fingers, several screens composed of magic light appeared in the air, and boxes and lines of text quickly passed by, and finally only a screen was left. Rod was dazzled. This thing is really magic, isn't it some future technology? It looks like a scene from a science fiction movie. Myra Jane suddenly realized, is this ancient book magic? So that's why the president asked you to come. Hippie smiled slightly, finally, let me confirm that only basic common language is needed. In fact, I have 100 skills to chat up girls and 80 ways to make girls happy. Do you want to teach them all to him? Makarov waved his hand, please don't teach that weird thing. What a pity. Hippie pointed to Rod's forehead with his hand, and the golden light enveloped him. Rod didn't know how much fortune he had just missed. He just felt his head swell and a lot of information poured in. Pronunciation, writing, word formation, sentence structure. Homage. It's solved. Hibiki said to Makarov, President Makarov, I'll go back first. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Makarov said, I will make up the commission later and send it to the Blue Pegasus together with the commission fee. Rod said quickly, thank you for saving my life, President, and thank you Mr. Hibiki for your help. I am moved. Myra Jane covered her mouth and chuckled, what kind of expression is that? Is Rod going to become like Lucky? Very interesting. Makarov looked at Hibiki, his eyes seemed to ask what was going on. Ah, this because it is knowledge that is stuffed into my head, it takes some time to digest. Hibiki said embarrassedly, so he may not be able to express himself clearly recently. Can you help correct it a little, or wait until my magic improves a little and then come back? No need. Please allow me to decline. Rod said that he did not want to experience the feeling of a splitting headache again. Knowledge is something that is more solid if you learn it yourself. It is definitely not because he is afraid of pain. Makarov nodded, that's it, the commission ends here. Myra Jane sent Hibiki away, and Rhodes was stopped by Makarov. Rhodes, right? Did Myra tell you the general situation? Well, because of the language problem, I only understood part of it. Rhodes said, you rescued me from the forest, right? Makarov said, no, to be precise, I just brought you back from the forest. Rhodes showed a puzzled expression, the beast that attacked me wasn't it defeated by you? Makarov was not in the mood to correct Rhodes' words for the time being, and sat cross-legged on the chair beside the bed, he sat even higher than standing. Rhodes felt that it was not polite to look down at the old man, so he sat down obediently by the bed. Makarov said slowly, actually, I went there because someone witnessed monsters running wild, including strange birds, giant frogs, evil wolves, and even dragons. The mayor believes that if a large group of monsters appear in the eastern forest, it will affect the safety of the entire Magnolia City, so he entrusted me to investigate. Actually, the reason why Makarov went to investigate in person was mainly because Polypsycho lived in that forest, and he was a little worried. But when I got there was only a dead body of a boar, a severely damaged forest, and you lying on the ground. The more Rhodes listened, the more frightened he became. He felt that he was so lucky to survive in that situation. Maybe he should thank the boar that hid him away? What a strange name. Makarov asked, what do you remember about the beasts? Rod shook his head, I don't remember them at all, but I seemed to hear a lot of strange noises before I fainted. The forest was very quiet before. Makarov nodded, so the beast's rampage should have happened before and after he fainted. Or it was simply a beast tide caused by something Rod did carelessly. So, why did you go to the forest? I don't know. Rod was tangled. Is that so? Makarov was thoughtful and suddenly moved from one place to another. He knew several such cases. For example, Polypsycha, who had previously treated Rod, suddenly appeared decades ago. According to her, she came from a world called Erza. There is also Natsu. Natsu suddenly appeared nearby 6 years ago. At that time, he could speak but could not read, but claimed that he had learned to read. Rod's situation of not being able to communicate in the same language seems to be more similar to Natsu. And when Natsu appeared, he was looking for a dragon, and when Rod appeared, there was a legend of a dragon. These two people may have some connection. Makarov guessed that these two people may have been affected by the space magic of a powerful wizard in other continents and directly transferred here. I roughly understand the situation. Rod looked at him in surprise. You believe it so easily? Why not? Makarov looked into his eyes. I am a little confident in judging whether young people are lying. But Rod woke up. Oh, yes, this is a magical world. It doesn't seem strange to suddenly appear like myself? Makarov asked. So what are your plans next? I have nowhere to go for the time being. Rod has been thinking about it for 2 days, and staying here should be the best choice now. Now he is worried that he will encounter some pigs, bears, pigs and tigers as soon as he goes out, and he will die if he is unlucky. It's just that the fairy tale should be full of magicians, and ordinary people like himself. In order to survive safely, Rod can only ask with a stiff upper lip, can I stay? Of course. So casual. Rod looked at the old man in front of him, didn't hesitate at all. You don't even know my origins. Makarov asked, are you willing to tell me? Rod hesitated, he didn't know where to start. Then tell me when you think of how to say it. Makarov smiled kindly. There are many homeless children in the guild, some of them can't even explain where they came from, they were as uneasy as you at that time. But it doesn't matter, it's precisely because of the unrest that we guilds exist only when there are companions. Everyone supports each other to survive together and regards each other as family. This is the guild, and this is fairy tale. This was the first time that Rod learned about the purpose of fairy tale, which was different from the mission guilds he knew in games and anime. Fairy tale seemed to be more than just an agency, but a warmer place. The process of joining the guild was very simple. Makarov took Rod to find Myra in front and added Rod's name to the list of members. This is Magnolia City, located in the east of the Kingdom of Fiori, with a population of about 60,000. It has been a city where magic has been prevalent since ancient times. Fairy tale is the only formal guild in this city. Then there is this. Since Rhodes was extremely lacking in common sense about this place, Myra Jane had to start with the geographical location. When she talked about fairy tale, she took out something like a seal and asked Rhodes to choose a favorite color and the location of the emblem. Rhodes rolled up his sleeves and asked Myra Jane to help him stamp the blue emblem on his left arm. The process was as simple as stamping. Rhodes touched the position of the emblem and felt that it was no different from the previous touch. It seemed to be another magical magic. This shouldn't fade, right? Of course not. Myra Jane put away the seal and explained. This emblem represents the wizard of fairy tale, and it can be used to prove your identity no matter where you are. Wizard Rhodes covered his arm and asked nervously, but I don't know magic at all, what should I do? Will I be kicked out? How is that possible? If you want, just start learning from now on. Myra Jane said, it's just that it's a bit difficult to find a commission that can be completed at the beginning. You don't understand magic. Makarov pointed at Rhodes' chest, isn't that your magic prop? Ah. Rhodes picked up his necklace pendant and took a look. It was a capital letter L, with a blue circle with a gold border below. If you look closely, there are mysterious patterns inside. You said this is a magic prop? It can't be. This thing is the software icon of a 5v5 competitive game. It was a gift from Rhodes' roommate Zhang Day on his birthday. Although it looks very delicate and should not be cheap, it is just an ordinary pendant. Could it be that Tatsuya, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually a magician? Chapter 6 Settling Down. There is no doubt that it is a magic prop of good quality. Magic power doesn't lie. Makarov can tell at a glance whether the pendant is a magic item or not. Perhaps Rhodes was able to survive in such a beast tide because of this pendant, even though he himself didn't know how to use it. Rhodes took off the necklace, and the thin metal chain piled up into a ball. The pendant lay quietly in the palm of his hand, and the golden letters and the blue round bottom reflected the star-like natural light. I looked at it over and over again, and besides being very beautiful, I couldn't understand what was special about it. Tatsuya, you didn't give me the instructions at that time. Rhodes burst out in his native language. Makarov and Myra Jane looked at him in confusion. Rhodes handed the necklace to Makarov and asked, President, do you know how to make the best use of this thing? You don't necessarily need to know magic to use magic items, but when you can use it, you can be considered to know magic. Makarov took the necklace and said a string of words like a tongue twister. Rhodes thought about the logic, and then saw that the ordinary necklace in his hand was glowing in the other's hand. So that's it, it's a prop similar to the celestial key, and only you can use this pendant. Celestial key. Rode didn't understand, what is that? Myra Jane kindly helped to explain, and even drew a diagram for Rode with a light pen. Celestial magic is the magic of signing a contract with the Celestials and summoning them from the celestial world to help. People who use celestial magic need to hold a special key, which is a kind of holding magic. Marajana's painting skills are a bit bad, and compared with Lida's, it can be said to be abstract. This caused Rode to not understand what kind of creature the Celestials are, but he could roughly understand what kind of magic it is. He used a word he could understand, summoner. That's about it. Makarov returned the necklace to Rhodes. I will teach you the basics of magic, and I will also tell you the tricks of Protoss magic that I know. In addition, there are also materials about Protoss magic in the guild library. How about learning this kind of magic? Yes. Rhodes nodded. Summoner, what can this LOL game icon-shaped pendant be used to summon? Rhodes can almost think of it. With more than 100 heroes, if there are a few powerful ones, they should be invincible, right? Then it's decided, I will teach you magic later. Now let's talk about some practical issues. Practical issues. Rhodes was kicked out. His injuries were almost healed, so he needed to move out and could not occupy the infirmary all the time. Fortunately, the president introduced him to a house not far from the guild, less than 1 kilometer away in a straight line. Rode had already visited it. It should be a street-facing store, with the first floor used as a shop and the second floor for living. The landlord was called Goodman Riel, a young man in his 20s. He had lived here for a few years, but moved out after getting married and only came here during the day when the shop was open. The house had a kitchen, bathroom, and bath, and the bathroom even had a bathtub. The bedroom was not big, but it was more than enough for one person. The rent was 80,000 J per month. Rode was not very sensitive to the currency here, but according to Myra Jane, this price was very cheap in Magnolia. For this price, the landlord gave the reason that the second floor was idle anyway, and living in a wizard would increase the sense of security. Rode thought that the other party might be looking at the president's face, and it was said that he would occasionally go to the guild's tavern to drink. However, even though the rent was not high, Rode could not afford it. The money for rent was lent to him by the president, a total of 150,000 J, and the remaining 70,000 was used for food and daily necessities. 150,000 J. Just hearing the number sounds huge, but after seeing the face value of the banknotes, Rode felt relieved. These 1,000 yuan bills and 10,000 yuan bills, the actual value must be much lower than RMB. However, after borrowing the money, Rode realized that he didn't seem to have paid for the food and medicine he had eaten in the past few days. Especially those medicines, which are so effective, must be expensive. In addition, the remuneration of Mr. Hibiki who helped him learn the language should also be paid by him. But at that time, I didn't understand anything and my mind was very confused, so I forgot to ask how much money was needed. Who owes a lot of debts just after crossing over? With mixed feelings, Rode went to a nearby store to buy toiletries such as towels, and also bought a few more clothes to change. Then he found that the money didn't seem to last long. A slightly thicker towel costs 500 J, a toothbrush, toothpaste and cup set costs 1000 J, soap 100 J, shampoo 500 J. Add to that necessities such as toilet paper, sheets, pillows, and quilts, and you'll spend nearly 20,000. Will the remaining 50,000 J be enough for a month's food expenses? Rod recalled that the flame meal that Natsu ate seemed to cost more than 1000 J. Ordinary food probably wasn't that expensive, and if it didn't work out, you could make it yourself. Spending another 20,000 J to buy a few clothes should be enough, or cut it in half and keep an extra 10,000 just in case. Wealth shrank again. After a busy day, Rhodes finally bought everything he wanted to buy and took it back. Before it got dark, Rhodes decided to go to the guild for dinner. There weren't as many people in the guild as there were during the day. Among the remaining people, most of them wanted to have dinner here like Rhodes did. Most of them were drunk, some were sleeping soundly, some were arguing with others with red faces, and it seemed that they were about to fight at any time. Natsu, who had chased Rod to ask questions earlier, was not there either. He should have gotten the answer from the president. Myra Jane put the plates and cups on the tray on the guest table, and then looked at Rod. Rod, you are back. Have you finished the moving business? Almost. I plan to have dinner here, is that okay? Of course, what do you want to eat? Rod thought for a while, it should be the same as the man just now, it seems delicious. Okay, a super devil spicy curry rice. Myra Jane looked at the warrior with eyes, and clenched her fist to cheer him up. You should finish what you ordered. Wait a minute. Rod hurriedly stopped him. You know my common language is not very good, I seem to have heard the thrilling words just now. What is that rice? Myra Jane blinked and said innocently, curry rice. Where are the modifiers in front? It's just super hot. Rod raised a hand. I don't think just and only should be used like this. Myra Jane pointed at the person who ordered food in front. It's okay, don't you see he's eating very happily? Rod collapsed, he's breathing fire. Hey, I thought Rod would like this. Please, absolutely, must help me change to a normal one. What a pity, I thought I could see a funny expression. Also, the sentence just now only needs to say must. Myra Jane chuckled and left, not even forgetting to help Rod correct his language habits. Rod couldn't figure out whether this girl really had a bad personality or just liked to watch the fun. She wasn't like this yesterday. Is it because she doesn't need to be taken care of now? Rod was in a complicated mood. Please return the gentle and considerate Myra Jane. Chapter 7. The secret beef curry rice of fairy tale can smell the aroma of curry from a long distance. When the plate was placed on the table, the nose immediately smelled the fragrance of rice. The rice must be high-quality rice. Rod picked up the spoon. On the left was the brown-red curry soup, evenly chopped beef, potato, and carrot cubes. On the right was the rice that looked even whiter against the soup. The color and fragrance on both sides were so tempting. So much so that Rod didn't know where to start. This happy entanglement did not last for a few seconds. Rod chose to start from the middle under the urging of his stomach. Curry and rice entered the mouth at the same time, salty, fresh, fragrant, and a little spicy filled the mouth, making his tongue and teeth work involuntarily. Rod was not very good at eating spicy food, and just a little bit of spiciness made his forehead sweat. But when the spiciness passed, he could taste the sweetness of the rice and the freshness of the beef. Rod was immersed in this plate of delicious curry rice and couldn't extricate himself. Rod seems to be very devoted every time he eats, even my appetite has improved. Marajana's voice sounded, does Rod like food very much? Of course I like delicious food. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I seem to enjoy the process of tasting food more and more. Rod thought for a while and added, maybe I was too hungry a few days ago, or maybe I almost died, so I began to cherish things that I didn't cherish before. Myra Jane seemed to have regained her gentle and considerate look. In this case, you have to work hard. Our menu here is very long. I will try hard, haha. Rod couldn't help laughing. Try hard to eat? Try hard for eating? Either statement seems a bit wrong. A delicious curry rice reduced Rod's living expenses by 500J, which he said was worth it. In addition, he asked Myra Jane to make up for the food expenses of the past few days, and his wallet shrank again. Myra Jane was a little worried that Rod would not be able to make it to the next month. Actually, there is no need to pay these back urgently. Those meals can be considered as condolences. It is only natural to pay for meals. There is no way to pay for medical expenses for the time being. The guild cannot bear the cost of meals again even though the money was taken from the president by trickery. It is a temporary loan. Oh, a temporary loan. Rod looked at the menu carefully. If it is just a meal, the cheaper one will cost several hundred J. If the appetite is larger but only ordinary food is ordered, then a few thousand J is about the same. Of course, if you are in a hurry to eat a meal, you can order whatever is delicious, and there is no upper limit. Rhodes, who wanted to enjoy the food, suddenly felt the pressure. He asked, is there any job in the guild that can be completed without magic? Myra Jane tapped her chin with her index finger and thought for a while. If you want, you can work part-time as a waiter in the tavern. Because you have to set aside time to learn magic, the salary is only about 120,000 J per month. Is that okay? Rhodes said without hesitation, of course, thank you. For a wizard, 120,000 J is not a lot. A stronger one like Natsu can earn it back in 1 or 2 days by taking a mission to sweep away bandits. Weaker ones can earn 120,000 in less than half a month by taking some life-related missions that do not leave the city. Unfortunately, Rhodes is now a quasi-magic apprentice who is even lower than the bottom wizard. This kind of work is already a favor to him. Myra Jane even specifically mentioned that she would set aside time for him to learn magic. In addition, another benefit of being a waiter is that he gets 2 meals. In this way, after deducting the rent and some daily expenses, it will take about half a year to pay back the money the president borrowed from him. Mr. Hibiki's commission and Ms. Polyasika's medical expenses will take a little longer. However, Rod felt that he should be able to take on some wizard missions in a few months, and the debt should be paid faster. The road ahead is long and arduous. Since he had decided to be a waiter for a while, Rod stayed to help clean up that day. The tables and chairs had to be wiped and put in order, the floor had to be swept, and after confirming that no one was staying, the door had to be locked and the lights had to be turned off before leaving. Rod found a little bit of the feeling of doing duty with classmates in middle school. Everyone said goodbye to each other and went home. Elfman usually waited for Myra Jane when he was not working outside. Rod would walk with the two for a short distance. During the chat, he learned a shocking news. So Elfman is your younger brother? I always thought he was your older brother. Oh, I'm not at the age where I'll be happy when I'm praised for my youth. Myra Jane stroked her cheek with her right hand. She said she wouldn't be happy, but in fact she kept smiling. Elfman seemed very happy. If you are a man, you should be more mature. Rod fell into deep thought and accidentally praised the two siblings. Am I the kind of person who is good at talking? I don't know myself. Because Rod came back a little late, the landlord had locked the door and went home. Rod took out the key and opened the door. The house was dark. Rod used the moonlight from the window to find the stairs and walked upstairs carefully. The whole house is made of wood, and the stairs are naturally made of wood. Fortunately, there was no creaking sound when Rod stepped on it, so it should not be too old. After entering the house, Rod found a match and lit the candle on the table. The level of technology here is not very good. There is no electric light. Many people still use candles and oil lamps. Although there are lamps that use magic as energy, and in recent years the price has dropped a lot, but it is still much more expensive than oil lamps. So the landlord did not prepare magic equipment for this old house that has not been lived in for many years. After washing, Rod wiped his body with cold water and wondered whether he should use the guild's bathroom. It seems that I have to buy some household appliances in the future should they be called household magic props here. Money, Rod, who left the campus in a strange way, had to worry about his livelihood. Thinking about the salary of working in the tavern and the reward for the wizard's mission, Rod began to look forward to life after learning magic. With infinite expectations for future life, Rod fell asleep deeply. Rod opened his eyes, the sun shone obliquely on his face through the window, and he sat up suddenly. I'm late. Fresh apples, crispy pears. The cabbage is cheaper. Fresh squash, take a look. There was a noisy hawking outside the window, and Rod suddenly felt a sense of dislocation. He lay back heavily, raising his arms to cover his eyes. It seems that I don't have to go to morning classes anymore, what a good thing to celebrate. After a long silence, Rod got up, washed, put on the white t-shirt and black cropped pants he bought yesterday, and went downstairs after stroking his bangs. After a while, he ran back to the room, found the necklace on the bedside table, put it on and left. Good morning, Mr. Rod, did you sleep well? The landlord Goodman Riel greeted enthusiastically. Brother Goodman, you are here so early. I just arrived, and we are about to open. The window on the first floor is a whole piece of wood, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After opening a few buckles inside, you can pull it outward and fall down. After spreading out the 2 wooden legs folded on the side, it immediately becomes a platform for shelves. Rod found it interesting. No wonder the door was not opened in the middle, but deliberately placed on the side. He helped Goodman put up the awning and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, just consider it as a thank you gift, this is for you. Goodman threw a keychain-sized object to Rhodes. Rhodes caught it and put it in his palm. It was a small wooden sign of 2 or 3 centimeters with hard-to-recognize words engraved on it and a red rope tied with a beautiful knot. What is this? It's a peace charm. Although it's just an ordinary handicraft, the wooden sign was carved by me and the knot was tied by my wife. Goodman smiled and said, I heard that wizards occasionally take on some dangerous commissions. Be careful. Goodman's store mainly sells handicrafts such as wood carvings and woven ornaments. I made one by the way when I was preparing the stock yesterday. Thank you. Rhodes wanted to say that it was too early for him to take on dangerous tasks, but he didn't say it out loud. He just carefully accepted the other party's kindness. He found that the loneliness and uneasiness of surviving alone in a different world seemed to be dispersed a little. Chapter 8, Let's open the door to the world. Good morning, Miss Myra Jane, Miss Lacey. When Rhodes arrived at the guild, Myra Jane and Lacey were already wiping the table. Although they had wiped it last night, they still had to wipe it again before opening the business. Good morning, Rod. Marajana's smile was still as bright as before. Also, forget about the honorific, just call me Myra like everyone else. Google search for Utkan. Me too, just call me Lakai. Myra, Lakai. Rod tried to call out, and said politely, then I'm overstepping my authority. Myra corrected, this context doesn't warrant the use of overstepping. Lakai held her face, her long purple hair half covering her hands, revealing a narcissistic expression. Maybe Rod wants to express that he treats us like princesses or queens. Rod denied, sorry, there's nothing like that. After helping a little, Rod sat at the counter and had breakfast, a very ordinary combination of milk and sandwiches. The price was much cheaper than the curry rice he had yesterday, but the taste was great. I don't know if it was an illusion, it was the same food, but the taste seemed to be better the day I just woke up, maybe I was too hungry at that time. Rod half leaned against the counter to enjoy his breakfast while watching the people entering the guild one after another. The dressing styles in this world are very diverse, including Chinese cheongsam and ma, Japanese kimono and yukata, as well as European dresses and tuxedos. Modern and simple casual wear, such as what Rod is wearing now, is not uncommon. In addition to these, there are some very strange clothes. For example, there is a pretty girl now, with double horns on her head, wearing a tiger print chest-length slit long skirt, tiger print sleeves on her arms, tiger print boots on her feet, and the solace are even in the shape of tiger claws. The whole person looks like a little tiger with horns, full of wild beauty. That's Mickey Chikintag. Myra introduced, she's nicknamed the Demon Princess. Hey! Rod has been staring at her since the beginning. Could it be that Myra showed a gossipy expression and gave Rod advice with great interest? Mickey likes fighting very much. If you care, go and fight her. If you can win, she will definitely look at you differently. No, there are a lot of loopholes in this sentence. Rod sorted out his thoughts. I just think her outfit is not very common, and aren't we all wizards? Why do you like fighting? Myra asked curiously, shouldn't wizards be good at fighting? Magic Rhodes was silent. Is it my perception that is strange? Thinking carefully, I often see people fighting in the past few days in the guild. Yesterday, I saw the president punch two guys who overturned the table into the floor with one punch. The tavern is usually not too busy in the morning. After Makarov came, Rhodes started his first magic class. Generally speaking, if you want to use magic, you need something called magic power. Magic power is a special kind of chi. It exists both in our bodies and widely in nature. When the chi in our bodies and the fluctuations of chi in nature match, magic will appear concretely. To do this, you need a considerable degree of mental strength and concentration. Since Rhodes knew nothing about magic, Makarov had to start from the most basic things. As for the more profound theories, about emotions, about the soul, about the power of the heart, we have to wait until Rhodes' magic practice reaches a certain level, or until he comprehends it himself. Is there magic in my body? Rhodes has always been worried about this. He is not even a person in this world. Fortunately, Makarov gave him a reassurance, of course there is, but it is not easy to detect now. It is not easy for ordinary people to discover and strengthen this chi in their bodies. The general way to adopt is meditation. But for you, you can first feel the magic in another way. How to do it? Rhodes asked. First, focus your attention on the pendant and try to call it in your heart. Then, try the spell I modified from the magic of the stars. Makarov taught Rhodes the spell word by word, and Rhodes followed it like a parrot. Try it after you remember it. Here. Rhodes looked at his companions in the tavern worriedly, will it cause trouble? Makarov said, don't worry, with your current magic power, you can't summon two strong creatures, and even if you can, you can't maintain it. Rhodes didn't like this answer at all. But since the president said it was okay, he would do it. He pinched the necklace pendant and stared at the golden and blue icon. After a few seconds, he seemed to really feel that there was a connection between him and it. Rhodes hurriedly recited the spell, I am the one who communicates the two worlds. You, the creatures of the other world, respond to my call and go through the door. The pendant emitted a golden and blue light, and magic gathered in the air. Rhodes pinched the pendant and shouted the last sentence. Open it, the door to the other world. Buzz. Through this vortex, it seems that one can feel the cold air of another world and hear the sound of the cold wind whistling over the cliff. In such a cold and murderous atmosphere, a figure leaped out of the vortex. The magic light and sound attracted the attention of most people in the tavern. This must be a powerful and cold creature. Everyone thought so, and Rhodes thought so too. However, when the vortex disappeared, there was only a palm-sized, furry white object on the ground. Woo woo woo. The little guy made a strange cry, and seemed a little confused. But soon its eyes were fixed on Rhodes, and then it stuck out its big pink tongue, ran towards Rhodes with its short legs, and hugged his calves. Rhodes was a little confused. He felt that this little fur ball looked familiar, so he bent down and picked it up to observe it carefully. Black eyes, round body, white and soft hair like a sheep, a pair of curved horns on the head, and a long tongue like a puppy. Rhodes put it on the counter and touched its head. The little guy turned over comfortably, revealing a heart-shaped pink belly. Poro. Rhodes recognized this soft and cute little guy based on his experience in the Howling Abyss. Woo! The little Poro's voice was full of joy, as if he had found a meal ticket. Rhodes. This magical summon thing seems to be different from what I thought. Chapter 9 Poro. Poro? Is that its name? What a cute pronunciation. Myra seems to like the furry little Poro very much. Rod also thinks Poro is cute, but what's the use of being cute? What he wants is a super powerful hero. Rod held Poro in front of his face and looked at the other's big black eyes. Can this guy fight? Poro's big tongue licked him, and Rod subconsciously leaned back and successfully avoided a face-washing service. Makarov asked, do you know this creature? Does it have any special abilities? He is called Poro, and he lives in a very cold place. His abilities. Rod thought about it carefully. He can eat, grow up after eating, and explode if he eats too much. In addition, he can act cute. Myra praised, what an interesting ability. It looks like a great contracted creature. Rod was listless. Thank you for the encouragement. So that's it, it's an ornamental type creatures. Don't be discouraged, there are also ornamental ones among the Protoss, such as Nikola of Canis Minor. Makarov said, it's great to have such a lovely creature to accompany you, isn't it? Poro seemed to sense Rhodes' disappointment, and the pair of small horns on its head slowly drooped down, and the tongue that was stretched out was also retracted, looking pitiful like an abandoned puppy. Rhodes scratched its chin, just keep it as a pet. Hulu. Poro rubbed Rhodes' palm, making a comfortable sound, and the pair of small horns stood up again. Rhodes pinched Poro's small horns, touched Poro's head, and rubbed Poro's heart-shaped belly, and gradually liked this furry and soft touch. Poro seemed to enjoy it very much, lying on the counter with his tongue tilted to one side. It looks like a lamb, but its personality is more like a puppy. Myra picked up a piece of chopped apple. Do you want to eat it? Poro turned over and left Rhodes' massage service, and went straight to Myra's feeding. His flexibility was beyond imagination. Does this guy have a setting that recognizes food but not people? Rhodes fell into deep thought. Makarov coughed lightly to attract Rhodes' attention and said to him. Let's not talk about the strength of Poro. When you opened the door just now, did you feel a force flowing out of your body? That is magic power. Rhodes thought for a while. If you say so, it seems that there is. Generally speaking, after opening the door, the Star Spirit Wizard also needs to consume magic power to maintain the existence of the Star Spirit. I guess you are the same. Makarov said, now meditate according to my method, feel the slowly draining magic power, find its source, and then see your own power clearly. Yes. Rod sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes as instructed by the president, and concentrated on feeling the power slowly draining from his body. The noise in the tavern gradually disappeared, the sounds of Poro and Myra playing gradually faded away, and the world became quiet. Rod saw himself sitting cross-legged in the darkness, with tiny blue light spots like mist. Outside his body, there was a thin curved line composed of faint blue light spots, floating to the side of his body, which should be the connection with Poro. It seemed that all the magic power in the body was dissipating from it, and at the same time, sparse light spots penetrated from the outside of the body and gathered in the vortex. The magic power was consuming and recovering at the same time. Rod felt this easily. He could even feel the speed of consuming magic power to maintain Poro's existence and the comparison with the speed of magic power recovery. To express it in a common way in online games. MP1. MP plus 99. The excess will probably be used to replenish the magic consumed when opening the door. After realizing that Poro's magic consumption is so low, Rhodes completely lost hope in its combat power. Putting Poro's matter aside, Rhodes focused on observing himself and tried to direct the light spots in his body. Although a little awkward, he can indeed simply control the direction of the flow of those light spots, that is, the flow of magic. In the real world, as Rhodes mobilized his magic, his hair swayed gently like being blown by the wind, from left to right. Today's tavern is much quieter than usual because the president is watching. When someone wants to fight and may affect Rhodes, the president will slap that person on the head. When Rhodes opened his eyes, Makarov smiled with satisfaction. This kid has good talent. Let's stop here for today's magic training. You should care about Poro. Makarov reminded, a celestial wizard usually has to sign a contract with the celestials and maintain a good relationship. For you, you have to figure it out on your own. Okay, thank you, President. Rhodes stood up and looked at Myra, but found that Poro was no longer with her. There. Myra smiled and pointed at the little guy who was having fun in the tavern. Rhodes looked in the direction of her finger, and then found that his social skills were not as good as a dog's. He had just meditated for less than an hour, and Poro had already become familiar with many people in the tavern. It stuck out its tongue and kept shuttling between the tables, rubbing people's calves with its furry body from time to time. When it was picked up by someone who liked cute things, it would act like a spoiled child, staring at the food on the table with its big eyes. It was just short of writing the words "Please feed" on the table. Face. In a very short time, everyone in the tavern remembered this cute creature, but only a few remembered the name of its owner after Myra and Lakai introduced it. Rod waved his hand. The Poro ran over with his short legs, but accidentally fell and rolled to Rhodes' feet like a ball of yarn. This guy simply didn't get up, and lay down and turned over to expose his belly, becoming more and more skilled in his business. Rod couldn't help but rub its heart-shaped belly again, and then carried the Poro to the counter. Can you understand what I say? Woo. The Poro tried to nod. Rod asked, do we need to sign a contract or something? The Poro shook his head vigorously and almost shook himself down. If you go back, will I still summon you next time? I remember there are many Poros in the Howling Abyss, right? The little Poro nodded, then shook his head, with a pleading look on his face. Rod guessed, it will be you, but you don't want to go back. The Poro showed a happy expression. Rod looked at the president in embarrassment. Makarov said, if the magic allows, and both sides have no objection, you can stay as long as you want. However, if it affects your opening of the next door, then send it back. Rod nodded, since you like it here, stay for now. The little Poro was so happy that he turned around. Myra suggested, do you want to give it a name? Rod said, it's called Poro. But Poro is a general term, right? Just like dogs and cats, I mean its own name. Poro looked at Rod expectantly. Well, I have difficulty naming. Rod looked at Poro and thought for a while. Call it Ziobai? Tuanzi? Mokayu. Poro's little horn gradually drooped, and it always felt perfunctory. Rod was in a dilemma. President, Myra, do you have any suggestions? How about calling it Warm? Chapter 10. Warm. Well, warm, because it feels warm when you hug it. Myra explained. Rod said that Poro lives in a very cold place. I hope it can always feel warm when it is with you. Rod thought about it and said, it seems pretty good, what do you think? The little Poro's horn stood up, obviously liking it. It's good if you like it. Myra smiled, that's how the name Happy came from. Happy is the talking blue kitten that has always been with Natsu. Myra introduced it to Rod. She said that Happy can fly and can take people flying with him, but Rod has never seen Happy fly. Then it's decided. From now on, you will be called Warm. It's legitimate. Legal is not used in this way. The president wanted to call Hibiki back to provide after-sales service. Woo Worm threw himself into Rod's arms and rubbed his head against his chest. Rod hugged Worm and felt that its little horns were a little uncomfortable. Sister Mila, 2 glasses of beer here. Lakai waved in the direction of the counter. Okay. Mila took 2 wooden beer cups, filled them up and put them on the tray. Rod, it's almost noon, it's time to get busy. Okay, I'll start working now. Rod put Worm down and picked up the tray. Wom looked around and followed Rod's feet to deliver the wine. The man who wanted the wine was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth, a brown crew cut, a floral shirt, cropped pants, and slippers. Your wine. Hey, why didn't Myra Chan deliver it? Wakaba complained casually, but it didn't affect him picking up the wine glass. Speaking of which, you are the one who has been sitting at the counter these days. Rod felt that he was being despised, but it was normal. If it were him, he would prefer a beautiful woman to deliver food to him. My name is Rod. I just joined Fairy Tale and am currently working as a waiter in a tavern. Please take care of me. Oh, newcomer. My name is Wakaba. Wakaba was in a good mood. A cloud of smoke like a hand came out of his pipe. He held another wine glass and brought it to Rod. As you can see, smoke magic was used. This glass of wine is on me. Welcome to join Fairy Tale. Bang. Without waiting for Rod to speak, the man sitting opposite Wakaba slapped the table and stood up. Asshole Wakaba, don't give my wine away casually. This man had short purple hair, sparse beard around his mouth, and a white windbreaker on his body. Purple flames had already appeared in his hands while he was talking. The flames broke Wakaba's smoke hand and held the wine glass instead. If you want to treat, I will treat you. He adjusted his collar formally. Hello, I am. Who would be afraid of you? Macau also stepped on the stool and leaned forward. The two men pressed their foreheads together across a table, confronting each other and refusing to give in. The thick smoke gathered above Wakaba's pipe, and the purple flames also rotated and retracted, floating in Macau's hand. The wine glass that was originally supported by the flame fell, and Rod hurriedly caught it, spilling a few drops of wine, that he wanted to persuade them, but the two had already ignored him, arguing while rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight at any time. Rod looked around for help, but found that the people nearby all had expressions of watching a good show. Some even shouted fight and teach him a lesson. Lakai still had the empty wine glass she had just taken back in her hand, but now she didn't care to go back, but stood in the crowd watching the excitement. She didn't forget to remind him, Rod, if I were you, stay away now. For whoosh. A wine glass flew past Rod's ear. Macau and Wakaba had already jumped onto the table, clasping each other's palms and starting to wrestle each other. Rod touched his temples and decisively gave up trying to persuade them to fight. He picked up Poro worm with one hand and the innocent beer with the other, holding the tray under his armpit, and ran back to the counter quickly. The president's small figure, it gave him a great sense of security. Rod asked, President, don't we need to care about them? Let them do it. Makarov picked up the wine glass that Rod had just put down and drank a glass of beer. Now that no one is meditating, there is no need to worry about anyone being disturbed. It's good to make a fuss. Not only that, when someone opened a bet on who would fall off the table first between Macau and Wakaba, the old man also bet 1000J. I thought those days were chaotic just because the president was away. Rod looked at the president, who gradually began to cheer for him, and said desperately, is there no normal person in this guild? Don't say that. Myra wiped a wine glass with a smile. This is very interesting. The place where Macau and Wakaba were was clanging, and the long table was soon smashed and the stools were overturned. The two wrestled for a long time before they barely separated, and the onlookers soon felt bored and dispersed. This fight can only be regarded as a minor fight in Fairy Tale, because the two uncles were too measured and did not affect others at all. Are they both okay? Rhodes looked at the two people sitting at separate tables in anger, and felt that they had their own reasons for breaking up. Myra was not worried about this at all. She said to Makarov, President, the glass of wine just now should still be charged to you. Ah? That glass of wine was obviously ordered by Makao. You drank it secretly. Yes, Makarov failed to escape the bill and was listless. The image of the kind, benevolent and reliable president in Rhodes' mind gradually collapsed. This old man seemed to be out of shape. The guild must have become like this because the upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked, right? Just when he was about to ask what to do with the broken table, he saw Lakai walk over and make a strange gesture with her hands. Wooden shape, sincere friendship wooden table. The broken tabletop and broken table legs moved as if they had gained life, bending and extending, and then perfectly fused together, transforming into the original long table again. A buck-toothed guy next to him complained, why do you always use such weird names? Loki pushed her purple hair behind her and adjusted her glasses with her hand. Oh, are you jealous of my magic and talent? Who would be jealous of that? Loki was immersed in her own world, she held her face, I am such a sinful woman. Rod. I had discovered some clues before, and now it is almost certain that Loki is a very narcissistic person. But her magic is quite convenient, almost catching up with the would release Yamato in the next studio. No wonder everyone is so unscrupulous in destroying the house. Language problem. The setting is that the language of the other world is spoken in fairy tale, not Japanese, English, etc. As for why the anime uses English and Japanese, and the text magic also has English and traditional Chinese characters, that is for the anime to make the audience understand. This seems to be a very classic and old-fashioned setting of time travel literature, don't worry about it. When naming Poro, we considered that Poro represents warmth, happiness, and love. So Poro is called warm, and the name of the harpy is happy, and the catchphrase is love, which just fits the atmosphere of fairy tale. In short, all the Chinese and English homophones in the text are regarded as the translation of the languages of the other world into the stocks that we can understand after being translated into faithful, expressive and elegant. I deliberately wrote in the beginning why the protagonist learned the language those who understand will understand. Why bother with these? The novel is all in Chinese. Chapter 11 Big Sister. Shaping magic is the magic that uses magic power to give a shape, or it can be the magic that takes away the shape. Myra took the time to popularize the relevant magic knowledge to Rod. Shaping magic seems to be very convenient. Rod was a little tempted. This is a practical magic that can have a stool to sit on and a house to live in anytime and anywhere. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Myra nodded, yes, in addition to the wood shape used by Loki, there are also ice shape, earth shape, etc., which are magic that can show the personality of the caster. Personality. Rhodes couldn't tell. Is Loki's personality reflected in the naming? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, Myra, what is your magic? Makarov glanced at the two of them with drunken eyes and didn't speak. Me. Myra looked normal, I'll show you now, watch carefully. Changes only the head is worm. A puff of smoke passed, and Myra's body did not change at all, but her head had turned into a Poro. Rhodes was startled. Poro Worm was even more frightened, and sat on the counter, flipping his front legs and letting his butt drag on the ground and retreating backwards. It's not over yet, the only thing that has changed is Rhodes' head. Rhodes watched his own face appear on the other side, but Myra was still wearing the red dress below the neck. Rhodes covered his eyes, Sister, you are my real sister, please forgive me. Myra changed back to her own appearance and asked with a smile, Oh, am I different from her? It's because you look too similar that I feel that I am worrying about nothing. Myra corrected, it's trouble. Yes, trouble so you know. Rhodes felt that there was something sinister in Myra's smile. Pop. Someone put a few photos of big bills were slapped on the counter. Myra, I want a barrel of wine. Kana, are you drinking so early today? Kana sat on the stool leaning against the counter and winked at Myra. I was planning to go out to work after lunch, but thanks to Tomakeo, I just won some money. Congratulations. Myra smiled and gently picked up a barrel and put it on the counter without blushing or panting. Rod was surprised. He had moved that barrel before, and it was so heavy. Myra was so relaxed. She was so strong and powerful. Is this a wizard? The girl Myra called Kana was not bad either. She opened the cork on the barrel and poured the wine into her mouth. She was so generous. I don't know where their slender arms got so much strength. Does magic have this effect? Rod looked at Kana carefully for a few times and then looked away awkwardly. The lower body is still ordinary three-quarter pants and leather sandals, and the upper body is only wearing one piece. Rod's knowledge is short-sighted, and he really can't tell whether it is underwear or swimsuit. Anyway, at a glance, his eyes are involuntarily attracted by the waist, cleavage, and balls, which makes Rod very embarrassed. He has never seen such a world in reality. Polo Worm has no such trouble. When he sees someone sitting down, he immediately runs over to ask for food. Ah? Do you want to drink too? Kana noticed this little fur ball and asked Myra for a cup to feed Poro wine. Myra wanted to confirm, Rod, can worm drink? Rod thought for a while and said, I don't know about this, how about giving it a try? You guy, you don't even turn your head when you talk? Hey! Kana's voice was a bit drunk, and Rod's behavior was somewhat rude. You are the newcomer, right? Do you dislike me as soon as you get here? No, sorry. Rod had to turn around and face Kana with difficulty, but he still didn't know where to look. His eyes wandered around. That. Hey? Kana seemed to understand something and asked with interest. Could it be that you are the reserved type? You haven't even had a girlfriend, have you? Rod felt that he might have met a bad woman and was a little overwhelmed. Kana didn't need to listen to the answer at all, she had already read the answer from Rod's embarrassed face, and she laughed. Ha ha ha, this reaction is so funny. How about it, do you want your sister to take good care of you? No, no need. Rod blushed. Was this sister drunk or was she just like that? He didn't know that Kana, who called herself a sister, was actually only 17 years old, younger than him. But Rod was bluffed. He didn't know how to deal with this type of girl. Rod, Gray at table 3 over there wants fried pork chops and pasta. Fortunately, Myra came to the rescue at the critical moment. Rod looked at her gratefully, took the tray and fled. It's such a bummer, Myra. Kana complained dissatisfiedly, raised the barrel and drank a few big gulps. I'm sorry, I should have watched how Kana-sama cares for Rod. Myra smiled, should we hug first, kiss first, or just directly? Obviously, her experience in some aspects may not be better than Rod's. She is just bold in clothes. She is just a talker. Rod knew the name Gray and had seen his posters a few times. But for Rod, Gray's characteristics were not obvious enough compared to Natsu. He didn't dare to recognize him before Myra introduced him. However, after meeting Gray face to face, Rod immediately remembered this person because naked man. Rod felt like he was going blind. What was wrong with this Gray? The chest and abdominal muscles seemed to be quite strong, but that was not the point. The point was why he was not wearing clothes in public. Looking at the top, trousers, and underpants scattered on the ground, this person took them off deliberately after arriving at the guild. Hey! Gray was stunned for a moment, looking down at himself, when it turned out that he didn't even know when he took off his clothes. Rod felt like he was going to get a sty. Gray hurriedly put on his clothes, and a buck-toothed man sitting opposite him helped explain. Don't worry, Gray is not a pervert, he just often takes off his clothes unconsciously. Rod hesitated. Well, I don't learn the common language well, can't I be considered a pervert if I take off my clothes anytime and anywhere? The buck-toothed man glanced at Gray and said uncertainly, it's almost the same otherwise, you should still treat him as a pervert. Who do you say is a pervert, bastard? Gray slapped the table and raised his hand, do you want to fight? Rod felt that he had almost adapted to the communication habits here, and he would not let go of others with his words, but would fight if he didn't agree. So, when he felt that he couldn't deal with it just now, he should have fought with Kana. No, the situation is different, and it's not good to hit a girl. The main reason is that he, a half-baked wizard, probably can't beat her. Hey, by the way, where did Gray's shirt go? Chapter 12, Magic French Encyclopedia. After watching another close combat between wizards, Rod returned safely. Kana had already left with a wine barrel, leaving a sleeping worm with his belly up and a cross-legged Makarov with snot bubbles hanging on the counter. Rod turned Worm over, but failed to wake him up. He waved his hand in front of Makarov, but he didn't respond. Why are they both sleeping so soundly? Myra smiled with her hands covering her mouth, both of them were drunk by Kana. Google search for Utkan. Rod glanced at the woman who was carrying a wine barrel to Makeo for wine tasting, so fierce. Haha, actually Kana. Myra wanted to tell Rod a little about Kana's nature to avoid any bad misunderstandings, but she felt that it would be unfunny, so she changed her words immediately. She is a very good. Maybe. Rod tried his best to believe Myra's words. By the way, is there any magic in this world that can take off clothes instantly? Yes, dressing magic. Myra said, many girls know basic dressing magic, which is very convenient for changing clothes when going out. But if you want to say who is the best at dressing magic, and can even change magic armor and weapons in a flash during battle, it must be Gray, right? Rod answered quickly. He remembered that Gray was a member of the protagonist group, so he must have some special skills. Just now, he witnessed Gray's top disappearing technique with his own eyes. The person who is good at dressing magic and can even use it in battle must be Gray. Rod felt that his analysis was reasonable. But Myra denied it. No, it's Erza. Ah. Gray is an ice modeling wizard. Taking off clothes is just a bad habit. It seems that he developed it when he was learning magic before. Another modeling magic, ice modeling, making ice sculptures for fun? Erza is using the dress-up magic. Speaking of which, Erza is almost coming back. Myra continued, by the way, Erza is the strongest female wizard in the guild, and she is also very beautiful. Look forward to it. Also, if you want to try to woo her, I have information here. Myra suddenly became more talkative. The last person in the guild who pursued Erza was Loki, and he was beaten half to death. Maybe Rode is just the type she likes. Forgive me. Rode showed a helpless expression. Miss Myra, your bad taste seems to be getting more and more undisguised. Moreover, do you have a gossip-loving attribute? The work of a waiter is both calm and noisy, and occasionally a little exciting. Once you don't react in time, you may be affected by other people's fights. But as long as you stay away in time, there will often be excitement to watch. Of course, when watching the excitement, you also have to avoid bottles, tables, and chairs that may fly at any time. At noon, Rode unlocked a small benefit of being a waiter, free lunch. It was the first time Rode heard the name of this dish, and he didn't know how it tasted, but the moment the lid was opened, his nasal cavity and salivary glands had already made a judgment. It smells so good. It smelled so good that even the Poro worm, who was drunk by Kana, opened his eyes and followed the smell to ask for food. Chicken legs, pork, sausages, white beans and other ingredients were arranged regularly in the thick soup, and there was a layer of crispy skin on the surface that looked crispy and fragrant. When Lakai and Myra sat down and signaled to start eating, Rode couldn't wait to use the spoon to taste the soup first. As soon as the fragrant and sticky soup entered his mouth, Rode couldn't help but applaud. This is absolutely amazing if it is used to mix with rice. Wow, the skin of this chicken leg is crispy and sweet, and the inside is soft and tender. It will be more fragrant if eaten with some soup. Wow, this pork tastes great too. How come even the beans are so delicious? Rode turned into a wow monster. He had a lot to say about each ingredient, but he felt that talking would affect his eating efficiency. After struggling, he decided to eat it first. 20 minutes later, Rode and Worm were both full of food and sighed with satisfaction. Rod pointed at the empty casserole. Is this really a staff meal? I think it's very troublesome to make this kind of dish. Myra thought for a while and said, it's not very complicated. Just use white beans, onions, carrots, tomatoes, thyme, and pig skin to make a pot of thick soup. During this time, fry the chicken legs, pork, and sausages. Then put all kinds of ingredients into the casserole layer by layer. Pour the boiled thick soup, and wait for a while before serving. Is this not very complicated? Rod put Worm on his lap and felt that the current scene had a sense of déjà vu of Wang Zifeng introducing eggplant to Lu Lai Lao. Well, Lu Lai Lao is Lu Lai Lao. Rod recalled the food just now and said in a very unpromising way, Myra, I want to be a waiter here forever. Loki smiled and said, it seems that Rod is very satisfied with the contents of his stomach this time. Filling the stomach? Contents? Rod thought for a second. Is this how you express that you are full? Myra saw his doubts and waved her hand quickly, saying, no, please don't learn the common language from Lakai. Sister Myra, Lakai said angrily, you are too much, my way of expression is obviously very poetic. Yes, Myra said accommodatingly, but Rode's language level is not yet at the stage of learning your poetic style, so let him go. Really? Lakai pouted and began to clean up the dishes. Rod had been pushed by Elfman to visit the guild's library before. The light inside was a little dim, and there were rows of bookshelves taller than people in the room. There were movable ladders next to the bookshelves for people to use to get books. The library in the afternoon was as quiet as usual, and the air was filled with the unique smell of books. Woo woo woo. Worm didn't seem to like it here very much. SHH. Rod made a quiet gesture to Worm, then picked it up and put it on his shoulder, unconsciously lightening his steps. According to the signs hanging on the bookshelf, Rod found the magic area, and then searched for related books one by the title. Unfortunately, there was no book titled Star Spirit Magic. The president said that there are related materials in the library. Rod thought for a while, it should be included in a certain category with other magic, right? He turned back and found a magic encyclopedia. Opening the catalog, it clearly divided into two categories, ability system and possession system. Simply put, one relies on oneself to use magic, which is a bit like superpowers. The other needs to rely on magic props to a certain extent, which is a bit like relying on technology. According to the president, Rhodes magic belongs to the possession system, and it is very similar to the star magic, so just find the star magic in the catalog of the possession system. But before that, Rhodes followed the standard process of reading a book. First, randomly open a page to see what is written. Chapter 13. Receive magic, a magic that can receive the body of an animal for its own use and increase its own strength. The risk of this magic is that if you forcefully receive a monster that is too powerful, and your own strength or willpower is insufficient, you may lose your mind, or even go berserk, until you die of exhaustion. The basic practice method is as follows. Snap. Rod closed the book and looked at the cover carefully. It was the Encyclopedia of Magic. Just open an encyclopedia and it clearly states the practice method of magic. Is this something I can read without paying? Bang. Worm fell from Rod's shoulder and hit the cover of the book. He turned over in a daze, a little confused. I can see that you really don't like to study. Rod put Worm back on his shoulder, then carried the huge encyclopedia and left the library, just in case. He had to confirm whether he could read the book. Encyclopedia of Magic? Of course, it's okay. Myra said, there are no books that are forbidden to read in the library. But there are also methods for learning various magics. Won't that be a problem? But the purpose of putting such books in the library is to let people learn. Myra probably guessed what Rod was worried about. Don't worry, some dangerous magic will not be left there casually. Rod nodded. Oh, then I will be unscrupulous. That's not how you use reckless. Rod waved his hand and returned to the library, reading quietly. Star magic is divided into holding magic according to how it is used, and space magic according to the type of effect. At the same time, it is an ancient magic that has been passed down for more than 400 years. Each star corresponds to a constellation in the sky, and has its own medium, that is, a key. Ordinary star corresponds to a silver key, while the most powerful 12-star correspond to 12 golden keys. Because Rhodes was reading a magic encyclopedia, not a special star magic book, the above introduction is relatively superficial. The learning method does record the method of opening the door after holding the key and signing a contract with the star. However, Rod had already learned the important part from the president. For more detailed content, Rod needed to find specialized materials, such as books about ancient magic and space magic. He looked around the sea of books. This was really not a small project. Rod stayed in the library for hours. Worm slept and woke up on the desk, woke up and slept again, and finally woke up hungry, making a slight snoring sound to remind Rod that it was almost time to eat. Worm's little horns drooped, as if urging him to finish bragging and leave quickly. It was impossible to be fast. Rod had to put the book on hand back to its original place, went to the bathroom to wash his hands again, and then returned to the tavern to work. As a waiter, the meal time is usually advanced or delayed, so as not to be too busy to take care of it when it is time for dinner. Rod chose to advance the time like Myra and the others. During this period, when guests came to the tavern to order food, someone had to put down their bowls and go to receive them immediately, which was quite troublesome. Sister Myra, we are back. A blue-haired girl walked in with two tall and thin boys. Libby. Welcome back. Jet and Troy too. Some people chatting in the tavern immediately welcomed the three people. It seems that they are popular. Myra immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks and greeted them. Welcome, it's 2 days later than expected. The mission is still. Did it go smoothly? Yeah. Libby said excitedly, the client is a good person. He invited us to stay in the Hilo branch for 2 more days. Hey, Myra deliberately showed a difficult expression. If you increase the reward without authorization, it will be considered a violation. It's not an unauthorized increase. Libby hugged Myra's arm and used a slightly coquettish tone. The client said it was to prevent any subsequent changes, just as after-sales service or something. Her height was only a little higher than Myra's shoulders. She was a very petite and cute girl. Lying next to Myra like this, she looked even more adorable. At least Jet and Troy both had envious expressions on their faces, envious of Myra. Then consider it a pass. Myra closed one eye. It seemed that they had a good relationship. Thank you, Sister Myra. Libby let go of Myra, handed the task list back to her for registration, and asked, are there any changes in the guild? It's basically the same, but there's a new guy here recently, and he wanted to ask you for help with a language problem a few days ago. Libby stood on tiptoe, resting her hands on the counter, and asked, "What? What's going on?" The magic she used was three-dimensional text, which could write text with magic and give it real meaning. For example, if you write the word representing fire, the text will really turn into flames and be launched. Perhaps it was because of this magic that Libby knew a lot of ancient texts and was full of interest in everything related to language and text. It's like this. Myra briefly told Libby about Rod while helping her register the task. "I'll introduce him to you later, Rod should need your help now." Rod had already finished his meal quickly and was ready to come over to take over. Myra just happened to introduce him, "This is Rod. This is Libby, Jet, and Troy." Actually, Rod had already heard Lakai's introduction once, but before he could say hello, Jet had already jumped onto the nearest table. Levy also jumped onto the stool next to the table, while Troy stepped on the stool with one foot and the table with the other. The three of them each posed handsomely and said loudly, "We are the Lane Engine team." The two buddies who were drinking nearby were startled by the three. Rod was also embarrassed by the three. Seeing their performance, he could only think of Team Rocket. Rod raised his hand, not knowing whether to applaud or scratch his goosebumps. He covered his mouth with one hand and leaned close to Myra's ear. "Well, they are not the type that are very unique and can cause trouble, right?" Myra thought for a while, "How should I put it? Compared to Natsu, they cause very little trouble." Rod already knew that Natsu was a troublemaker, and most of the compensation for each job was used to compensate for the damage. If he caused less trouble than Natsu, Rod sighed. It was a very disturbing description. Is it possible that such a petite and cute girl like Rebecca is also a troublemaker? Lane Engine, also known as Shadow Gear, translation problem. Jet is also called Jade and Jet, which is actually a nickname. His original name is Sarasuk. Chapter 14. The public seems to have a certain name. Then it's settled. I'll help you find the necessary information and explain it to you. You tell me about Chinese. According to Myra, Libby likes books very much, and she may be the person who is most familiar with the guild library. In addition to magic, Rod also needs to understand the history, geography, culture, and other aspects of the place. You can ask Libby about these things. Even if she doesn't remember them all, she will know where to find them. With Libby's help, Rod's learning efficiency can be greatly improved. And she is interested in Rod's native language, so both sides can get what they need. The only unhappy ones are Jet and Troy, but because Rod didn't show any special expression after seeing Libby, so he didn't say anything rude. But come to think of it, Rebecca is so cute, why didn't he react? This is another kind of unhappiness. At first, Rod didn't understand the messy changes in the expressions of the two, but later he listened to Myra's popularization of some small gossip. These three people grew up together, and Jet and Troy recently investigated the way girls like to express their love. Rod suddenly realized. So it was no, it's not polite to say that about your companion, he should call him a flower protector. However, Rod looked at the two people as if he was looking at scum. Rebecca probably looks like a junior high school girl, right? Is this a crime? Myra covered her mouth and laughed. Rebecca is already 16 years old. She will be sad if she knows you say that. Rod was silent for a while. He remembered that Myra was 18 years old, and the 2-year gap seemed understandable. That's not right. Rod said, 16 years old is also a minor. No, in Fiori Kingdom, you can drink and do all kinds of things at the age of 15. Myra pointed at Kana, who was half drunk and half awake holding a barrel of wine. For example, Kana has been drinking since she was 13. Rhodes felt that the example Myra gave was full of loopholes. But the people in this guild, it seems normal to break the rules. Of course, the agreement with Libby starts tomorrow. She just came back today and needs to rest after traveling all the way. Jet and Troy were particularly energetic. They didn't go home and talked about their experience of this trip with familiar people in the guild. Rod was a little envious. He had to learn magic quickly, so that he could see this magical world with his own eyes. Of course, the key is to make money and pay off debts faster. He is a person who doesn't even dare to spend money, and now he always feels uncomfortable with a large debt. The room is still as dark as yesterday, and it seems a little deserted. However, Worm sniffed around like a puppy, adding a little more breath of life to the empty room. Rod let Worm explore at will, and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate like during the day, trying to exercise his mental strength and increase the magic power in his body. Until sleepiness and fatigue came over him, he washed up hastily, extinguished the oil lamp and went to sleep. Before going to bed, I thought that the oil lamp was inconvenient, and I would buy a magic lamp sooner or later. Worm lay quietly beside Rhodes' pillow like a small ball of fur until the early hours of the morning, when his body gradually became transparent and disappeared. That night, Rhodes always felt warm and comfortable in his sleep. The next morning, Rhodes got up and washed on time. When he made the bed and prepared to go out, he felt as if something was missing. "Where is my Poro?" Rhodes bent down to look under the bed. Worm. After searching around the room, Rhodes remembered that he could use the connection of magic to determine the location of Worm. He closed his eyes and found that his magic power was much stronger than yesterday, and it seemed that it was not consumed now. Is it the time limit or will it automatically return when I fall asleep? Rod was not sure about the situation and decided to summon again. "I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature of the other world, respond to my call and go through the door." The pendant emitted a golden and blue light. Magic gathered in the air. Rod squeezed the pendant tightly and shouted the last sentence. "Open it, the door to the other world." A small amount of magic was drawn out of Rod's body, and a small white figure appeared on the floor. Worm was a little confused, and immediately jumped into Rod's arms and arched. "You have a good jumping ability." Rod caught Worm and rubbed him, then asked, "Were there other companions beside you just now?" Worm shook his head. It had been sleeping in its nest. "Just now I felt that in addition to you, I could summon another. I don't know what it is." Worm looked at Rod with his black eyes, revealing clear stupidity, clear innocence. "I am." Just as the pendant began to glow, Rhodes interrupted the magic. "Forget it, it's not safe to try it at home. Let's go ask the president." He picked up Worm, locked the door, and went downstairs. Goodman came earlier today and had already arranged the stall. "Good morning, Mr. Rhodes." He noticed Worm with a big tongue. "Is this your pet?" Rhodes realized an important problem. Do landlords hate tenants to have pets? Fortunately, Worm is not a pure pet. It's called Worm. I summoned it from another world with magic. Rhodes said, "Worm, say hello." Woolworm made a cute sound. Magic, no wonder I've never seen such an animal. Goodman was a little envious. Why not wait until my son grows up and let him learn magic? You have a son, that's great, he can join Fairy Tale then. Ha ha ha, yes, but he's only 3 years old, it's too early, too early. For some reason, Rhodes felt that Goodman's smile was a little dry. Because he didn't quite understand the two-tiered reputation of his own guild, it was both the most trustworthy guild and the most guarded guild. Fairy Tale is now one of the most famous guilds in the country, and it is a proud thing for wizards to join there. And citizens usually come into contact with wizards and know that they are generally good people. Causing trouble and destroying things are secondary, because they will try their best to make up for and compensate for the things they cause. The problem that worries Goodman the most is that there are many weirdos and problem children there. If I send my own child there, will he develop some quirks? Will he tear down my own home at any time? I usually find it fun and exciting to watch them fight and destroy the guild, but if my own child becomes the excitement, Goodman needs to think about it carefully. Chapter 15. It is less than 1 kilometer away from the guild, and it takes less than 20 minutes to take a leisurely walk. It's just that the various breakfast stalls and shops on the road constantly wafted the tempting smell, which somewhat affected Rhodes' pace. Worm was more troubled than him, with his tongue hanging down and his eyes unknown. I know where to look. The types of food here are as diverse as the styles of clothing, with Chinese, European, and Japanese styles. Rhodes picked a bun shop that he liked and bought 2 buns, one for him and one for Worm. Rhodes only ate half and gave the remaining half to Worm. He thought that he should not waste it before he had more money. It would be better to go to the guild to eat a bowl of noodles. Worm was very happy to eat. Maybe it was because the resources in the Howling Abyss were scarce, and this child was not picky about food at all. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, Rhodes and Worm. Raj came a little late today, and apologized breathlessly as soon as she arrived. Sorry, I sorted out my collection this morning and forgot the time. Myra said, It's okay, there's not much to do in the morning, and now I have Rhodes to help. Collections. Rhodes was quite curious about what Raj would collect. Wood carvings? After all, she used wood shaping magic. Loki's collection is very interesting. Myra smiled. If Rhodes has a chance, he must go and visit it. Rhodes has already understood Myra's dark side. Seeing Myra's smile, he felt that this matter was not that simple. Unfortunately, boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. However, I can bring 1 or 2 smaller pieces to show you when I have time. Rode adjusted her glasses, and the white light reflected on the lenses made Rode feel more and more wrong. Let me ask, it's not something scary, right? How could it be? They are all very cute collections. Rode became more and more suspicious, and Myra refused to say anything, just smiled, as if she was expecting Rode to see a surprise expression. Anyway, he would know sooner or later, so Rode put aside his curiosity and decided to eat a bowl of noodles first. When he was full and satisfied, the guild gradually became lively, and the president also appeared in a casual uniform with a wooden stick, sitting cross-legged on the counter as usual to watch the children laugh and play. If someone who doesn't know the situation sees him like this, they will probably think that he is just an ordinary kind old man. President, there is something I want to tell you about my magic. After finishing his chores, Rod immediately went to Makarov to explain his situation. Is that so? Then let's try it now. Let's go to the back of the guild. Makarov was actually a little touched. This kid actually came to ask for his opinion before doing something that might be dangerous. He is more stable than more than 90% of the members of Fairy Tale. Also, the use of telling you everything is wrong. Rod went to say hello to Myra, leaving Worm to play in the tavern, and walked to the back door with the president. Behind the guild is a large yard, with a wall made of blue stone and an iron fence gate with the Fairy Tale logo in the middle. Rod looked out through the gap in the gate. Outside was an endless expanse of water. The morning sun cast orange-red light on the water, which was broken by the breeze, and the eyes were full of waves. As a person who is not very self-disciplined, Rod has not seen the morning sun for a long time since he went to college. So there is a sea behind the guild. No, it's a lake, but it's just very large. Makarov knew that Rod's common sense was still a little lacking, so he introduced it by the way. Magnolia is an inland city. If you want to see the sea, you have to take a train to Harujian. It's a port city with great scenery. Then I must go and see it in the future. Rod set another small goal. It's a good thing to have a place you want to go. Makarov is most worried that Rod will lose his direction. In the current situation, as long as he has something he wants to do, whether he wants to learn magic or travel, it's a good thing. Okay, let's get started. Okay. Rod took out the pendant from his collar and chanted the spell again. This time, a vortex appeared from the ground, and what he felt through the vortex was no longer the cold wind, but moist water vapor, and the shadow of water plants could be vaguely seen. The vortex disappeared, and Rod felt that the magic power in his body poured out like a flood, and most of it was gone in an instant. The ground was rippling like the surface of the water, and a green, shelled creature with a height of nearly 1.5 meters and a body length of about 2 meters emerged from the middle of the water waves. 6 legs, a pair of short claws, a pair of green eyes and a pair of tentacles like twin ponytails on the head. It feels wider, shorter and shorter than an ordinary van. Is this a crab? Makarov looked up at the creature that was taller than him. Is it when it appeared? Rod already knew the name of this big guy. It's called the Kenyan swift crab, from the river channel of Summoners Canyon. Its characteristics run very fast. Kenyan swift crab, commonly known as river crab, river crab, etc. Like Poro, it is a creature in the game League of Legends, but not in the same map. To be precise, it comes from the Serpentine River, or the Serpentine River, but Rhodes, like most players, does not know the name of the river. Unlike Poro, which is similar to a mascot, the Kenyan swift crab is a neutral creature, commonly known as a wild monster. Killing it can gain money and experience points. In the game, the river crab should be the weakest wild monster, because it is said that in the ancient version, the river crab once had attack power, but when Rhodes played, he was a person who was beaten and only a wild monster that knows how to run. This thing should be one of Tatsuya's favorite wild monsters. Almost every time before or after going online to support Rod, Tatsuya would swipe a river crab to help. He didn't have to take the head, but he had to swipe the river crab. Rod was not too disappointed that his second summoned creature still had little attack power. Because what was more disappointing was that his summoning route might not be the same as he imagined. I thought I could get help from all kinds of beautiful, all kinds of powerful heroes, but now it seems that I can only get wild monsters. Rod held the necklace that Tatsuya gave him with mixed feelings. Should I say it is worthy of being a necklace given by the arrogant jungler? If this goes on, I can stop calling myself Rod and change my name to Ivern. No matter how much I complain, I still have to practice this magic. Although it is different from what I expected, it is also very powerful to be able to summon wild monsters. One day, when I summon a small dragon or a big dragon, won't it be invincible? Don't think about those things for now. The size of the swift crab in front of me is a little beyond Rod's cognition. However, if you think about the size comparison between the hero and the river crab in the game, it seems to be really this big. Although this guy is not aggressive in the game, in reality, with this size alone, it is estimated that it would be fatal if it hits someone. Rod felt the real magical connection between himself and the swift crab, and with the help of the president beside him, he dared to approach it. The swift crab seemed to understand Rod's thoughts, and bent down docilely, letting Rhodes put his hand between its two tentacles. It should be considered as a head-patting action. It felt cold and a little damp, but fortunately there was no fishy smell. Do you have any special abilities that I don't know about? Rhodes thought that the game settings might change after being mapped to this magical world, so he asked. In fact, he asked the same question to Poro Worm. Then Worm showed him very powerful skills such as hugging thighs, jumping into his arms, and eating. Now Rhodes only hopes that this Kenyan swift crab can bring him a little surprise. Chapter 16, The Crab of the Valley. Just after he asked that question, Rhodes saw himself. Not with his own eyes, nor in the mirror, but from a bottom-up perspective. His hand was on his own head, and his arm blocked a little bit of his vision, but because the distance between his eyes was large enough, he could still see his face. Is this the perspective of the crab of the valley? It was strange that two pictures suddenly appeared in his mind. Rhodes retracted his hand and could immediately see his hand retracting action from two angles. When the crab of the valley stood up, the perspective would also change subtly. Rhodes commanded the crab of the valley to turn around, and he and it were back to back, and they immediately gained a full 300-degree field of vision. Makarov nodded after listening to Rhodes' description, so it is a reconnaissance-type summoned beast, and it should be very versatile. Then, the crab of the valley after letting Rhodes sit on its back, the swift crab crashed through the guild wall and ran to the lake, performing a unique skill of floating on water. Its 6 legs waved and it moved on the lake as if it were walking on flat ground. Rhodes held the 2 rain-like tentacles of the swift crab tightly with both hands, feeling the strong wind and the occasional splashes of water on his body. He didn't know how fast it was, but it was more exciting than riding a speedboat in East Lake, maybe because he didn't wear a life jacket. It's faster than ordinary horses and pig horses, and it's also good to be able to move on water. The destructive power is average, but... Makarov gave a rational evaluation. Looking at the broken wall, he shouted at Rhodes' back. Even so, don't destroy the guild casually. I'm sorry, this is my first time riding a river crab, and I don't understand its movement habits. I didn't mean it. Rhodes abandoned Libby. We had originally agreed to study together in the library, but now we can only build walls under the supervision of the president. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it, the president will teach you on the spot. He knows a little bit of carpentry and masonry, mainly because the president has destroyed the guild as many times as others, and he has become a good doctor after a long illness. It's okay, I just accidentally destroyed a little wall. Libby showed great tolerance for this, probably because she was used to similar accidents. It just so happens that I have found a suitable common sense book, so I'll find some suitable content to read to you now. That's great, thank you Libby. Rod was very happy. He used to like to play songs and crosstalk on his mobile phone when he was cleaning, but now he is bored. This girl is really considerate, no wonder Jet and Troy like her so much. First, this country is called the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a population of about 17 million and is located on a peninsula west of the continent. It was recognized as a neutral country about 160 years ago. Libby's voice of reading and explaining sounded pleasant. Rod continued to build the wall. Hearing the population of Fiori of 17 million, he felt that this country might not be very big. The city of Magnolia where we are is in the east of the Kingdom of Fiori, not far from the border with the neighboring country Bosco, and the population is about 60,000. Rod heard Myra say this once, Magnolia has been popular with magic since ancient times, and it is considered a prosperous city in the Kingdom of Fiori. Then the next point is the key point. Reb emphasized. Magic used to be something that people feared, so wizards were often persecuted in the past. In addition, wizards often fought each other, making the whole world unstable. In order to change all this, 150 years ago, the world's first wizard guild, Magic Dragon, was established. The wizards began to unite, using magic to protect themselves and their companions, and also worked hard to get along with ordinary people, communicate, and even solve troubles for ordinary people and earn rewards. Since then, wizard guilds have appeared one after another, and magic has gradually become a part of people's lives, which has slowly evolved into a situation where wizards and ordinary people live in harmony. Then 97 years ago, in X686, our guild fairy tale was established. Do fairies have tails? In the final analysis, do fairies really exist? All of this is unknown, which means eternal mystery and eternal adventure. This is the meaning given to fairy tale by the first President Mavis. When saying the latter part, Levi's eyes sparkled, and it can be seen that she really likes this guild. This is the first time that Rhodes heard the meaning of the name fairy tale, and it felt a little romantic. It was so romantic that he didn't remember a few sentences of the history of Fiore that Levi said. But it's not without gain, at least Rhodes understood that this is a country with a bit of feudal monarchy. There are kings, ministers, knights, and armies here. There are naturally people who learn magic among the royal family and those who serve the king. Wizards are respected in many places, but they are still citizens of this country and are subject to the jurisdiction of the royal family. They do not enjoy privileges like nobles with titles. At the same time, in order to maintain the stability of the magic world, there is an organization called the Magic Council responsible for monitoring the behavior of wizards, punishing dark guilds, etc. But when Levi mentioned the council, her expression became very strange. It seemed that she did not like this organization and was even a little afraid of it. This made Rhodes confused. What are you afraid of an organization that punishes dark guilds? Isn't our fairy tale a regular guild? It's bad. Rhodes found that he forgot to ask this question. Fairy tale, is it a regular guild? It's a pleasant thing to get along with Levi. Rhodes, who has almost no basic knowledge, did not find it obscure to understand. And during the explanation, she often cited many related stories, which made Rhodes marvel that Levi's knowledge was even broader than his in his senior year of high school. When Rod had almost finished repairing the damaged wall, Rebecca said she was tired and looked at him eagerly. Oh, yes, Chinese. Rod understood her look. Shall I go wash my face first? In fact, he wanted to take a shower and change clothes. He was very uncomfortable with the mud after working for a long time. If you want to wash your face, I'll help you. Three-dimensional text water. Rebecca waved her arms and wrote the word for water in the air with her fingers. The words with magical light when she wrote really turned into letters composed of clear water after she finished writing. And they floated in front of Rod under Rebecca's control. Use this. Rod looked at the word for water in front of him, and tentatively put his hand in. It was really possible to wash your hands like in a basin, and even scoop a handful of water and splash it on your face to wash your face. What a convenient magic, it's just whatever comes, right, what comes true. Not that exaggerated. Rebecca was a little embarrassed after being praised. After Rhodes washed her face, she controlled the water words to fly into the lake like ordinary water. And I don't use it well. I can only provide a little assistance when my companions are fighting. I think this kind of magic will definitely come in handy. Rhodes felt that the three-dimensional text was very similar to the plot in some novels where people picked up pens to write and used it for fighting. It should have great potential. Then let me teach you the pronunciation of Chinese characters first. Rhodes took the light pen that Rebecca had just used and wrote the initials and finals of Chinese pinyin in the air. After thinking about it, he marked it with the basic syllables of the language of this world, and then taught her to read one by one. Rebecca read and took notes with great interest, and didn't stop until Lakai came to call Rhodes to work. Chapter 17 Fairy Queen. At noon today, the tavern was more noisy than yesterday. The main reason was that Natsu had returned from his mission, and Gray hadn't left yet. The two men were originally 10 meters apart, but suddenly their eyes met and they started arguing for no apparent reason. Natsu yelled droopy eyes and ice bastard. Gray also yelled hanging eyes and flame idiot. After no more than 10 seconds, their foreheads touched each other and then they started fighting. These two guys didn't fight as well as Makao and Wakaba, and soon a stool leg flew out and hit Elfman on the back. Elfman yelled manly and swung his fists. He joined the battle, but was soon punched away by Natsu and Gray. The flying Elfman knocked over Kana's table, and the bottle Kana threw hit a handsome guy on the head. The handsome guy who was chatting with two beauties did not show any anger, but let go of the two beauties gracefully. Please wait a moment, I'll go and get involved. Before leaving, he threw a wink, and the two beauties were electrified by his eyes and screamed to cheer him on. The tavern became more and more chaotic, and one member after another was involved in the battle, even Lidas who was painting, Nabu who was looking at the taskbar, and Levi's team were not spared. Myra, like before, was watching the excitement from the counter with a smile. Loki was already fighting, and this girl was not a pushover. Rod decisively put the food he was about to deliver on the counter and stayed next to the drunken president. Feel safe. He was concentrating on watching the various battlefields in the tavern, not to watch the excitement, but to avoid the unidentified flying props that might fly at any time. Rod has been a veteran employee of Fairy Tail for 2 days. He must learn to protect himself when working in the guild. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more intense and the melee was about to escalate into a magic battle, Rod felt that it was time to wake up the president to stop them. This step seemed to be a routine. But before he could act, the door of the guild opened with a bang, and the bright sunlight at noon shone through the door, outlining a slender figure. When Rod's eyes gradually adapted to the sunlight, the figure had already walked in steadily. With long crimson hair and a delicate face that showed no joy or anger, black boots and a blue short skirt well modified a pair of beautiful legs, but what she wore on her upper body was a piece of metal armor, including shoulder armor, arm armor, and hand armor. If she were to stick armor plates on her skirt and hold a sword in her hand, she would look like a female knight. But at the moment, she was holding a 3-meter-long rope. When she walked into the door, she could see that the rope was pulling a flatbed truck. The truck was loaded with suitcases piled up like a mountain, taller than her. He must be a tough guy. Rod made such a judgment in his mind. As Erza pulled the luggage in, the noisy guild fell silent. The people who were noisy just now seemed to be paused, even though some people were grabbing others' collars or hair. Myra smiled happily, "Welcome back, Erza." "Ah, I'm back." Erza responded politely, then looked at the others, and her expression immediately became serious. Everyone was silent, and only a few brave ones tried to talk. "Erza miss, is the mission going well?" He even deliberately added honorifics. "Don't try to get away with it. I heard you guys got into a lot of trouble again. Let's not talk about those. Bijada, don't dance on the table. Nabu, don't just hang around in front of the bulletin board, take a commission. Wakaba, watch your cigarette ash. Kana." Erza named and criticized a group of problem children and problem uncles, and severely reprimanded those who broke the tables and chairs. No one who was named by her dared to talk back. Especially Natsu and Gray, the two guys who just fought the most fiercely are now arm in arm, looking like they have a good relationship. Erza nodded with satisfaction, "It's good to get along well, but Gray, your clothes." "Ah? When?" Gray hurriedly found his pants and put them on. However, Erza has not stopped outputting, "President, they are drunk in broad daylight again, shouldn't they be restrained at least?" "What does it matter?" Makarov didn't seem to be very sober, and was even burping. Rhodes suddenly found that the tavern had returned to its normal state. The people who were fighting just now were drinking and chatting normally. Natsu and Gray sat opposite each other. When their eyes met, they were still unwilling to accept each other, but once Erza's eyes swept over, they would immediately clink glasses and laugh tacitly. This is simply the dean of teaching. At this time, Erza's eyes fell on Rhodes. Fortunately she was kind. "A new face, are you a new member, or a resident of Magnolia?" Rhodes greeted politely, "Hello, I am Rhodes, I have just joined the guild for 2 days. I heard Myra mention your bad deeds before, which are well known." Bad deeds? Erza seemed to have been hit by something and looked at Myra in shock. She only knew that Myra liked gossip, but she didn't know that Myra would say bad things about people behind their backs. That's not the case. There are some problems with Rhodes' common language. Myra had a headache. Finally, it caused misunderstandings. "Anyway, Rod is still learning magic and the common language, so I'm working part-time as a waiter in the tavern." "I see, I'm Erza." Erza was very friendly to the new members. "Since you've joined the guild, you're a family. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I'll do my best to help you." When Erza said the word "with all my strength," she clenched her fists. Her tone and expression were very serious. "Ah, thank you." Rod didn't know whether he should be happy for a moment. Good news, Erza has become a family with the protagonist group. Bad news, Erza just cleaned up a large group of family, and judging from her skilled appearance, it must not be her first time. Erza sat in the guild for a while after having a drink. She dragged the luggage cart and left, saying that she had been out for too long and had to go back to clean the room and sort out the spoils. Rod curiously asked Myra what Erza's mission was. But Myra said that the client requested confidentiality of the specific situation, and roughly helped a remote border town to deal with a difficult criminal gang. Erza solved dozens of criminals in one go. Myra smiled. How about it? Our fairy queen is very handsome, right? Rod nodded. Yeah, very handsome. To be fair, Erza is powerful and has a personality. It seems that she is a rare serious person in the guild. And her appearance is not worse than Myra. Rod estimated that she is definitely the object of many people's heart. But he didn't dare to have any messy thoughts. Because Myra had told him about Erza's glorious achievements. For example, she beat Natsu, who challenged her so hard that even Harpy couldn't recognize him. She beat Grey, who was wandering naked and almost buried him, and she beat Loki, who pursued her until he was only left with one breath. Rod suddenly felt that the word bad record he used earlier seemed to be correct. Loki? What is that? Myra noticed that after Loki sent Erza out, she brought back a gift box that was more than one person tall. It's a specialty that Erza brought back for me. Loki happily put down the red gift box, making a thumping sound that sounded very important. Chapter 18. The woman of the public is a tiger. Erza, who looks resolute and has a scary aura, would actually be so careful to bring specialties for her companions? Rod was a little curious about what was in the gift box. It couldn't be armor, right? I'll open it now. Loki laid the gift box flat, gently pulled the ribbon tied with a bow on it, and opened the lid. What is this? Rhodes was unable to recognize what was inside for a moment. First of all, it wasn't armor, but it was indeed a metal product. It looked like a statue of a woman? No, there shouldn't be strange gaps and handles on the statue. Just as Rhodes was wondering, Lakai had already pulled the handle and opened the metal statue, revealing the hideous spikes inside. Unexpectedly, Lakai's expression was not horror, but surprise. Ah! It's the Iron Lady. She stroked the cold metal, and her face flushed. Great! Iron. Rhodes' tongue was a little knotted, his head was buzzing, and he unconsciously took a half step back. This thing is a torture device. Isn't it a specialty? What place's specialty is a torture device? Why give someone an Iron Lady as a gift? And Lakai was able to bring this thing back without changing her expression. She must have natural powers like Kana, right? The biggest question is, girl, why are you so excited? Myra smiled. Ah, Erza's gift is so thoughtful. Intentional? Ulterior motives, right? No, that, Myra Rode considered his words. Are you sure this thing is a gift, not a death threat or something? How could it be? Lakai's favorite is all kinds of torture instruments. This well-made Iron Lady is the best gift for her. Myra tilted her head. Hey, didn't I tell you? Lakai's room has a lot of torture instruments. You only told me that Lakai's collection is very interesting, and said that I have a chance to visit. Rode realized a serious problem. The girls in the guild, such as Mickey, Kana, Lakai, Erza. Although each one is prettier than the other, they are also more difficult to mess with than the other. That is, Libby is cute and has a good personality. Although Myra is a little black-bellied, she is very gentle most of the time. I just don't know if there is any side of him that he doesn't know. The afternoon is a little free, and Rode has time to practice magic for a while. Erza seemed to have nothing to do, so she came to the guild to chat with a girl with long green hair. Thanks to her, the tavern was unprecedentedly peaceful. Levy took a small notebook and reviewed the pronunciation she learned in the morning. When she saw Rode taking a break from practice, she would come to him to learn a few Chinese characters. During this period, Makarov also helped Rode to modify the summoning spell. Usually, when a celestial wizard summons a celestial spirit, he would call out the name of the celestial spirit and use the corresponding key. But Rode only had one pendant, but it was connected to different summons at the same time. Now he could only distinguish them by calling out their names. When he became more proficient in magic, he could omit most of the lengthy spell chanting in the front and just call out the name. The initial spell would be used when he felt that there was a new summon. Toad, 3 wolves, 6 birds, stone monster. Rode counted the wild monsters he might summon next with his fingers, and felt that there was still a long way to go before the small dragon and the big dragon. Although I don't know if there are any special monsters among those ordinary monsters, judging from the size of the river crab today, even if it is a very weak monster in the game like 3 wolves and 6 birds, it can be called a beast just by its size. For Road, the most important thing now is to increase magic power and improve magic proficiency. As for magic, the time for meditation every day is limited, so it can't be rushed, so the only thing to practice was magic. Rod caught Worm, who was eating and drinking for free in the tavern, and started practicing the magic of closing the door, that is, cancelling the summoning. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You obey my will and return to the abyss, Poro. After chanting the spell of closing the door, Worm's figure gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely. Success! Rod was very happy that he succeeded on the first try. Then he began to chant the summoning spell. I am passing through the door. Open, the door of the abyss, Poro. The magic vortex appeared and disappeared, and Worm reappeared in front of Rod. Very good, try again. Return to the abyss. Poro. Open, the door of the abyss, Poro. Return. Open. Rod practiced magic over and over again, and Worm could only cooperate. It was okay at the beginning, but after a lot of times, he got bored and the little guy became more and more casual. WOM felt very annoyed, but Rod could do nothing about it, because it consumed less magic power. If he changed to summoning river crabs, with Rod's current magic power, he would have to rest at most twice, and there was no way to practice repeatedly. Woo-ah, ah-achoo. After countless times of practice, WOM sneezed hard when he appeared in the tavern again. It had retracted its long tongue, and a long snot hung up. Rod's first reaction was, so you have a nose. WOM sucked his snot hard, turned around and faced Rod with his butt, and the little horn on his head drooped down. It was a little angry. It was a harsh winter over at the Howling Abyss, but it was already summer in the kingdom of Fiori. After so many times of going back and forth between hot and cold, even Poro was about to catch a cold. Ah, sorry, it's my fault. What should I do if Poro is angry? Rod thought for a moment and said tentatively, Myra, I want an omelette. Worm's originally drooping little corners stood up. And a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Worm turned around and stuck out his tongue again, and his happiness was written on his face. Although he had not yet fully understood Worm's hobbies, eggs were definitely one of Worm's favorite foods. So easy to coax. Rod skillfully reached out to touch his head, corners, chin, and belly. Myra smiled and helped him order, but a slightly harsh voice sounded from above. Is it finally quiet? You guys have been noisy since just now. Rod raised his head, and the person who spoke was a blonde young man with a lightning scar on his right eye. Wearing something like headphones, wearing a brown top, and a coat on the outside. It was obviously summer now. At this time, he put his hand on the railing on the second floor and looked down at Rod, his face unfriendly. Chapter 19. Is there a forbidden place for the sect? Laxus. Myra stood in front of Rhodes and raised an arm to block him. Rhodes is a companion who joined the guild the day before yesterday. He was just practicing magic just now. Magic? That? Stop making me laugh. Laxus sneered, what use is that pitifully weak magic? Worm was trembling with fear, and Rhodes frowned. This was the person with the worst attitude he had ever seen in the guild. Even Ms. Polyasica, who claimed to hate humans, was as thoughtful as possible when taking care of the wounded. And the one in front of him looked like he really hated him. No, it wasn't hate, it felt more like contempt. He seemed to exude a sense of superiority. Rhodes had just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble. I apologize if I disturbed you just now. It's not just his magic power, but his personality is also pitifully weak. I really don't know what the old man's point of taking in such a guy is. Laxus looked down. This time he was no longer talking to Rhodes, nor just to Myra. There are already enough weaklings in fairy tale, why are these guys qualified to be my companions? Hey! This kind of words angered many people in the tavern, especially Natsu and Grey. The two who had been obedient under Erza's suppression slapped the table and stood up. What did you say? The sound of the bottom of the wine glass hitting the table was heard at other tables, and everyone stared at the blonde young man upstairs with dissatisfaction. Laxus is still like this. Iluza stopped chatting with her friends and said coldly, anyway, it's too much to say such a thing, Laxus. Laxus's eyes met Erza's, and he looked like a sword was drawn. Oh? Erza, you are going to help these useless people. Enough. Makarov didn't know when he sobered up, and he slapped a task list. Laxus, here is a commission named for you, go and deal with it first. Laxus looked at Makarov, and the other party didn't even look up at him. He snorted, went downstairs, picked up the task list and turned to leave. Boring. Everyone watched Laxus leave, more or less dissatisfied with him. Natsu looked angry, as if he was ready to rush up to fight at any time, but Grey hooked his arm around his neck and stopped him. 2 men and 1 woman in the corner of the tavern stood up silently and followed Laxus's footsteps. The atmosphere in the tavern cooled down as the few people left, and it took a while for everyone to sitting down again. People started talking. "Sorry, I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone." Rod felt that there might be something wrong with Laxus, but today's conflict was caused by him, so it would be better to practice in the yard next time. "It has nothing to do with you, that guy has always been like this." Lakai pouted and said, if he wasn't the grandson of the president, he would have been kicked out long ago. Lakai. Myra stopped her from continuing. The president must be more upset than anyone else when Laxus became like this. "You can't tell." "Yes, he is my grandson," but Makarov looked towards the direction of the guild gate. "Sorry, it is my responsibility for Laxus to become like this, don't pay attention to what he said." No, you don't have to apologize." Rode could almost guess what was going on. According to the routine of the general story, this child was probably told worthy of being the grandson of the president since he was a child, and then developed a rebellious mentality. It's okay in the short term, but after a long time, he began to want to be recognized for his own abilities, rather than the identity of the president's grandson. It seems that Konohamaru from the next studio came in this way. The difference between Laxus is that he has been rebellious for a long time, and seems to have gone astray. Rod recalled, but really couldn't remember anything related to Laxus. But since Tatsuya said it was a happy ending, this kid will probably be able to correct it. The guild gradually returned to its usual bustle. The sun was setting, and night fell. The lights in the guild had been turned on, and only a few guests were left in the tavern drinking and chatting. Rod was ready to start sweeping the floor with Lakai. "Let me go downstairs alone today," Lakai said apologetically, "because I came so late this morning." Rod said, "Then I'll go upstairs." Lockie stopped him. "No, upstairs is for Sister Myra to clean up." "Ah." Rod was puzzled, "It's the same if I come, Myra has been very hard today." "No means no." Lakai said, "The guild has a rule that except for a few approved people, no one else is allowed to go to the second floor." "Why? How is this the same as martial arts novels, with gang forbidden areas?" "Because there is a special bulletin board on the second floor, which contains extremely difficult S-level tasks," Lakai explained. "Although the rewards are considerable, you can lose your life if you are not careful. So only S-level wizards are allowed to go to the second floor to take tasks." He asked, "That doesn't mean you are forbidden to go upstairs, right?" Lockie said helplessly, "Because there are too many reckless people in the guild." "That's true." Rod thought about the appearance of the guild members and immediately understood the rule. For example, Natsu is so reckless, and he is the protagonist. He might go on an S-class mission secretly one day. This rule might be made for him. No wonder only Myra, the most stable waiter, is allowed to go up. By the way, how many S-class wizards are there in the guild? Who is the most powerful? Well, Lakai thought for a while, let's not talk about the president first. The strongest one should be that uncle, but he has been out on a mission and hasn't returned to the guild for 2 years. 2 years? What mission takes so long? Rode asked in surprise and worry. He won't encounter any dangerous things. No, Lakai immediately waved her hand to deny, Mr. Gildarts is as strong as a monster. Although I don't know what the mission is, he is the only one who will never get into trouble. It seems that the uncle is quite trusted by Lucky, so Rode stopped worrying. What about him? Besides him, there are also Laxus, Mist Gang, Erza, and... Rode changed her words, no, there are only 3 of them now. As for who is the strongest, I don't know. You have already met Laxus and Erza. As for Mist Gang, you probably won't meet him. It seems that only the president knows his true face in the whole guild. Another mysterious person, Rode silently memorized Mist Gang's name. The most troublesome one is Laxus. Rode also wondered when he could help the president teach his ignorant grandson a lesson, so that he would not always be arrogant. But thinking about his current summoning magic, Poro, Kenyan Swift Crab. It seems that it will not be completed in a short time. Chapter 20. Where is there a thing that does not make a home lamp? Ah, another busy day. Rode went home and took a simple cold shower. Fortunately, it is summer now, and since I have magic power, I feel that my body has become stronger, otherwise I might not get used to it so quickly. I don't take a hot bath because I don't have solar energy equipment, and it's too troublesome to boil water with firewood. Rhodes thought about buying a set of equipment that uses magic to boil water, but after asking the price, he decided to hold back and wait until winter is really unbearable. Google searched Can. After helping Worm take a bath, Rhodes began to miss the washing machine in school that could be used once with 2 steel bars. Washing clothes by hand is really difficult. It was slow and troublesome, and there was no mobile phone to watch videos while washing clothes. At most, he could only use an old-fashioned hand-cranked phonograph to play music. At first, he was not used to it, but after listening to it, Rod suddenly felt that he was very stylish, just like those upper-class people in the movies of the Republic of China. It was just that the songs recorded in this record were a bit mixed: pop, rock, classical, everything. Swish, swish, swish. The washboard leaned against the basin, and Rod grabbed the wet clothes and rubbed them on it, leaving white foam. He was not very proficient in using this thing, but he felt that the sound of rubbing with the rhythm of the music was quite relaxing. Worm stared at the bag of washing powder curiously, and finally couldn't help licking it with his big tongue for a long time. Then his facial features twisted, and he spit out white powder. "Are you stupid?" Rod knocked on Worm's head and threw him into the sink. "Rinse your mouth yourself." After hanging the washed clothes on the balcony, Rod noticed that there were several pots of green plants on the balcony. One pot looks like succulent plants, and 2 pots look like orchids. Because no one has watered them for the past 2 days, the soil on the surface is dry. It seems like there are a few more lives that I need to take care of maybe. Rod picked up the spray bottle next to him and filled it with water to give these poor plants some sweet rain. The shower head sprayed a string of water droplets, wetting the leaves and soaking the soil. Rod seemed to be able to feel their vitality, and said to himself, "From now on, you will be called Tatsuya, you will be called Renming, you will be called Alas. In the other world, Dad will have to take care of the 3 of you." Worm looked at his master's expression and always felt that he was not smiling happily. "Why do you have that expression?" Rod put down the spray bottle and picked up Worm. "Go, clean the floor, you just dirty." Worm looked at him in shock. "Didn't he say that he treated me as a pet? He actually asked me to clean the floor? Don't look at me like that. How can a pet not know how to do housework?" Rod threw Worm into the laundry room. "You are responsible for cleaning up the dirt you made." Worm squatted on the ground and looked at his little paws. How to wipe it? How Worm should wipe the floor is not a problem for Rod to consider. Anyway, the little guy can understand human language and is smart. There will always be a way. Rod got angry when he thought of this. Why can Worm, a creature from the howling abyss, understand the language here as soon as he arrived? He has to learn it himself? Rod sat at the desk in the bedroom indignantly and opened the book he brought back from the guild. This is a history book. Although he is not interested in history, he always feels that it is necessary to understand it. And in order for him to read well, Lei Bai lent him a pair of glasses. The magic prop, Feng Yang's glasses, can allow people to read books at 32 times the speed at the fastest. In other words, as long as you concentrate on reading for 1 minute, it is equivalent to reading for half an hour. Rod felt that his blessing had come. No matter how much he disliked reading history books, he could always read for a few minutes, right? However, 1 minute later. Pa! The sound of the book's spine hitting the table woke up the sleepy Rhodes. He miscalculated one thing. Although the time for reading was shortened, there was still the same amount of content to read. If you are not interested, you are not interested. Even if you have magic props to help you, you will not be a top student. People like Rhodes are suitable for asking Hibiki to use magic to directly instill knowledge. Or listen to beautiful girls like Libby tell historical stories. For example, the story of the legendary hunter of Belbarasso and the hero of Ruben Collado told today left a deep impression on him. Let's do 50 push UPS to wake up first. Rhodes lie on the ground and do 30 push UPS in one breath, and then his arms start to tremble. If you want to improve your magic power as soon as possible, in addition to meditation, you should also exercise your body a little, otherwise you will suffer. This is what the president said to Rhodes. However, Rhodes always felt that the president's words about suffering losses did not refer to going out to fight, but to suffering losses in the guild. Although he himself did not like fighting, judging from the situation in the past few days, he could not guarantee that he would be affected one day. Thinking about the girls in the guild who were so strong and powerful, he could not imagine how heavy Najgra's fists were. Road gritted his teeth, to improve magic power. 1. To avoid being beaten. To be able to fight back if beaten. Another. The reasons for Road's efforts became more and more strange. Exercise to improve physical fitness, meditation to improve magic power, and reading to increase cognition, these are the 3 most important things for Road at this stage. The biggest difficulty is reading. Books related to magic are okay, but books on history and geography are really troublesome. Road decided to ask if there are any newspapers and magazines here tomorrow, so that he can get a little news. The next day, the weather was a little cloudy, but the sun was not visible, and it didn't look like it was going to rain. Road chose a cool way to go to work, riding a Kenyan swift crab. The huge dark green crab attracted the attention of neighbors as soon as it appeared, and many people were frightened by its strange appearance. However, when it started running with Road on its back and actively avoided pedestrians, the little panic disappeared. It turns out to be a mount. It looks a bit strange but quite majestic. Hey, is that a crab? Why isn't it walking sideways? The one on the crab's back looks like a monster. Is he a new guy? He seems to be another restless guy. Someone was sharp-eyed and saw the blue emblem on Road's arm when his short sleeves were blown by the wind. Someone was riding a monster on the street, so novel. It was fairy tale, so it was not strange. The emblem on Road's arm was providing him with convenience in a strange way, but he himself was unaware. Road held the 2 tentacles of the swift crab with both hands, feeling like driving a heavy motorcycle. He only heard a gust of wind and stopped at the door of the guild less than a kilometer away. It was still too close. Road adjusted his hair that was messed up by the wind, and thought to himself that it was fortunate that it was automatic driving, otherwise it might have knocked a few people away. This river crab motorcycle does not feel safe at full speed. Chapter 21 Good is good. The tavern was as lively as usual, and Erza's deterrence decreased significantly as she stayed in the guild longer. Although she would still stand up and lecture when things got too much, but the scar healed and the pain was forgotten. There would always be people who would get drunk after chatting, and fight after quarreling. This forced Road to practice dodging various flying objects sometimes. After getting through the morning work hours, Road left Worm behind and ran to the library. He wanted to read some books about magic with Feng Yang's glasses. As for history and geography, put them aside for now, and occasionally ask Libby to listen to stories. Google searched Kan. The pages of the book turned quickly, and the words and sentences on it were reflected on the lenses page by page. Road could actually see every sentence clearly. XXXX. It took Rhodes only about 20 minutes to finish reading an encyclopedia of more than 700 pages. Rhodes already had a superficial understanding of many magics in his mind. Although it was not memorable, it was equivalent to reading it carefully. This kind of prop is really useful for people who don't need to read intensively and like to read. For those who don't need to read intensively and just want to broaden their knowledge, it is a complete artifact. The reading speed of 32 times is too exaggerated. Rhodes suspected that Feng Yang's glasses used time-related magic. The inventor is simply a genius. Putting the encyclopedia back to its original place, Rhodes sat down and closed his eyes to meditate, letting his brain rest a little. After a while, he found books related to ancient magic and space magic and read them until noon when he went to work. "You are Rhodes, right? My name is Marcus, and I use sand magic." A boy with split hair ordered a glass of wine and sat at the bar to talk to Rhodes. "I have heard of your legend, you are amazing." Rod was stunned. "Do I have any legend?" Myra smiled and poured Marcus a glass of wine, and listened curiously. She was such a gossipy person, she didn't know what great legend Rhodes had. "That's it. Before joining the guild, he easily solved the beast tide and destroyed a large forest." Marcus waved his hand. "As expected of our fairy tale wizard, it really fits here." Rod wanted to clarify the outrageous legend, but Marcus didn't give him a chance. He asked, "Hey, what magic did you use? It must be very powerful, right?" "Not very powerful, I used. Is it fire magic like Natsu? If we talk about destructive power, it must be fire, right?" "No, that's the magic of earth. It's definitely very destructive when used in the forest. I heard that Jura, one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land, uses earth magic. In addition..." Rod tried to interrupt several times, but found that this person didn't give him any chance. He was like a barbershop lady he met on the road who was trying to get people to apply for a card. Myra whispered to Rod to introduce Marcus. She considered the wording and continued, he will be a bit talkative. It's hard to interrupt. Just listen to him quietly. Okay. Rod nodded. Compared to Lakai who likes to collect torture instruments, Marcus, who talks a lot after drinking, is a very normal person. Myra reminded, if you don't want to listen, you can leave directly. In the guild, as long as you hate something, you can express it directly. You don't need to be wronged for politeness or something like that. It's okay. I'm a little curious about who spread the rumor that I destroyed a forest. Rod was a little upset. He was obviously attacked by a wild beast, so how could he suddenly become a destroyer? Yes, who would make up such a rumor? Myra's expression was a little unnatural. Of course, she was not the one who spread the rumor. She just told her companions the truth about Rod's origin. What beast tide, forest destruction, etc., are all real things. But for some reason, it became that Rod easily defeated the beasts and destroyed the forest. Myra is not sure whether she is the culprit now. Marcus talked for almost 5 minutes before stopping to drink a beer to moisten his throat. Just as Rod was about to take the opportunity to ask a question, a bottle flew over and hit Marcus on the back of his head. Puff! Marcus spit out half a cup of beer in one breath. Who is it? This kind of question almost does not require an answer. Marcus replied as soon as he looked up. He saw the conspicuous battle group in the tavern and joined in without saying a word. Rod dodged very quickly and was not sprayed by the wine. Myra skillfully took out a rag to wipe the counter clean, and then watched her companions fight with a smile. They kept fighting until someone knocked over Erza's plate. The air fell into a brief silence and Natsu and Grey tiptoed to slip away. Give me, stop it. Erza stood up and her fist with gauntlets fell equally on the head of each participant. Several people, including Natsu, Grey, and Marcus, fell to the ground with their heads covered. Erza clenched her fists. Okay, since you want to fight so much, then I will fight with you until one of you can't stand up. Love. The blue cat harpy stood on the table and raised his hand, gloating, they can't stand up anymore. Hee, Myra laughed happily, it's like this again. The word again was well used, and Rode had a full understanding of this guild. Rode was puzzled, when is the right time? Myra pointed at Erza and smiled without saying anything. Erza, who was so majestic just now, suddenly trembled and staggered back to her seat as if she had lost her soul. She didn't sit down, but squatted down and picked up a pile of broken porcelain pieces and smashed desserts from the ground. My strawberry pudding. The domineering fairy queen was helpless like a little girl at this time. Ah, Erza is so cute like this. Myra held her face and enjoyed the strange fun. Now should be the right time, right? Rode walked towards Erza hesitantly. You guys, Erza's air pressure dropped, and she turned her head and stared at the culprits lying on the ground fiercely. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Miss Erza. Rode called out, and deliberately added a respectful title. Erza turned her head suddenly, with a shadow on her face, and one of her eyes seemed to flash red, like a beast about to get angry. The amazing spirit made Rode's heart palpitate, as if she was stared into a low-pressure area by her eyes. Your pudding seems to be strawberry-flavored. Rode said this reluctantly. The amazing spirit lasted for another second. Then the queen turned into a big sister next door. She stood up, fixed her hair, and smiled gently, thank you very much. Iluza even clenched her fist and began to reflect on herself, saying sadly, really, I almost got angry for a pudding. My practice is not enough. Harpy grew wings on its back and flew to Rode's ear without any hesitation, complaining, you have already been angry. Rode didn't say anything and looked at it with admiration. Kitten, you are really brave to say that. Isn't it good to give her face? Iluza said seriously, speaking of which, aren't you Rode? You care about your companions so much just after joining the guild. I am very touched. She really showed a touching expression on her face, and hugged Rode's head into her arms. That's right, fairy tale should be like this. Dang. Rode's head hit the hard metal armor, making a crisp sound, and his head was buzzing. He stole a glance at Myra who gave him a thumbs up at the counter. Is this also part of your plan, Miss Myra? Chapter 22 Mr. Rod returned to the counter alive. Myra asked with a smile, how is it? Erza's hug. Rod rubbed his forehead, solid as a rock. Ah, I can't tell whether you used the word wrong or stated the fact. Myra covered her mouth, and the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Why does she always wear armor? Rod thought if Erza didn't wear armor today. Although it might be a bit embarrassing, at least it wouldn't be a headache. Erza has been like this since she was a child. She almost never takes off her armor except when she takes a bath or goes to bed. Myra's wiping of the table slowed down, maybe it's because she's uneasy. Would someone as strong as her also be uneasy? Rod always thought that he was the most uneasy. He might not even dare to leave the city of Magnolia before learning magic well. This kind of thing depends on the heart, not on strength. Myra grabbed her left arm with her right hand, and her expression became sad. Many of our fairy tale companions are carrying heavy things, trauma, pain, and hardship. Even me no, even you, Rod. I will never forget the confusion and panic in your eyes when we first met. Rod looked into Myra's eyes. The light blue pupils revealed neither teasing nor ridicule, nor the kind of bad taste when watching the fun, but a kind of empathy and sadness. Has she also experienced panic and at a loss? Or is it, as she said, heavier pain and trauma? I don't want to leave you with that impression, even though I'm not that strong. Rod said this, and then changed the subject abruptly. Is the president not here today? Yes. Myra calmed down. The president is on the second floor writing a letter of apology. Oh. Rod responded absent-mindedly, and then he immediately realized that something was wrong. A letter of apology? The president is writing an apology? Who is he going to apologize to? Of course it's the council. Speaking of this, Myra finally smiled again, because Gray was complained of sexual harassment. How could Gray? Rod subconsciously wanted to refute that Gray couldn't be such a person, but thinking about that person's stripping fetish, it didn't seem impossible. So he really did it. Of course there was no substantial action. Myra smiled. He just accidentally stripped himself naked while escorting a city government official's carriage. Rod glanced at Gray, who was now only wearing a pair of shorts and chatting with people. He was worthy of it. The client's wife and daughter were in that car. Myra seemed to be gloating again. If Gray hadn't defeated a group of robbers on the way and perfectly protected them, it wouldn't be as simple as a complaint in the end. Then why is the president writing for him? Rhodes felt sorry for the president. The old man took good care of him, but he had to take the blame for Gray. That's why the guild has to deal with the aftermath and apologies. Of course, the president has to decide how to teach Gray a lesson afterwards. Myra looked at the second floor with a gentle look. The president is like everyone's father, especially for homeless children. A responsible head of the family. Rhodes showed a yearning look. You too, Rhodes et. Rhodes didn't hear Myra's last words clearly. He suddenly felt a little dazed and fell down with his eyes closed. Myra hurriedly supported Rhodes, but she fell down herself. Strange, I suddenly feel so sleepy. After the two of them, the people who were eating, drinking and laughing in the tavern also fell down one after another, some lying on the table, and some falling directly to the ground. Worm, who had been playing with the harpy for some time, also lay on his back on the table, revealing his heart-shaped belly. This feeling is it missed gang Erza persisted for a few seconds, and finally fell asleep on the table. Even Makarov, who was on the second floor, shook his body gently and felt a little sleepy. The president jumped over the railing and went downstairs. You, how long are you going to keep doing this? A man wearing a black turban, a black cloak, and a face scarf on his face strode in. Sorry, I will apologize to everyone when I have a chance. He went to the bulletin board to pick a task list, handed it to the president for confirmation, and then turned and left immediately. Really? Unlock the magic quickly. Understood. The moment Mist Gang stepped out of the guild gate, his figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. At the same time, the people who were sleeping in the guild suddenly woke up. Damn! Is it Mist Gang? That guy, the sleep magic is still so exaggerated. Everyone complained, and Natsu chased out the door directly. Mist Gang. Come and duel with me. Damn guy, it's like this every time. As soon as Rod woke up, he found himself lying on the floor, and his chest was still a little heavy. Sorry, I'll get up now. Myra got up gently, and didn't forget to reach out to pull Rod. Rod pulled her hand and stood up, his eyes were dull. It's okay, Rod, this is the guild, Mist Gang is a partner, he has no ill intentions. Myra's tone was gentle to soothe Rod's emotions. She felt the other's hand became cold, and sweat came out of his palm. This is a sign of extreme anxiety, right? Would the sudden sleep magic scare him to this extent? Myra held Rhodes' right hand with both hands, hoping that he could calm down. Rhodes pursed his lips, gently pulled his hand back and clenched it into a fist. I know, I'm fine. Of course there is something wrong. Without any defense, he suddenly lost consciousness and had no power to resist. This was a very terrifying thing for Rhodes. The heart that had been slightly settled down by the joyful and lively atmosphere in the guild in the past few days was suddenly hanging again. There should still be many terrible things in this world that he doesn't understand. Mr. Gang is a companion, but there should also be people as powerful as Mr. Gang who are enemies, right? Rhodes took a few deep breaths to try to calm his heartbeat. Worm seemed to feel something and ran back to hug Rhodes' calf. The reassuring temperature came from Worm's heart-shaped belly, and Rhodes leaned over and hugged it. The soft Poro actually gave Rhodes a sense of security. All fears come from the unknown and the weak. He lifted Worm up and looked him in the face. If you feel uneasy, just work hard to become stronger. Besides, there are cheats. Is there any cool summoning words for me to copy? I don't want to use celestial magic all the time. Chapter 23 Weekly Saw Shara. Thank you. Rhodes thanked Myra for her kindness. Now I know why Lakai said that no one has seen the true face of Mist Gang. Myra was still a little worried and followed his words and said, well, he is always mysterious. He probably has his own difficulties. Hey, even Erza got hit. Rhodes noticed that the whole guild was in chaos. Does that mean Mist Gang is much stronger than Erza? No, strength cannot be compared in such a simple way. Myra said. If we fight head-on, Erza will have a way to defend against this sleep magic. It's impossible to be sure without a serious fight. Is that so? Rod nodded. Miss Myra said she was not good at fighting, but she could always talk about fighting. Is it because she knows her companions well enough? Or has she watched too many fights? Many people in the guild were also talking about Mist Gang. Some thought it didn't matter and just did what they had to do. Some were proud of having such a powerful wizard in the guild and showed an admiring expression. Some were unhappy and shouted that they would beat him up sooner or later. The way members of the Fairy Tale Guild get along with each other is roughly like this, showing their own personality and tolerating the behavior of others. If you can't tolerate, then fight to resolve the conflict. If you can't resolve it, find another opportunity to fight. After the fight, we are still a family. Like Myra said, you can express your likes and dislikes directly. Okay, I hate Mist Gang now, and I will beat him up in the future. Rod said. This kind of talk should be in line with the style of the guild, but it is a bit difficult to achieve. Well, you have to work hard. Myra laughed. There is also the word 7 hands and 8 feet. Isn't it the wrong word? Rod answered, my magic is definitely used for group fights, and there must be more than 7 hands and 8 feet when I beat him. Myra showed a helpless expression. Okay. Mist Gang has reasons to do this, and I will explain it to you later. Then. Makarov spoke to stop the guild's condemnation, and also secretly paid attention to Rod with his peripheral vision. Seeing that Myra was talking to him, the president was relieved and said angrily, Gray. Yes. Gray, who was named, stood up subconsciously. You did a good thing, and I was nagged by the judges again. Yes, I'm sorry. Gray looked away, not daring to look at the president, with a guilty look. At this time, Natsu, who had chased Mist Gang in vain, returned to the guild angrily. But when he saw Gray's look, he immediately laughed so hard that others could almost see the flames in his throat. Tisk Gray gritted his teeth, Natsu, that bastard. He was more annoyed by being ridiculed by Natsu than being scolded by the president. You too, Natsu. However, Makarov yelled at Natsu again. Why would a mission to capture a wild boar burn several acres of crops? You even dried up the water in the rice fields. Natsu and Gray stood in a row, and sweat began to break out on their faces. Asshole! You destroyed more farmland than the wild boar itself. The president scolded the two for several minutes, and was so angry that he used magic to enlarge his head and roared in their ears with a big mouth that could almost swallow 2 people. Natsu and Gray were almost blown away. But the president scolded them for so long, but he didn't even say a word to ask them to change their bad habits, and there was no substantial punishment. The president vented his anger and went back to write a letter of apology. Natsu used his reward to compensate for the farmland he destroyed on the spot, so there is no need to worry about this. Gray's attitude of apologizing to the client was also quite sincere. Of course, the words "promise not to do it again" can be ignored. Just the next, if there is a mission to escort ladies next time, try not to assign Gray. Makarov caught a glimpse of a handsome guy chatting with two beauties on the stairs. Loki cannot be assigned either. Last time, that guy attacked the female artist of the performing arts company that issued the commission, and was also complained. Makarov sighed, each of them is worrying. But seeing that the children are so noisy and energetic, he couldn't help but feel happy. Happy troubles. Myra brought some tea and snacks at the right time, which made Makarov feel a little relieved. He pushed the issue and said, "Just replace the tea with wine." "No, President." Myra put her hands on her hips. "You drank a lot yesterday, you can't drink too much today, you should pay attention to yourself." Yes, Makarov was listless. He himself was a troublesome person. During the afternoon break, Lakai took out a book from behind the counter in response to Rhodes' question. Weekly saw Shara, the most popular wizard magazine now. "I bought this one a few weeks ago and forgot to bring it back." Rhodes took it and looked at it. There were 3 handsome guys on the cover, one of whom was Mr. Hibiki, who helped him load the language pack. The other 2 also had their own characteristics, and the poses of the 3 together easily reminded him of Team Rocket. "Are they all wizards of Blue Pegasus?" Rhodes asked. Loki nodded. "Yes, the theme of this issue is Blue Pegasus, a guild with many handsome guys." Rod had reason to suspect that Lakai put it here because she wanted to see handsome guys and forgot to take it back. Opening the magazine, the first page was a photo of Hibiki, followed by his age, magic, hobbies, marital status and other information. The next 2 people in the same guild and team as him were in a similar format. Eve of Holy Night, Hibiki of 100 Knights, and Lien of Sky Knight formed the signature team of Blue Pegasus, Tri-Men's. The following the interview section also mentioned that they have a powerful wizard as the captain and guide. The 3 said that he was a very manly wizard, the elder brother and teacher they admired. That was the strongest man in the Blue Pegasus, Yiye Wangdalei Shao. It was a pity that Mr. Yiye knew that the magazine had limited space, so in order to take care of the younger generation, he deliberately gave the opportunity to appear on the screen to the 3 team members, which was touching. "He is a good person." Rhodes continued to turn the pages. Following it was the obvious GG page. The main recommended product in this issue was Magic Mosquito Repellent Magic Potion, a light spray to keep away mosquito bites. Just looking at the introduction on the GG, the effect seems to be much better than mosquito coils, floral water and the like. The merchant even spent extra money on special effects. Because Rhodes stayed on the GG page for a long time, the magazine directly emitted light and projected a 3D image in the air, showing how to use the magic potion. With professional dubbing and high-quality GG lyrics, even Rhodes, a poor guy, can't help but want to buy a bottle. Timeline issue. Now there are about 11.5 months before Lucy joins the guild and the plot begins. Chapter 24, The Joy in the Guild. It's this kind of GG again, very annoying. Lakai's attitude towards this kind of GG is similar to Rhodes' attitude towards the software opening screen GG before. It's fresh at first, but you get tired of it after seeing it too much. She said mysteriously, "Turn back a few more pages, there will be a surprise." Surprise. Rhodes turned back as she said, and the column after the GG was exactly the news column he wanted to see. The surprise that Lakai mentioned was obviously not this, but Rhodes still glanced at it. The boyfriend of the popular actress of Ryder Entertainment Company was exposed. It was said to be exposed, but in fact it was just a photo of the backs of the 2. Rhodes didn't know the popular actress, but he thought that the rumored boyfriend looked like a handsome guy in the guild. The council decided to increase the crackdown on dark guilds. It looked like an official article, but it had nothing to do with Rhodes. He had asked indirectly, and Fairy Tale was really not a dark guild. Fairy Tale wizards wiped out the bandits in one fell swoop. The title was normal, but there seemed to be a sentence in the content. The bandits were extremely vicious, and the battle was so fierce that the pine forest on the mountainside was burned to ashes. Loki said this was a magazine from a few weeks ago, and Rhodes was too lazy to guess who did it. After flipping through the news column, Rhodes finally saw the surprise that Lakai mentioned. This isn't this. Isn't this Myra? That iconic white hair, the hairstyle is the same as now, the bangs are tied into a bunch and combed on the top of the head. The smile is different from what he has seen, more charming than usual. The key point is that Myra in the photo is wearing a sea blue swimsuit, standing naturally on a beach, with one hand touching her hair. There is not much fabric on the upper body, which is the type that Road can't tell whether it is underwear or not. Even if you try to move your eyes away from the place with strong attraction, you will be attracted by the smooth shoulders and delicate collarbones. The lower body is a high slit long skirt, or simply a large piece of cloth tied randomly, hanging diagonally on the waist and hips, showing off the waist that is enough to make countless girls envious. Myra's right leg is completely covered by the long skirt, and her left leg is exposed to the air through the slit of the long skirt. Isn't it beautiful? Are you stunned? Road nodded subconsciously at first, and then shook his head in denial when he felt something was wrong. But he still felt something was wrong. It was too against his will to say that Myra was not beautiful. Really? Lakai looked regretful. I have weekly sosura from the past year, and more than 20 of them have photos of Myra. Does Road really not want to take a look? No, Road said no out of shame, but he always felt that he would regret it if he refused. He looked tangled. I just want to learn more about the situation here, so I want to borrow the magazine. Since you asked me like this, it feels weird whether I borrow it or not. Different from Natsu, who is completely stupid, and different from Makeo and Wakaba, who are thick-skinned and lustful uncles. Only people like Road who know what they should know but are very shy are interesting to tease. Kana. Road thought of the alcoholic bad woman. Although Myra said she was a good person, Road wanted to take notes in a little notebook. Lakai laughed for a long time, and finally stopped when Road wanted to run away. Sis Myra received the invitation to be Sosura's special model last year, and she has been very popular since her first photo shoot. Sis Myra has appeared on magazine covers more times than them. Lakai pointed to the boy band on the cover. Now, she should be the best cover girl among all the wizards in Fiori, and the signature girl of our guild. So she is the poster girl. Road felt that he seemed to have figured out Myra's position. Myra is also very good. Fairy Tail is really full of hidden talents. Those who can fight like S-class wizards are particularly good at fighting, and those who can't fight like Myra are also very famous in other fields. It seems that the reason why Fairy Tail has become the most famous in the country is that one of the guilds, not just because of their outstanding ability to cause trouble. Although he was slightly tricked, Road finally borrowed the magazine. The price of the weekly Sashera is 300J. It is roughly equivalent to 2 cups of the cheapest beer. If the weekly magazine is published once a week, Road can afford it. It is a bit troublesome to buy the previous issues of the magazine. It is better to borrow others and buy the future ones by yourself. Loki has promised to bring it over tomorrow. In her words, it is useless to put it here anyway, and it can make room for one more collection. She seems to have a grudge against this magazine. Because Sashera claims to introduce the latest high-quality magic products, but her favorite torture instruments have never been seen in the magazine. Well, it's too much. It's simply false propaganda. Seeing that she borrowed his things, Road decided to agree. That's right, false advertising. With Road's support, Lakai completely determined that it was the publisher's fault and clenched her fist. I will accuse them in the opinion survey of this week's magazine. Looking at the other party's serious look, Road felt that he might have said something wrong. Definitely. Lakai thought about it and nodded heavily. Yes, definitely, let them understand my attitude. Road. Did I say something wrong again? Well, I just tried it when I was invited by chance, and later it was difficult to refuse. Myra herself was not very interested in being a model, but she didn't have any resistance. After all, she and Elfman lost their sister last year, so that for quite a long time, both of them were immersed in grief. It was almost impossible to do any magician work. If it weren't for the income from taking photos and the little savings they had before, the siblings might be in debt like Road. It was precisely because of this that Myra didn't want to refuse the invitation from the magazine even though she didn't need this income very much now. Let's not talk about that for now. How is your practice, Road? Not bad. I think I can try to summon new wild monsters in a few days. Wild monsters? Road nodded. Yeah, it's a general term for my summons. Is Poro considered a wild monster? Anyway, it's almost the same. Then do you want to find someone to try it in actual combat? Actual combat? With whom? Well, Myra pointed at her chin with her finger. You also know that there are many warmongers in the guild. Just find one at random. If it's the first time, just choose the one you dislike the most. Based on Myra's dark personality, Road suspected that she was picking trouble. But it doesn't matter. It's not good to practice alone. He pointed to a handsome guy in the tavern. Of course, the one I dislike the most is him. Loki. Ah. Loki, who had just been fed a sip of wine by a beautiful woman not far away, raised his head in confusion. Myra Jane's photo, find it yourself, even illustrations won't pass the review. Chapter 25. The battle site was chosen in the backyard of the guild. In fact, Loki wanted to go to the street in front, but Rod refused. He estimated that he had only learned magic for a few days and most likely he would not win. Wouldn't he have any face to be beaten on the ground in public? However, the situation did not get much better after choosing the backyard. I don't know who shouted, "Newcomer Rod's first battle," challenged Loki. As a result, almost everyone in the tavern came to watch the fun. Loki is so deceitful, I also want to fight with the newcomer. Natsu pushed through the crowd and squeezed forward, even spewing small flames from his mouth. There's nothing I can do about it, it's all because my light is too dazzling. Loki raised his index and middle fingers to push his glasses, his face exuding a confident glow. All Loki, 2 female fans screamed for Loki excitedly. This guy, who even brought his fans with him when he fought, really made Rode envious. No, he just couldn't stand him ruining the guild's atmosphere. The two stood opposite each other, about 4 meters apart. Rode looked at Loki seriously and had to admit that this guy was a little more handsome than himself. The audience stood in several rows in front of the door to watch closely, not worrying about being accidentally injured. Then both sides are ready. Makarov stood at the front of the crowd. Bet on Loki to win, 1-1, bet on Rode to win, 10-1. Everyone placed bets enthusiastically, and Rode almost fell down. "President, what are you?" I thought the president was here to be the referee and ensure that they would not have any accidents, but he was actually opening the market? Ah, because Kana is not here, so I will open the bet, don't worry. It turns out that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Okay, buy it and leave it, you two can start. Rode glanced at the 2 trays in front of the president. Loki's plate was full, and his plate had only 3 bills. Come on, Rod. One of them was a friendly support from Myra. Come on, new guy. Beat up that Loki. The other 2 were from Makao and Wakaba. They wanted to see Loki get beaten, and the high odds made the bet more exciting. Wait a minute. Rod raised his hand. President, 30,000 J. I bet on myself to lose. No, match fixing is prohibited. Makarov refused decisively. He waved his hand. The battle begins now. Rod lost the opportunity to make a fortune, so he had to hold his necklace and prepare to chant. Holding system? I happen to be one too. Loki showed his ring. Holding system or not holding system, I'm here. I've been practicing magic in the guild for a few days. Isn't this the first time you've seen me? Loki smiled and said, sorry, I don't have the habit of observing men. This man really deserves a beating. I am the one who connects the 2 worlds, you. Wait a minute. Loki shuddered when he heard Rode's chant. He immediately reached out to stop. Are you a star wizard? No, but the president said it's a bit like star magic. Rode showed his necklace. Look, I'm not using a star key. That's right, ha. Loki laughed a little dryly, and in a panic he didn't even notice that Rode's magic prop was not a key. Do you want to continue? No. Loki's forehead was sweating, and he ran out of the backyard door in a panic. Well, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Let's compete next time. Goodbye. Hey, all those who bet on Loki to win were dumbfounded. What is Loki doing? Those who lost money shouted. Loki, 2 girls chased him out. Ah, it's a rare opportunity to participate, and I won money right away. Myra stroked her cheek with one hand, a little happy. Makarov also made a lot of money this time, but he was worried about Loki. Is it just because he is a little similar to the magic of the stars that makes him so sensitive? Makao and Wakaba were so happy that they put their arms around each other's shoulders. It was a 10-1 bet, and they won several days' worth of wine at once. Good job, newcomer. You beat Loki in one go. Happy complained, love. But he didn't fight at all. Ah ha. Natsu jumped out happily, that's right, I'll fight for Loki. No, Natsu. Elza put her hand on Natsu's shoulder. Rod has only learned magic for a few days, and the battle is to test his strength. You are too reckless, so let me do it. Rod was not paying attention, and his opponent changed, and it was a ruthless person. Ms. Erza, are you serious? Influenced by the performance of Natsu and Gray in the past few days, Rod was a little scared. Please don't go all out. At the moment of life and death, Rod did not misunderstand the key words. Elza was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I understand, I won't be heavy-handed to my companions." Gray and Natsu must have something to say. Rod gave up struggling. It didn't matter who he hit, he couldn't beat him anyway. Compared with the reckless Natsu, Erza might be lighter. President, open the market quickly, I bet Erza to win. Me too. Hurry up, President. I refuse. Makarov said he would not do such a stupid thing. If Natsu plays, someone may bet on Rod. If Erza plays, forget it. If all bets are on Erza, will he, the dealer, have to pay for it? Erza, be gentle. Rod, try to live. We will miss you. Rod. It's just a competition, right? Rod was scared by these people. Come on, Rod. Rod felt warm in his heart. Fortunately, Myra's attitude did not change. She was as encouraging as before. No, why did she hold the medicine box in her hand? Then the second game, Rod vs Erza, the battle begins. As the president's voice fell, Rod could not care so much. He held the necklace. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature of Summoner's Rift, respond to my call and go through the door. Kenyan Swift Crab. The spell was slightly adjusted compared to the previous one, making it more compatible with Rod's magic and the summoning process smoother. The ground was covered with ripples like water, and a green Kenyan Swift Crab emerged from it. Oh, is this another one of Rod's summons? It looks very strong. I thought he was going to let Worm deal with Erza. Don't be ridiculous. If we have to fight, of course we will let the ornamental worm go back. Erza was very martial and patiently let Rod finish the chanting before opening her hand, change clothes. A magic sword appeared in her hand. Rod pointed at Erza and ordered the river crab, assault. Click, the river crab's claws opened and closed twice, and it rushed towards Erza, leaving a shadow behind it as it ran. Rod had seen the power of this move before, it could easily smash the courtyard wall, but for these vandals in the guild, it was just average. So it should be a good starter. Erza made a judgment in an instant, is it a speed type? Chapter 26, a knife on the color word. Not bad, but... Erza took 2 steps forward and jumped up, stepped on the river crab's head, and flew directly over the river crab to Rod. The best way to deal with this type of wizard is to attack the wizard himself. Hey! As a person who had hardly ever fought, Rod watched Erza rushing towards him, at a loss. He only seeing the sword in Erza's hand disappear, he clenched his right fist, then felt a pain in his forehead, blacked out, and fell backwards. Erza landed lightly and faced Rod. Come on, attack with all your strength. No, no. Myra walked to the side with the medicine box and waved her hands with a smile. I can't stand up anymore. It's true. The onlookers were a little surprised at the speed of the river crab's advance just now, but they were not surprised by the result. Because even if they were replaced, they might not be stronger than Rod. It's not easy to judge Rod's strength in this way. Erza, that guy, should be considered a mess. For a newcomer who has just learned magic, the magic level is quite good, and magic is also very skilled, but practical experience is almost zero. Makarov can see clearly that Rod has the potential to become the backbone of the guild. As for practical experience, as long as he stays in the guild, this is the only thing he will never lack. Gray, help me. Myra opened a small bag in front of Gray. Okay. Gray clenched his right fist and pressed it against the palm of his left hand. Ice shape, ice bag. The ice blue magic light lit up, and the bag in Myra's hand was quickly filled with ice cubes. It's over, so embarrassing. Rod was sitting on the round stool in front of the counter, doubting his life. Rod, raise your head. Rod did it subconsciously, and something cold fell on his forehead. Rod's eyes tried to look up, it seemed to be an ice bag, and it was carefully wrapped with a towel. Myra lowered her head behind him and met Rod's eyes, smiling and said, Don't move, a little cold compress will reduce the swelling faster. Thank you. Rod reached out to hold the ice bag himself. Myra saw his disappointment and said, It's not shameful to lose to Erza. After all, she is one of the strongest people in the guild. But I chanted such a long chant and summoned such a cool crab, but she knocked me down with one move, and she used her fists, not even a sword. Myra tilted her head. Do you want her to use a sword? Erza is the kind of person who hardly knows how to show mercy in battle. Rod thought of the bloody scene, that it's not necessary. Bang! Someone put a heavy object on the counter. Rod held the ice pack and turned his head to look over, then sat up straight involuntarily. Miss Erza. I'm sorry, I was too harsh. I was so harsh on my companion who asked for a sparring match. I was so mean. I was simply bullying the newcomers in the guild. Rod was shocked by her serious attitude and waved his hands hurriedly. No, not to that extent. No, your tolerance will only highlight my evil deeds. Erza opened the big box she placed on the counter, and the pile of things inside rolled out in pieces. A quick look showed that there were various medical supplies such as bandages, band-aids, iodine, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. I have bought all the trauma medicines in the pharmacy, please feel free to use them. No, I just have a bump on my head, it hurts a little. Really? What I did actually gave you such a headache. Please let me find a way to make up for it. Did I say the wrong common language again? Rod looked at Myra for help. Myra was enjoying the fun and explained. Erza's personality is like this, she is a bit serious. If you don't accept the medicine, she will bandage you herself. Before Rod spoke, Erza had already realized, I see, only by bandaging you personally can I express my apology. Really? Change clothes. A flash of light appeared, and Erza had already changed her clothes. The nurse's uniform perfectly showed off her good figure. Oh, a wolf howled in the tavern, and many men's eyes turned into hearts. Erza, who was used to wearing armor, suddenly realized when she saw the nurse's uniform that, apart from her terrifyingly high martial arts value, Erza's appearance was also first class. If they were not afraid of being beaten, old perverts like Wakaba and Makeo would have come up to her. Okay, let's start bandaging. Erza picked up a roll of bandages. Really that? Let's not do it. Rod's heart was beating uncontrollably, and it took less than a second for him to change from opposition to half-hearted acceptance. Seeing Erza unwrapping the bandage, Rod began to condemn himself for not being firm, but soon regretted it. As professional as Erza's outfit was, her technique was as unprofessional as hers. She used a roll of bandages like a rope. Normally, for a minor injury like Rod's, he would just apply some swelling-reducing medicine on the swollen area, and if he was more exaggerated, he would just wrap it a few times. It was like tying up a prisoner. Murder cough cough cough. Rod was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, but some people in the tavern seemed to be more excited, looking at Rod with envy. Stop it, Erza. Rod is going to die. It was actually the first time Myra saw Erza treating someone else, and she didn't expect her to be so fierce. Fortunately, she helped stop Rod before he rolled his eyes. Erza apologized solemnly, sorry, my healing skills are a bit rusty. But you are very skilled in killing people. Rod was so moved that he burst into tears. No, you are excellent. Thanks to your treatment, my forehead is not so bad. Really? Erza's eyes sparkled. Rod nodded seriously, absolutely true, thank you for your treatment. The rest is up to my recovery. He was sure that his forehead didn't hurt much compared to his arm. Rod felt that he was about to break a bone. Is the bandage so strong that it can almost break a person's bones? That's great. Erza may have believed it, and changed back to armor with satisfaction, leaving the big box of trauma medicine and left. Rod rubbed his arm and looked at the ceiling to reflect on himself. The word lust is a knife above your head. After this ordeal, his mind will grow up. Myra smiled secretly. Chapter 27 Invitation and Rejection. Erza seemed to have something to do and left the tavern directly. Then Natsu was resurrected with full blood. Let's fight, Rodi. It's Rod. Rod corrected, and then added, you saw it just now, I'm very weak, I was knocked down by one punch. The blue kitten said, it doesn't matter, Natsu challenged Erza before and was defeated by one punch. You talk too much, Happy. I'm different from before, now I can definitely. Happy covered his mouth and muttered softly, I can definitely hold on for a few more punches. What did you say? Natsu glared, as if he wanted to fight with Happy first. Happy flew behind Myra and stuck his head out, love. Myra didn't say anything either, and wiped the wine glass she had just washed with a dry cloth. Anyway, come and fight me, your crab looks pretty strong. Well, Rod thought for a while, tomorrow, I need to rest. The main reason is that I don't want to be beaten for the second or third time today, and he still hurts now. Then it's a deal. Natsu left in a hurry. But Harpy didn't leave in a hurry. He stood on the counter and asked Rode, "Are you a wizard who uses summoning magic?" Rode nodded, "Yes." Harpy's mouth began to drool, "Then can you summon fish?" Rode silently counted the types of wild monsters, "Probably not, at most it's a toad." Lost Harpy squatted in the corner, and the whole cat was shrouded in shadow. Is fish so important? Rode didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, even if he could summon fish, it would be for combat, and it would be impossible for him to eat it. Harpy raised his fist, "Fish is the supreme delicacy." "Yes, yes." Rod didn't want to argue with the cat about whether the fish was delicious or not. Worm liked the harpy, which was similar in size to him, and he went over to rub against him. The two cute creatures soon played together. In the evening, Levi came to the guild, and chose a task on the bulletin board with Jet and Troy, and then came to Rod to learn Chinese characters. "Today I will teach you two slightly more complicated Chinese characters, the word for fist and the word for pain." Rod borrowed Levi's light pen and wrote the two characters stroke by stroke, not forgetting to explain the meaning of the two characters. "Why do you suddenly want to teach me these two characters?" "I was inspired." "Oh, by the way, I heard that you had a duel with Erza today." "It's hard to explain, laugh if you want to." "Haha, no, I'm not laughing at you, haha, I'm just happy to learn new characters." Just because there was no malice in the laughter, Rode couldn't get angry. He sighed. "By the way, this is Feng Yang's glasses." Libby shook her head, "Lend it to you first, I have a spare one in my hand, and I have to go out to work tomorrow, so I probably won't need it." "You've only been back for 2 or 3 days, right? So diligent." "Because the reward for the last job was not high, and I also played in the target city for a few days. In fact, the strength of Libby's team is very average in the guild, so the tasks they take on are often not difficult. Correspondingly, the reward will not be too high. Then the reward for a task has to be shared by 3 people, so naturally they have to be a little more diligent than other partners. But even so, it is enough to make Rode envious. I don't know how long it will take to take some tasks with higher rewards." Libby suggested, "If you want to take tasks, how about joining our lane engine team? The reward this time is very good." Rod was somewhat tempted, but immediately shook his head, "No, my strength will only hinder me even if I join you." "It doesn't matter, this time we are going to the mountains with the expedition team to solve puzzles and find treasures, which rely more on brains than force." Libby closed one eye, raised 2 fingers, and tempted, "The reward is 200,000 J." Rod swallowed his saliva, not because Libby's action was too cute, but because the reward was too tempting. If 200,000 J is divided equally among 4 people, it will be 50,000 J, which is half a month's salary for him. But to go into the mountains? Sure enough, forget it, thank you, I don't think I'm ready yet. Is that so? Libby tilted her head and didn't continue to ask the reason. What a pity. Rod smiled bitterly, the shadow of being attacked by a beast when he just crossed over, plus Erza's punch today. Before he has a certain strength, he will never dare to step out of the town of Magnolia. Makarov, who was resting with his eyes closed, glanced at Rode. This child is also a problem child. Exercise your body, otherwise you will suffer. The president's words are still ringing in his ears. Rode thinks that just doing push-ups before going to bed is too perfunctory, and adding running is also a good project. A large box of medicines and medical supplies sent by Erza was transported back home by Rode's swift crab. The box may be custom-made by Erza, with the fairy tale logo on it. I think no one will touch it even if it is placed at the door. Rode ran all the way through the residential area near the guild, and jumped down the stone steps with a total height of nearly 2 meters 2 by 2 steps, and arrived at another residential area. Running further along the main road, you will reach the bank of a canal that passes through Magnolia City. From a distance, you can see the tallest building on the opposite bank, Parthia Cathedral. The streets around the church belong to the city center, which means that the guild is actually built at the edge of the city. This may be the reason why Rode's rent is relatively cheap, as it is a little farther from the city center. After reaching the river, Rode did not go to the city center, but continued to run along the canal until his heartbeat accelerated. he was out of breath, and sweat began to flow down his cheeks. He was not sure how far he had run, but he silently counted more than 3,000 steps. Rode was surprised to find that his physical condition might be better than before he crossed over. He used to be in this state after running 3 laps around the playground, but now it is obviously a little stronger. If it were before, this feeling of almost bursting lungs would definitely drive him to stop, but now, Rode knew that it was just the beginning. Real exercise is not only about the body, but also about the will. Every time you feel that you can't hold on, just hold on for a while. Even running an extra 100 meters is progress. Of course, a guy like him with weak physical fitness may be laughed at for talking about willpower. This distance, people have just warmed up, and you are exercising your willpower? There was no other way. Given his physical condition, Rod could no longer move his legs. He even had to rely on the twisting power of his waist and hips to move his legs forward. Worm, the disloyal one, had moved his short legs and ran a few steps, but soon thought of putting weight on Rod's shoulders. Rod decisively chose to send it back. He felt that it was not time for him to carry weight. Today's weather was not sunny, so that only a vague light spot could be seen when the sun set. "Come on, young man." Someone in the canal was going upstream by boat, and when he saw Rod sweating profusely, he gave him a cheer. Rod tried to raise his sore arm as a response and continued his will practice. The residents here are quite friendly. Chapter 28 Rainy Day, EMO. A new day came, and Rod woke up to the sound of dripping rain. As soon as he got out of bed, he felt his legs swelled. Yesterday, perhaps because of the stimulation or because he secretly made up his mind, Rod gritted his teeth and ran until he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Even when he went home, he specially summoned the Kenyan swift crab and let it use its tentacles to roll him onto its back and carry him back. Before going to bed at night, Rod specially used a wet towel to apply cold compress for a while, and also found some swelling-reducing medicine from a large box of medicines sent by Erza. Now it seems that it was fortunate that he had foresight. Rod dragged his sore legs to the bathroom to solve personal problems and wash up. After coming out, he decided to use some more medicine. "It's broken, I forgot to put away the clothes." Rod went to the balcony to check. Sure enough, it rained a little hard last night, and all the clothes were wet by the rain. He had to put them away first and soak them in a basin with the sweaty clothes he took off yesterday. After staring at the basin for a while, Rod reluctantly sat down to wash the clothes. There was no other way. Apart from these 2 sets and his pajamas, he only had 1 set left in his closet. Every time he opened the closet, he felt it was empty. If he encountered any more accidents, Rod would be faced with the dilemma of having no clothes to wear. "I'll prepare 2 more sets when I have more money." Rod washed and wrung out the clothes and hung them in the laundry room temporarily. He thought for a second about the possibility of taking them to the guild to find Naz to dry them, but gave up decisively. The risk was too great and he couldn't afford it. After a flurry of activity, Rod went downstairs to go to the guild. However, the rain showed no signs of abating, but was getting heavier. Even Goodman didn't come to the stall today. After opening the door, Rod realized a new problem: he hadn't bought an umbrella yet. "I'm so miserable." Rod made a poor sound. "Hurrah!" At the critical moment, Worm took out an umbrella from the corner of the first floor. "Well done!" Rod praised, summoned a river crab, and jumped up to the guild with an umbrella. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a note for Goodman to tell him that he had borrowed the umbrella without permission. The Kenyan swift crab followed Rod's instructions and walked slowly on the street. It not only did not hate the rain, but also felt that such an environment was more comfortable. Rod sat cross-legged on the highest point of the swift crab's back shell and tilted the umbrella towards the direction where the raindrops were coming from. The streets of Magnolia were much quieter in the rain. The hawking sounds in the morning on weekdays were basically gone, and there were only a few pedestrians passing by. They either held umbrellas, or wore raincoats and rain boots, and walked hurriedly through the water. Rod had seen many such scenes before he crossed over, but he looked down at himself and felt that he was out of place here. Yes, he was originally an alien that did not belong to this world. Because at this moment, Lakai walked slowly from the northwest intersection with a wooden umbrella and a pair of wooden boots, and held a wooden box in her other hand. Her long purple hair swayed gently, and she looked very friendly in the rain. On the other side, Gray also walked from the other side with a large ice crystal umbrella with exquisite and gorgeous shape. The rain flowed down the umbrella cover, and it was neither frozen nor melted, but just added a bead curtain-like decoration to the ice umbrella. Noticing Rode and Lakai, Gray raised his hand casually, "Yo." Loki responded with full energy, "Good morning." "Good morning." The swift crab disappeared, and Rode was down to earth. Looking at his two companions who were as weird as him, he couldn't help but smile. Is this also the meaning of the existence of the guild? The three of them walked into the guild gate. Lakai looked at the floor at the gate and said, "I feel like I'll have to mop the floor all the time today." Rod thought about what places like cafeterias and supermarkets do on rainy days, and suggested, "How about putting a few more pieces of cardboard at the door?" "Good idea, let's do it," but Lakai chose to cast a spell, "Wooden shape, pure love is spotless." Swish, 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 thin wooden boards appeared inside and outside the guild gate at the same time, and the upward side was deliberately made quite rough. Shaping magic is so convenient. Rod sighed again, and wanted to complain about the crappy name. It's better to call it clean soles of feet are spotless. There wasn't much to do in the morning, so Rod was busy for a while before finding Gray. Natsu's weakness. Gray blurted out, "He's irritable and impulsive, and he's a fire fool." But Gray thought for a moment, "He's like this normally, but it's another story in battle. Many times his intuition is as sharp as a beast, and it's very troublesome to fight him seriously." Although he usually calls him a fool, and they don't get along well in terms of personality and magic, if Gray really wants to seriously evaluate Natsu, he will definitely give him a high evaluation. Unless it's in front of Natsu. "That's it, I'm definitely going to get beaten again today." Rode was worried, "Is there no actual, obvious, immediate weakness? By the way, Natsu has asked you to duel today." Gray slammed his palm, he was interested in helping others beat Natsu. "If we talk about obvious weaknesses, there is one." Gray said, "That guy can't do anything with transportation. You just need to build a car under his feet and you'll win." "Good idea, but I don't know shape magic." "Now?" "Yes, now." Gray raised his hand excitedly, and his shirt disappeared, "Follow me." Rod glanced at Gray's red upper body, "Sorry to bother you, I may not be suitable for learning ice shape." Becoming a pervert just to beat Natsu, Rod felt it was not worth it. Gray just put his right fist against the palm of his left hand, and looked at Rode who was fleeing in confusion, "Ah? I haven't started teaching yet." While Natsu was not here, Rode decided to find a quiet place to meditate for a while. "Rod." Lakai called him and handed him the wooden box she had brought with her. "The magazines you wanted are inside." Rod felt a sinking feeling in his hand. The weight of more than 50 magazines was not light. "Thank you. Why is there no opening on this box?" "I didn't open it because it was raining and I was worried about getting wet." Lakai said, "When you get back to a place where you can relax, just give the box a heavy blow." "I see, you are really thoughtful." She meant to smash it open when she got home, right? Rod, who had not learned the common language well, thought for a while before he understood what she meant. Also, it turned out that this box was also made by her before she went out. Wood modeling magic is really suitable for life. Rod put the box away, ran to the door of the library, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Feeling the growth of magic power bit by bit, Rod felt the joy of harvest. "I don't know when the next summon will come. By then, it will have some attack power, right?" Chapter 29. Let's fight it out, Rhodes. Natsu was very direct. He came straight to the point without even a normal greeting. Rhodes said helplessly, "At least wait until the rain stops." Natsu asked back, "Hasn't it stopped?" "Ah." Rhodes looked out the door, and the sun shone through the gaps between the dark clouds, as if a few golden threads were sprinkled from the sky. Then the light became more and more, the dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the sky was blue. Rhodes was shocked. "Are you Takasaka Anoka? Who is that? Is he very strong?" "To some extent." Rhodes stopped shirking responsibility, "Then come on." Natsu jumped into the backyard first, stepped on the mud twice, and Rhodes suddenly didn't want to go. After thinking about it, he decided to turn around for help. "Loki. Leave it to me." Loki cast a magic, wood shape, pure love is spotless. A 10-meter diameter square appeared in the backyard. The round wooden floor was like a ring. Several people around Lakai complained about her name, but Lakai was very pleased with herself. Natsu jumped up and stamped his feet, saying happily, "Oh! This is good, it's decided, falling out of range is considered a loss. Or it's considered a loss if you fall down. Rod would rather fake a fall than roll in the mud." Natsu had no objection, the crowd was already in place, and the president had opened the game. Rod didn't even know when he showed up. Then, Natsu vs Rod, start. Rod held the pendant, I am the one who connects the two worlds. Kenyan Swift Crab. Natsu, like Erza, was a man of martial virtues and didn't do sneak attacks, but Rod felt awkward, and the chant had to be shortened as soon as possible. When the Kenyan Swift Crab appeared, Natsu finally couldn't hold back. He bumped his fists together, and flames came out of his fists. He rushed out in one step, and his posture was like a fire dragon waving his front claws and rushing forward. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. This fist was not aimed at Rhodes, but at the river crab. The scorching flaming fist enlarged in Rhodes' vision, making him subconsciously raise his hand to cover his face, but he immediately realized that it was the river crab's vision. In a hurry, he didn't know what instructions to give, and the river crab had already started to act according to instinct and raised a short claw. Natsu's fist hit the green crab claw, and the scorching flames rushed to the river crab's eyes. The wood chips and the soil below flew, and Rhodes was hit, half of his body lying on the back of the river crab. If there were no bumps on the crab shell that could be grabbed, he might have been knocked away. Rhodes felt like vomiting after being hit in the stomach. He felt that if he was hit directly by this punch, he might die. The president saw Rhodes' reaction and decided to give this child with no combat experience a lesson. Magic power is not only used to cast magic, but also for defense. Even if you don't know defensive magic, it can still play a protective role, although the efficiency is a little lower. Rhodes nodded and understood. He could use it as internal strength, but it was much less cost-effective than using defensive magic. Kenyan Swift Crab, charge! However, his order was a little late. After being attacked, the river crab had already started to run away according to its instinct. It even ran out of illusory light and shadow. In the game, it was probably a small acceleration skill that the river crab had. This behavior of selling out teammates made Rhodes face to face with Natsu, only 3 meters away. After hearing Rhodes' order, the river crab turned back and rushed over again. So fast! Natsu had originally planned to rush up and hit a friendly punch according to his usual fighting habits, the kind without fire on his fist. But the speed of the river crab was unexpectedly fast. It was indeed different to face it head-on and watch it from the sidelines yesterday. This is fun. Natsu laughed instead, opened his hands and directly grasped the tips of the 2 big crab claws. SHH. Natsu was pushed back by the river crab, and the leather sandals and wooden magic made an unpleasant sound. However, after retreating less than a meter, Natsu had already stood steadily, grinning at the river crab. Got you. Natsu's whole body was covered with flames, and his head hit the river crab's face directly, Fire Dragon's sword horn. Squeak! With a bang, the river crab was knocked over by this header, and the flames spread all over its body, making a squeaking scream. Without struggling for a few times, the river crab's figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared completely. It's terrible. Natsu covered his head with both hands and rubbed his hair in annoyance. I went too far. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Natsu put his hands together and rushed to Rhodes to apologize frantically. Rhodes was not in a hurry. It's okay, it's not dead. Really? Natsu still kept the posture of bowing and looked up at Rhodes. It's really not dead. You can think of it as being forcibly repatriated. Just heal the wound. Rhodes can now vaguely feel a body of water. The river crab is hiding under the water, and a pair of tentacles are exposed on the water surface. According to the game, it can be regarded as waiting for refresh. However, this time the river crab disappeared, which made Rhodes feel that the existence of this river crab may be different from that of Poro. So that's it. Natsu jumped back a long distance, then come again. What other monsters are there? Let them all out. Ha ha ha. This person is stubborn. This mood adjustment is too fast. It fits the setting of the male protagonist of the hot-blooded comic. Rhodes understood Natsu's character a little bit more, but he continued to summon. He looked at the Poro worm on the sidelines. Worm inadvertently hid behind Happy. Rhodes sighed, he really couldn't count on him. He clenched his fist and looked at Natsu. Let's do it this way. He agreed to fight with Natsu just to gain some combat experience. It would be meaningless to give up directly if he was afraid of getting beaten. Natsu also raised his fist and smiled at Rhodes. But when he recalled it later, Rhodes always felt that Natsu smiled like a devil. MD, you hit too hard. Hiss, it hurts. Myra carefully used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball and applied medicine to Rhodes' swollen cheek. Rhodes sat on the chair, holding the back of the chair with both hands and grimacing in pain, and he didn't even care about the problem of being a little close to the distance that he was a little concerned about at the beginning. Bear with it for a while, it will be fine soon. Myra changed a cotton ball and dipped it in the potion again. The president taught you our defensive skills useless? It is useful, but I didn't learn it all at once, and who knew he would hit me in the face right away. Myra laughed and said, Natsu usually fights like this. Okay, turn around. By the way, do you still need to do this kind of training in the future? Rod turned around and pulled his collar down, revealing the bruises on his back shoulder. Recalling the painful experience just now, he nodded with a sad face. The more this happens, the more I have to continue to find people to fight. It's better to get beaten in the guild than to be beaten to death when I go out. Chapter 30. Next item. I can do the rest myself. After dealing with the places where it was inconvenient for him to apply medicine, Rod didn't feel embarrassed to keep asking Myra for help. Then I'll go out first. Myra put down the medicine bottle and tweezers. You can rest for a while. Well, thank you. After watching Myra leave, Rhodes took off his t-shirt and applied medicine to the bruises on his body bit by bit. He also reviewed the fight with Natsu. After today's fight, in addition to leaving Rhodes with a lot of pain, he also gained a lot. First of all, he became a person who had fought seriously, which was very important. At least he would not be afraid before the fight when he heard about the fight. Then, he also learned some tricks to use magic to defend. Although it was a bit difficult to defend against Natsu's fists with his current magic power, if he fought with ordinary people, he could basically resist the opponent's fists and feet. When fighting with Natsu, Rhodes' punches and kicks were basically imitating Natsu's movements. Natsu punched in the face, and he also punched in the face. Natsu elbowed his abdomen with his elbow, and he also elbowed his abdomen with his elbow. Of course, in addition to the two punches of the river crab, Natsu didn't use magic at all. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he deliberately left him a gap to attack during the hand-to-hand combat, and didn't do much dodging and defense. So if we only talk about the number of hits and the number of hits, the two should not be much different. But the final result was that Rod was lying on the ground in pain and could hardly get up. And Natsu, like nothing happened, patted the dust off his body and carried Rod to the infirmary. Thinking about it this way, it feels like Natsu is deliberately serving as a sparring partner for me. Looking at the injuries on his body, Rod smiled helplessly. I have to thank others for being beaten. What's the matter? But when he beat the river crab, it was probably purely out of curiosity and itchiness. By the way, the strange feeling when the river crab disappeared should also be studied carefully. After resting for a while in the infirmary, Rod got up and went to the front to help. In addition to Myra and Lakai, there was another girl helping in the tavern. She looked like a tomboy from the front with her black hair, but in fact, she had a long braid behind her head. She was wearing a short red cheongsam, black knee-high socks on her legs, and the guild's emblem was printed on the top of the socks. Rod recognized her name as Sally, and the magic she used was the dress-up magic, but she was not as proficient as Erza, and she only changed weapons in battle. It is said that she is best at using a pair of steel claws on her wrists. It is easy to imagine that they are melee type, and they are quite fierce. Sally's shifts are much less than Rod's. Being a waitress is really just a part-time job. The main source of income is to team up with 3 other friends to do tasks. Rod? I heard everyone say that you had a fight with Natsu today. Sally held the plate in one hand, and a steel claw flashed on the other hand. She asked eagerly, how about it, do you want to fight with me? Obviously, he is also a warmonger. Rod decisively refused, let me go, my whole body hurts now. Sally, my wine. Someone saw Sally stop to chat and couldn't help but urge her. It's so annoying, isn't it giving it away? Well, this guy has a bad temper, it's better not to provoke him if you can. Although his strength may not be that strong, it should not be a problem to beat Rod now. Rod looked around and finally went to the counter to wait. At this time, Gray was leaning against the counter, with the task list on the table, waiting for Myra to register. Hey, Natsu, that guy, his fist is heavy enough, right? Ah. Rod smiled bitterly and touched the swollen part of his face. Why didn't I see him? I just accepted the task and went out to work with Happy. Gray picked up the letter of attorney that Myra returned to him and shook it at Rod. I'm going to work too, see you later. Rod nodded, well, be careful on the road. Gray had just taken a few steps when Myra shouted to him, "Gray, clothes." Gray looked down and found that he was only left with a pair of shorts. When watching Gray find his shirt and trousers, Myra poured Rod a glass of water. "Do you care about Natsu?" "Yes, after all, I've been taken care of by him, a little bit." Rod held the water cup, but didn't drink it, just stared at the gently shaking water inside. "It's a bit awkward. It's natural to feel uncomfortable after being beaten, but the other party held back everywhere, and taught him fighting skills intentionally or unintentionally, so he should be grateful. And it seems that Natsu should be younger than himself, which is a bit awkward." Rod found that he would be a little entangled, like to think about things. It is difficult to be as straightforward as everyone else. "From this point, I will diverge to consider whether I will be out of the group and excluded. Then I will despise myself. How old is he, and I still think about these things." Looking at Rod's changing expression, Myra can only guess that he is unwilling to lose. "It's only a few days since I learned magic. It's amazing to have such a level. If you keep going like this, maybe you can do some ordinary work next month." "That's right, let's practice hard first. Who can say what will happen in the future? Maybe it's just that I'm not used to fighting for the first time." Rod looked at the people laughing in the tavern. "Who should I find next time?" A boy with split hair, that is, Marcus, who talked a lot in the morning, came into view. "Go and ask for a try. Working, practicing, tasting the exquisite cooking skills of the guild chef, it's another fulfilling day." After returning home, Rod did as Lakai said, smashing the wooden box without a mouth before taking out the magazines inside. Sosala is a weekly magazine, and Lakai gave Rod a year, plus some supplements and special issues, about 60 magazines. 60 magazines were neatly stacked on the table, more than a pound thick. "It's a pity to waste such a perfect box. Do you want it to be your nest?" Rod showed Worm the wooden box with one side smashed open. The box is not big, but it is enough to hold a Poro. However, Worm didn't like this nest, shook his head and retreated to the bottom of the bed. "Forget it, I haven't cleaned the bottom of the bed carefully yet, don't get covered in dust." Rod threw the broken wooden box next to the fireplace and left it for firewood. It was another day of envying the convenience of modeling magic. He took out Feng Yang's glasses and quickly browsed the contents of the magazine. The Ruler of Phantom. This is one of the two most famous wizard guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, the other one is naturally Fairy Tale. However, Fairy Tale was silent for quite a long time, and its reputation has only grown in recent years. Rod read this news in a weekly magazine that focused on Phantom Haunter. If we only talk about the scale and number of people, Phantom Haunter is much larger than Fairy Tale, because in addition to the headquarters, Phantom Haunter has more than 20 branches with many members. It's the name of Phantom Haunter, which sounds so much like a dark guild. After seeing several of Phantom Haunter's signature wizards and some accidents they caused, Rod was slightly relieved of his doubts. This guild is no worse than Fairy Tale in terms of chaos. Chapter 31 A Little Gossip. After quickly flipping through 2 magazines, Rod took off his glasses and prepared to start today's physical training. "I told you not to get under the bed." Rod mentioned the back of Worm's neck. Worm's 4 legs naturally drooped, his tongue was exposed, and his little horns drooped down, with a pitiful look of "Please don't scold me." "That's just right." Rod put Worm down, went to the laundry room to get a basin of water and a rag. Worm sat on the ground obediently waiting for Rod to wipe his fur. However, Rod threw the rag to it. "You are all dirty anyway, so help me clean the bottom of the bed, it's inconvenient for me." "Worm? If you finish wiping before I come back, I will buy you cookies tomorrow. See you later." Worm hesitated and held up the rag with his little paw. Rod closed the door with a click and went downstairs to run. The route was slightly changed from yesterday. Because he already knew where his limit was, Rod controlled the turning point a little, and estimated that he would be exhausted when he ran home. When you start running, you can think about the training plan later and think about whether to get a sandbag to hit at home. In the second half, the only thought left is one more step, one more step. This kind of training is effective. At least Rod is getting more and more proficient in applying cold compresses and external injury medicine to himself. When he dragged his legs, which felt like they were filled with lead, up the stairs by the handrail, he saw a little grey dog squatting at the door. "You really wiped it, you deserve encouragement." Rod moved to the bed and threw himself on the bed. His first thought was, "It's over, I'm covered in stinky sweat, and I have to change the sheets." Worm stuck out his tongue and looked at Rod for a while, then jumped onto the chair, then onto the table, and jumped onto the bed with the bottle of medicine Rod used yesterday. Thank you. Rod struggled to prop himself up, took the medicine bottle, and saw the grey mark left by Worm on the bed sheet at a glance. Worm felt guilty when he looked at her, stepped back a few steps and jumped off the bed, leaving a few more footprints. Okay, I'll take you to take a shower first. The dawn in summer always comes very early, and it was already bright when Rod opened his eyes. Worm, who was sleeping by the pillow, disappeared again as before. Rod still hadn't figured out whether it was because of the interruption of mana supply after he fell asleep, or because of the time limit of the summoned creature. He got out of bed, put on slippers, and stretched. The soreness of his legs and the obvious increase in mana in his body made him feel very at ease. Maybe it's because the base is too small, as long as you work hard, you can easily see the results. Ding, MP limit plus 10. The increase in mana is a happy thing, but what makes him happier is what he found when he tried to feel the condition of the river crab through the necklace after meditation last night. Rod not only saw the river crab diving into the water, but also saw an entire river channel, and another river crab. The other party was leisurely at the downstream of the river channel. Walking around leisurely, as if on patrol. Rod felt that he could summon this river crab anytime he wanted. When the injured river crab recovered, he should be able to summon two at the same time. He felt his magic power. Okay, I have to practice for a few more days. Rod washed up and went out, greeted Goodman as usual, and summoned Worm casually. He didn't forget to buy a pack of biscuits for Worm on the way. Funds reduced by 500J. Seeing Worm happily swallowing a biscuit with a roll of his tongue, Rod considered the feeding plan. The Poro in the game needs to eat Poro delicacies to grow up. Although it looks like biscuits, what ingredients are those things made of? Should I find more ingredients and let Worm distinguish them by himself? That's a way. While thinking, the guild has arrived. Rod did some cleaning work as usual, and waited for Marcus, who had an appointment yesterday, to come before going to the backyard together. He had already inquired about Marcus's situation. He used sand magic, and was good at defense, but not so good at offense. Overall strength. Myra gave Marcus a tactful evaluation of not very impressive compared to Erza, which was considered to save face for Marcus. Rod thought about it carefully and thought that she might mean that his strength was not very impressive in the entire guild. Then, Rod lost again. Although Marcus could not knock down the Kenyan swift crab as cleanly as Natsu, he could still block the river crab's advance. When the river crab hit the sand wall with a thud, several sand ropes entangled the river crab's legs, restricting its movement. It seems that it can only be used as a functional wild monster. Rod completely recognized the position of the river crab. Marcus walked around the river crab and walked towards Rod. Do you want to continue fighting? It is impossible to fight. The experience of just 2 fights is nothing compared to the fights every now and then. Even for Marcus, who was not very powerful, it was easy for him to deal with Rod's. It was just that Marcus was more particular about stopping at the right time, so he didn't leave any bruises or other scars on Rod's. In Marcus' words, I don't want a friend I just met to not want to talk to me the next day. For him, who likes to talk to people, the audience is very important. Rhodes thought that since Marcus liked it, he would chat with him for $10 before work. Whether it was to get more information or to correct his common language, Rhodes also needed to communicate with people. A way to quickly improve magic power? There is no such thing. Magic power can only be increased by hard practice. Oh, by the way, as age increases, magic power will naturally increase. Take me for example, I am 16 years old now, and I will definitely become very strong in 7 or 8 years. Hey, how old are you, Rhodes? Almost 19 years old. Rhodes was stunned. How should he calculate his age and birthday in the future? 18 years old, then you are the same age as Erza, Myra, Bisksa, and Arzuk. Marcus thought for a moment and patted Rhodes' shoulder in a comforting manner. Keep working hard. He was not comforted at all. By the way, Bisksa has not been learning magic for long, and now she can be independent, so you don't have to worry at all. Just work hard. As Marcus spoke, Rhodes' eyes fell on the green-haired girl chatting with Erza. That was Bisksa. Although they had not greeted each other formally, Lacey had introduced Rhodes to her. Bisksa had a good relationship with Erza, and she could also use the magic of changing clothes, but she changed to various firearms. In addition, there was also enthusiastic popular science, gossip, From Myra. Bisksa learned the magic of changing clothes because she admired Erza, and she also liked Arzak, who was good at gun and bullet magic. According to Myra's observation, Arzak would occasionally stare at Biska's back in a daze, and she felt that the two would be together sooner or later. Arzak Rod looked for a while, and indeed found a handsome guy dressed like a cowboy not far from Biska. Rod discovered that his guild not only had many weirdos, but also many handsome men and beautiful women. Some book friends said that the names did not match the people and they could not remember who was who, so some illustrations were added in some of the previous chapters, and they will try to add illustrations later. Chapter 32. Many times, Rod was most afraid of suddenly meeting eyes with unfamiliar people. Because after the eyes met, if he looked away directly, it seemed impolite, and if he kept staring, it seemed like a provocation. In this case, Rod would be at a loss. Especially when the other party put down the wine glass and walked towards him after staring at each other for a few seconds. Fortunately, the talkative Marcus was there. Arzak, you are here, I just happened to be talking about you. Me? Yes, this is Rod, you know him, right? Arzak nodded, the one who destroyed an entire forest. Marcus clapped his hands, right. Rod slapped the table, wrong. The two looked at him puzzledly, as if asking why he reacted so strongly. Rod raised his hand, sorry, it was unintentional. They two were even more confused. Did such a small matter as slamming the table need to be explained? Rhodes didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath, formally met Arzak, and then clarified the rumors about himself. He was just an unqualified wizard who had just learned magic for a few days. How could he have the ability to destroy a forest? The president told me that the forest became like that because the beasts ran wild. There were rumors about strange birds, giant frogs, evil wolves, and flying dragons. I heard it. It really looks like I did it. Rhodes fell into deep thought. This is not right. Rhodes thought about it carefully. When he heard about this, he didn't seem to know that he could summon wild monsters. After knowing that he could summon wild monsters, he didn't think about that thing carefully. Now these two things are connected. Could it be that after being attacked by that bear, the life and death crisis caused the magic to go out of control and summoned all the big and small wild monsters? The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. If it was really him, then how much money would he have to pay for destroying a large forest? The more Rhodes thought about it, the more guilty he felt. The other two had already diverted the topic elsewhere. Marcus complained that he was a little bored recently, and asked if he could organize an event or something so that he, the official host, could make use of his skills. How about a shooting competition? Arzak patted the pistol on his waist. Don't be ridiculous. Who can beat you and Bisksa in a shooting competition? The young man was indeed in a good position. Rhodes listened to Arzak's irrelevant answer and felt a little bit of the joy of gossip. After the three of them chatted, Arzak became Rhodes' next opponent. In the next few days, Rhodes experienced one actual combat training after another, sometimes one a day, sometimes 2 or 3 a day. Some of the opponents were found by himself, and some were brought by Marcus. For fun, they took away the president's hosting and refereeing tasks. Kana, who had returned from a mission, also took away the president's gambling business. The guild's backyard was unusually lively for a while, and Rhodes also built walls with his opponents several times. However, as the battles became more frequent, the novelty gradually faded, and the number of onlookers gradually decreased. The main reason was that there was really no suspense about the outcome. Rod's current record was 19 wins and 19 losses. Today was another day of one defeat. Rhodes sat on a round stool, leaned on the counter, and waited listlessly for the noon work time. Worm went to the tavern to eat and drink for a while, and then ran back to hug Rhodes' calf to try to comfort him. Myra brought a small plate of broad beans and put it on the counter, inviting Worm to come up for snacks. Then, while tidying up the white hair on Worm's back, he said, "Didn't we almost beat Lidas today? Lidas is too nice, he can't do anything to me, and it's hard for me to punch him." Rhodes has always been grateful to Lidas. It was his painting magic that helped him quickly understand the current situation and eliminate a lot of uneasy feelings. But drawing magic is too much of a cheat, right? Being able to draw anything makes my summoning magic look stupid. Lidas drew the Kenyan swift crab today, and then used crabs to attack crabs, and at the same time he had the energy to draw Poro to fight Worm. Although the river crabs he drew were not very strong and fell apart after 1 or 2 hits, he could draw many of them one after another. The two genuine river crabs happily returned to the canyon river under the attack of a large number of pirated river crabs, leaving Rhodes staring blankly. He felt that he might suffer from firepower deficiency phobia. Myra smiled and said, "There are limits to what painting magic can create, and almost every action requires the caster to distract himself to control it. But creatures summoned by summoning magic can act independently as long as they are given a certain target, right? This is your advantage. To some extent, Lida's weakness is the same as yours, and attacking the caster himself is the most effective method. So when you have a more powerful helper, or your fighting skills improve a little, you will soon surpass Lida's." Like many of his companions in the guild, Rhodes has only seen him fail these days. But Myra has seen Rhodes' progress, and the most intuitive manifestation is that she has not helped Rhodes apply medicine for several days. Even when fighting Grey in a very intense close combat, he did not suffer from the severe bruises when facing Natsu. Although it is not ruled out that Grey is more reserved than Natsu, Myra can see that Rhodes's parry and attack are much smoother than before, and his magic power should have increased a lot. And the little trick of using magic defense is becoming more and more handy. Rod was comforted. He found that although Myra said that she couldn't fight, she knew much more than him. She talked so eloquently, just like she said that professional players were bad at playing games. Of course, Rod was a keyboard warrior and Myra was Wang Yuan. "Ah, I already have an idea of the next summoning target, just complaining. You have to have some emotions when you lose 10 games in a row, let alone fighting." Fortunately, the friendly matches these days were not in vain, and the sweat shed was not in vain. When Rod and Lidas were sparring to summon river crabs today, he had already felt that the black fog in Summoner's Rift disappeared, revealing a valley. The ground of the valley was flat, the rock wall was smooth, and there were patches of moss in the corners, giving a cold and damp feeling. And in this small valley, quietly stood two stones, one large and one small. Rod, who was familiar with the game, naturally knew what they were. Ancient stone beetles, commonly known as stone monsters, were tough to beat, and their attack power was actually quite good among all the common wild monsters. And when the ancient stone beetles were smashed, they would turn into smaller stone beetles, and when they were smashed again, they would turn into even smaller mini stone beetles. But in today's competition with Lidas, Rod didn't dare to try to summon them. He only knew their information in the game, not the specific situation, so he had to ask the guild leader to help check it out first. If one of them didn't obey orders and hurt his companions, it would be bad. In this guild where recklessness prevailed, Rod firmly warned himself not to cause big trouble for everyone. Chapter 33 3 Fans? Rod punched out, and the opponent quickly dodged and raised his leg to kick him sideways. Rod raised his arm to block it steadily, and the opponent's figure had disappeared. Hearing a faint sound behind him, Rod hurriedly turned sideways, but his shoulder was rubbed. His upper body swayed slightly, but he immediately stood firm and turned back to punch. Bang! The punch hit the real target, and the opponent's left arm was horizontal and the right arm was vertical, crossing into a cross to block the blow. "This punch is so heavy, you are much stronger than they say." The opponent took a half step back, simply turned over twice to distance himself again, and rubbed his forearm. Sarasuke, nicknamed Jet, wore a purple shirt, a wide-brimmed hat about a foot high, loose breeches on the lower body, and a pair of long boots for running on his feet. He was a member of Libby's driveway engine team. The three of them had not gone out to work since they returned from the last mission. They laughed and played with their companions in the guild every day. I don't know if it was because he was interested in the rumor that Rod was going to fight everyone in the guild, or because Libby often accompanied Rod to learn foreign languages recently, which made him a little unhappy. Anyway, Jet took the initiative to ask to be included in the reservation list to fight with Rod, and Troy on the same team did the same. The two have been fighting for several minutes. This is the first opponent Rod has met so far who is equally good at fighting. He didn't know whether he had become stronger or his opponent had become weaker. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss today. "You are also very powerful, your movements are really agile. It's just that your strength is a little lacking. This can't be said out loud." Rod silently warned himself not to be too proud. "Jet. If you can't win, just give up and let me win." Troy shouted to Jet, "Libby also thinks I can win." Jet turned his head and yelled, "Shut up, Troy. Libby obviously supports me more." Libby sighed and whispered, "I didn't say that, but Rhodes has improved so fast, and he can already be on par with Jet." After yelling at his best friend, Jet pressed down the brim of his hat, smiled at Rhodes, and then posed for a start. Next, I'm going to show you my magic. I'm the fastest man in the guild, that's why I'm called Jet. God's feet. Jet flew out like a feather arrow. Just when Rhodes saw him start, a gust of wind sounded in his ears. That was the sound of the wind brought by Jet running past him. Jet didn't rush to attack, but ran around Rhodes. The sound of wind and footsteps made it difficult for Rod to catch Jet's figure. Based on his rough judgment, the speed of the river crab's sprint should be about the same as Jet's, but the river crab can sprint and stop suddenly, but it can't turn around and run in such a small circle as flexibly as Jet. In this scene, Rod couldn't help but think of the scene of Xiao Li running around Gara in the next studio. He wanted to stretch his legs to trip him. However, before Rhodes could make any move, Jet had already flashed back to his original position. He stretched his legs left and right and moved his neck. Warm-up is over. I remember you have a crab that runs very fast, right? Why don't you call it out? I am the one who communicates the roads between the two worlds. You, the creatures of Summoner's Rift, respond to my call and go through the door. Ancient Stone Beetle. Beetle. Troy, who was about to continue to encourage Jet, shuddered. Are you going to summon a large group of bugs? That's too scary. If it was really a group of bugs, he even wanted to hide behind Levi. The pendant in Rhodes' hand emitted a blue light, and the ground under his feet shook slightly. Then 2 stone beetles broke out of the ground and blocked him. The big one was more than 2 meters tall, with 4 thick legs like stone pillars, a giant claw-like mouth parts in front of it, and a crack like a stone crack on its back. The smaller one is almost the same as the larger one, but only 1.56 meters tall. When the 2 stone beetles are still, they look like 2 stones, one large and one small. Once they move, the cracks on their backs flash blue light. Ka, the mouth parts of the stone beetle gently open and close, waiting for the master to issue an order. Rhodes once again confirmed the magic power consumption in his body, the same as when he first summoned the president yesterday, probably the magic power to summon 3 Kenyan swift crabs. However, perhaps because he is more skilled than yesterday, he has slightly reduced the consumption, about the amount of a Poro, which is better than nothing. Is this a beetle? Turoi was no longer afraid of them, but he immediately changed to another kind of fear. Looks strong. Jet felt the pressure when facing these 2 big guys head-on. The main reason is that this stone-like appearance is very hard at first glance. Jet is not a wizard who excels in destructive power. In this case, I can only bypass them and attack you directly. Jet jumped and rushed out instantly. Rod was also very decisive. He bent down and turned around, hiding behind the inside of the ancient stone beetle's hind legs. Secret technique, Qin Wang around the pillar. The ancient stone beetle's pillar-like thick legs and hard abdomen gave Rod a good sense of security. It's just a little short, but at this moment it is also an advantage. In this way, if Jet wants to get in and hit him, he has to bend down, and his speed will inevitably be affected. As expected, after Jet bypassed the stone beetle, he suddenly braked. Hey, you are too bad. Rod disagreed. Defensive summons are used like this. Erza didn't take off her armor when she hit me. Jet wanted to ask, does Erza wearing armor affect the result? But after thinking about it, he couldn't let Rod defend. Okay, then try this move, Falcon Sky Flying. Jet's figure drew a beautiful arc in the yard, and he raised his leg and kicked the ancient stone beetle's leg heavily. Stone beetle! Rod shouted, and the smaller stone beetle next to him turned around and rushed towards Jet. It's so hard, but it works. Jet dodged swiftly, and after pulling away for a distance, he sprinted again, super high-speed impact. Isn't this Iron Mountain back? Rhodes stole a glance at Jet's posture and quickly dodged from the front. Bang! Jet's shoulder hit the hind legs of the ancient stone beetle, causing it to stagger and almost fall. Without waiting for the stone beetle to attack, Jet immediately ran away. It's a headache. I can't beat it even like this. Rod poked his head out with the cover of the ancient stone beetle. If you stop, I'm going to attack. Jet smiled confidently, that kind of clumsy guy can't keep up with my speed. To deal with high-speed people, of course you have to use a little bit of tactics. Rod held the pendant and recited a short chant, and the Kenyan swift crab appeared. It can actually summon 2 monsters at the same time. Libby knew something about the star spirit magic. The star spirit wizard who could open 2 doors at the same time was quite rare. The summoning magic similar to the star spirit magic of Rod should be equally difficult. What's more, if the Poro next to him is counted, Rod is now maintaining 3 doors at the same time. Even if the Poro is an ornamental creature, it's the same. This can't be described as amazing. The big one is called the ancient stone beetle, and the small one is called the stone beetle. When the stone beetle is killed, it becomes a smaller one, called the mini stone beetle. When the mini stone beetle is killed again, it will be gone. Recently, the appearance and characteristics of the game seem to have been revised. I won't care about it. Just follow what I wrote. Chapter 34. Use those stone monsters to defend, and then use this strange crab to chase me. Jet didn't pay attention to so many details, he was still confident. If you can do it, come and try it. It's not that easy. Rhodes patted the legs of the large stone beetle, ancient stone beetle, crack. Crack. At Rhodes's command, the gap on the back of the ancient stone beetle flashed with blue light, and it automatically split into 2 halves. When it landed, it had become 2 stone beetles. This is different from the game. The stone beetle can split actively. 3 almost identical stone beetles lined up in front of Rhodes, and the river crab was in front of them, staring at Jet. Will it split? If it's 5-1, Jet was stunned. From his angle, he could only see Rhodes' head. No matter how many there are, the speed won't get faster. My speed will never lose. Don't worry, I can't hold on for too long in this state. Rhodes jumped onto the back of a stone beetle and felt the speed at which his magic power was consumed. If I can't catch you within 5 minutes, I lose. Rhodes pointed forward. Kenyan swift crab, charge. The swift crab rushed forward straight, leaving a trail of afterimages. Then, Rhodes took a deep breath. Stone beetle, escape. The 3 stone beetles raised their front legs, arched their heads downward, and opened and closed their giant claw-like mouthparts, and they had already drilled into the ground at the same time. Even Rhodes was taken down with them. Don't try to catch up with me. Jet dodged the collision of the river crabs with high spirits. When he turned around, Rhodes was gone. At this time, the ground shook slightly, and the soft soil was turned over from below. Jet exerted force on his feet and jumped out subconsciously. A stone beetle broke out of the ground and pounced on nothing. But the second stone beetle drilled out from under Jet in the air. Jet twisted his waist, turned over and kicked. Eagle pound soups. Jet's face changed, because the third stone beetle carried Rod out at this time, and its mouth opened and closed, firmly clamping Jet's waist in one hand. Rod swung his fist and stopped at the tip of Jet's nose. After a moment, he smiled and said, "How is it?" Jet struggled for a few times, but it was difficult to exert force when being clamped like this. He said with some annoyance, "I lost to you." The stone beetle let go of Jet, and its body became illusory with the river crab, and finally disappeared. Rod had already jumped down, and he was extremely happy in his heart, but in order to take care of Jet's mood, he had to try hard to control it and only showed a normal smile. "Thank you for practicing with me." Rod stretched out his hand. Companions should help each other. Jet also stretched out his hand, but did not shake it. Instead, he opened Rod's palm with a snap, clenched his right fist, and faced Rod. Rod followed his example and raised his hand to bump fists with Jet, and laughed with him. He seemed to like this guild more and more. "Oh!" Marcus emerged with a cloud of dust, holding the microphone, and shouted excitedly. "The winner is Rod." After days of defeat, Rod won the first victory since joining the guild. Let us congratulate Rod. Using summoning magic, summoning powerful monsters. Rod. Tay. Cheers rang out from the onlookers, many of whom had watched the battle between Rod and Erza. They admired Rod's spirit of fighting again and again, but they always hoped that he could win once. Although the time span before and after was less than half a month, they felt a sense of joy that the child they had watched grow up finally achieved success in his career. Myra was also one of the people who joined in the cheering, but she just raised her fist and shouted, then stood there and smiled quietly. She was particularly conspicuous in the crowd in her red dress. "Well done, Rod!" Kana shouted loudly, holding a bottle in her right hand and waving banknotes in her left hand, and shouted to Rod. "I'll buy you a drink later. And tomorrow, you don't need to find anyone, I'll accompany you." Today, except for Myra who encouraged Rod to win, all the people who participated in the gambling were Jet. So Kana made a lot of money, and she didn't have to worry about the wine money for a long time. However, Rod was embarrassed. Although he knew that she was talking about accompanying him to practice fighting, Kana's outfit, the drunken face, and the banknotes in her hand, combined with that sentence, made it easy for people to think about it. However, after the cheers, there was condemnation. A group of people who lost the bet, including the two uncle-level figures Makao and Wakaba, began to complain in a venting way whether Jet deliberately let them lose money. Jet decisively quarreled with them, and as expected, the quarrel soon turned into a melee. Rod turned his head to avoid a shoe thrown by someone, caught an innocent Poro thrown as a weapon, and decisively moved away from them. I don't have much magic power left. Fighting is very disadvantageous. Let's retreat. Wooworm's eyes turned into mosquito coils, and he responded dizzy. The president watched the fight with a smile. He was very happy about Rod's progress and the good relationship between the children. In addition, it was rare to fight in the yard instead of in the house, so there was no need to worry about breaking things. Bang! Macau smashed the window and flew into the guild hall. Asshole Wakaba! Macau rushed out of the window again with purple flames. Rod didn't understand why he and Wakaba fought. The two were in the same group just now. But he hugged Worm and hid farther away, and even wanted to summon the stone beetle again to block it. Because the battle has begun to escalate, Wakaba spewed out a fist made of smoke, Kana took out a few cards, and Elfman's arm turned into a beast's claw. Macau, don't try to run. Several figures rushed out of the hall and enlarged the hole in the window they had just been knocked over by Macau. The president's smile gradually disappeared, and the blue veins on his forehead turned into a tic-tac-toe. I smell a fight. Natsu, who had just returned from a mission, rushed to the backyard without even putting down his luggage. Thanks to him, the unfortunate window has been connected to the window next to it. I'm coming too. Fire dragons! The president finally couldn't bear it anymore, his body swelled up quickly, and a huge shadow covered the entire battlefield. Go through the door properly. Don't destroy the guild. Natsu's iron fist was stepped on by the president before he could shout it out, and the few people who were fighting were slapped into the ground by the president with 2 slaps. It's like this again. Myra smiled softly behind the president, as if her brother was not among those who were slapped into the ground. Rod hugged Worm and trembled. Speaking of destroying the guild, he also demolished the courtyard wall when he summoned the river crab. Thank you, President, for not slapping me with the Buddha's palm. I am grateful to you. Chapter 35. Myra smiled and reminded, Mr. Rod, who wants to prostrate himself, it's time to go to work. Rod nodded, okay, I know, the word prostrate himself is wrong. Myra said, it seems that not only magic, but also the common language has improved. Because you and Lakai often correct me, Libby and Marcus helped a lot. Rod paused, because the 4 people he mentioned, except Myra, were now lying in the yard. Are they okay? It's okay, they will be refreshed soon. Myra walked towards the hall, let's go clean up inside first. Rod followed her, looking back every few steps. As Myra said, the companions who were beaten in the yard by the president quickly got up and dusted themselves off. When Lakai was about to use magic to repair the wall, she was stopped by the president. The wall An asked Makao and Natsu to fix the window, and no magic is allowed. Laki provided a pile of wood, gave Natsu and the others a helpless look, and then only repaired the broken tables and chairs in the guild. The president was angry for a while, and he turned a blind eye to Makao and Wakaba fighting again a few minutes later. Everyone had their own things to do, only Natsu shouted that he wanted to fight with Road again after hearing about the battle just now. Road happily agreed, wanting to see how he could fight with Natsu now. After a busy period at noon, it was lunchtime that Road looked forward to most every day. Today's dishes seemed to be particularly rich. In addition to the 2 plates of vegetarian dishes served by Road, Myra and Lakai each brought 2 plates of large dishes. Raw marinated prawns, each with its head facing inward and its body facing outward, were neatly spread around the edge of the plate, attracting attention. Raw marinated crab. The pickled crab roe is different from the directly steamed one, it is red and looks like solidified. The crab roe and crab meat lie quietly in the opened crab shell, making people salivate. Seafood omelette. A whole omelette covers the large round plate, a circle of clam meat is neatly arranged on the edge, other shellfish meat is piled in the middle, and green leeks can be seen underneath. The various ingredients are perfectly blended together by the omelette, like a blooming sunflower. Finally, there is crab roe and shrimp casserole porridge. As soon as the lid is opened, the fresh fragrance is already in the air, making people salivate. Worm lies on the edge of the table with eager eyes. It is a polite Poro, and it will not move unless others give it. At best, it sticks out its tongue and drools pitifully. Rod is almost unable to control the gluttony in his stomach. Is today's seafood theme? Why is it so rich? Loki said, because Sister Myra said she wanted to celebrate for you, she specially asked Mr. Cook to make his specialty. Mr. Cook is the chef of the guild kitchen. It is said that he has been working here for more than 20 years. Every kind of food Rod has eaten here is basically his craftsmanship. This is too disrespectful. Rod's eyes have been controlled by the delicious food on the table, and he can't move his eyes away. Rod and Lakai looked at the table next to them. Kana was sitting on the table, holding a wine barrel and leaning sideways to signal them to raise the barrel. The three of them raised their glasses to signal Kana, then clinked their glasses and took a sip each. Sweet. Rod tasted it carefully. Compared with food, he didn't know much about wine. The taste felt a bit like Rio, but it was smoother and had a little more wine. Myra said, this is a wine from the neighboring country Bosco. It's a bit expensive due to transportation and tariff issues, but it tastes very good. The disadvantage is that the alcohol content is too low, which is not to Kana's taste. It's fine if you like it. It's delicious, thank you. Rod put down his glass and began to taste today's delicious food. First, there were the raw marinated prawns. The prawn meat was so glutinous that it even felt a little sticky. The taste was very different from steamed prawns. The sweetness of the prawns became more obvious with the marinade. The overall taste was fresh and not fishy, and it was delicious. The other dishes also had their own characteristics. With every bite, you could even feel the chef's passion for his work. Rod savored each dish carefully and praised it highly. I think Mr. Cook will like you very much. Myra smiled. There were many people in the guild who liked to eat, but only Rod could talk and taste. Haha, Rod said embarrassedly, actually I think Mr. Cook is too serious. I don't dare to speak when I see his face. That's because Mr. Cook takes everything related to cooking very seriously. And Myra recalled the past and said with a little nostalgia. When Habi was still young, he once went to the kitchen with Naz to find fish to eat, but he accidentally knocked over the spice jar and ruined a lot of ingredients. As a result, Mr. Cook chased them for 3 blocks with a knife and beat Naz up. Since then, Naz and Habi never dared to enter the kitchen again, and Mr. Cook also developed the habit of staring at everyone who entered the kitchen seriously. So that's how it is. Rod nodded heavily, worthy of being the chef of fairy tale. Be extra careful when you go to the kitchen in the future, and communicate through the serving port unless necessary. Loki looked at Myra and felt a little happy. Sister Myra actually took the initiative to mention what happened at that time. She should have come to terms with it a little bit, right? It was not just Natsu who accompanied Happy to find fish and was chased for several blocks. Rod fought with Natsu again in the afternoon. Originally, he should have found Kana, but she drank too much and could not stand steadily. She was talking in her sleep while holding a barrel. Natsu's destructive power is much stronger than Jet's. One move of Fire Dragon's Iron Fist can break the stone beetle. One leg. A move of Fire Dragon's Roar can blow the ancient stone beetle back, and even split it twice. That is, after burrowing into the ground, breaking through the ground and attacking separately can cause some trouble to Natsu. But unlike Jet who was clamped and unable to exert force, Natsu would be on fire all over, and use the powerful heat to directly send the stone beetle away. Such an obvious contrast made it difficult for Rhodes to determine the stone beetle's defense for a while. Is this strong or not? Natsu's breath should be a very powerful magic, right? In this battle, Rhodes achieved unprecedented results, relying on the advantage of numbers to make Natsu lose balance and almost fall. It's a pity that he was killed by him before he could chase him. After reacting, he supported himself on the ground, turned over, and received the Fire Dragon's Claw to successfully resolve the crisis. In close combat, Rod was no longer powerless to fight back. He fought with Natsu for several rounds before he became a tough guy again. This kind of exciting fight with fists and flesh moved Elfman to tears, and he almost went down to join the battle. Chapter 36 Kana Hezi. Ha! He! Ha! Rod punched the sandbag in front of him, and his naked upper body reflected a faint light because of the sweat. This is a new evening training project. He bought the sandbag at a huge price a few days ago. He always felt that this would help him become more self-disciplined. Because the money has been spent, it will feel bad and painful if it is not used properly. After playing for half an hour, Rod stopped panting, wiped the sweat from his face, and gently kneaded and patted his sore arms. When his breathing and heartbeat were almost calm, Rod went to take a shower. Before coming out of the bathroom, he bent his arms in front of the mirror. I think I have become a little stronger. He bent down and patted his calves. Compared with the fat look that shook 3 times before, it was really much stronger now. Snoring. Worm gave him a positive answer. That's good, start learning. Rod returned to the bedroom and sat at the table. He opened the magazines and notebooks and began to write and draw. He had roughly read more than 60 magazines with Feng Yang's glasses, and now they were divided into 2 piles. One pile of more than 20 books, which contained Myra's photos, not really, which had more important information. The other pile of more than 30 books, only ordinary information. Rod is now organizing useful information, such as major guilds, famous wizards, famous cities, etc. He will also record some special magics that cause trouble mentioned in the news. He wants to understand this world as much as possible and adapt to this world, so as not to cause trouble in the future due to some common sense mistakes. In addition, there are many magics in this world that are killing at first sight. People who don't understand it are easily fooled, but they can be easily cracked after understanding it. For example, the charm magic that was banned by the council a few years ago. To be honest, after knowing the effect of charm magic, I want to learn it a little bit. Red Sky Poro was expelled from the regular guild Giant's Nose for theft. He has been wandering around the border between the kingdom of Fiori and the kingdom of Bosco recently, and occasionally committed crimes. Rod wrote down the information of this dangerous person, closed his notebook, and began today's meditation practice. The president said that if you want to become stronger, you can only rely on down-to-earth efforts. Even the most powerful magic needs to be supported by corresponding magic power. Myra warned him in a very serious manner, which was rare, not to be too ambitious, otherwise he would not only hurt himself, but also his companions. Rod was a person who listened to advice, especially in areas he didn't know much about. So he just worked hard to accumulate magic power and exercise his body every day, and was cautious even when using his mental power to explore the summoner's rift covered by black fog. If the herd rampage happened only in the forest, it would be fine. Once it happened in the city, Rod felt that he could be imprisoned. July 22nd, sunny weather. Today's opponent was Kana, and Rod felt that he could handle it. Macau, who was sitting next to her, was one of her drinking buddies. Kana, are you drinking more and more? Gulp gulp ha. Kana wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Macau. Why should I care? You're drinking too. Macau spread his hands. Not that I care, but I think it's better for girls to drink less. I won money yesterday, so of course I have to drink to my heart's content today. Kana complained and picked up the barrel again, but she drank a little slower. Young people nowadays, Macau said in an old uncle's tone. After taking a few sips amid Macau's sigh, Kana put down the barrel with a thump. Rod, are you done? Right away. As an excellent worker, Rod had to finish his work first. Don't drink again. It's still early. Because she often gets drunk, Kana knows her alcohol tolerance very well, and drinking a barrel in the morning can only be considered an appetizer. Myra roughly calculated that Kana alone accounted for more than 20% of the total alcohol consumption in the guild. That is to say, a considerable portion of Rod's current salary can be considered as Kana's contribution. After Rod finished cleaning, the two went to the backyard to prepare for the duel. There were naturally people watching the fun, but not as many as usual. Rod summoned the river crab as usual to test it. Confirm again just in case. Kana took out 3 playing card-sized cards from the bag on her waist. Will this guy die? Rod said, don't worry, it will be repatriated if it is injured to a certain extent, and it will recover tomorrow. And compared to Poro, the spirituality of the river crab and the stone beetle seems to be insufficient. Then I won't be polite. Kana said with a confident expression. The cards in his hand flashed with golden light. Is this still the drunkard? Rod found that once Kana got serious, her whole aura changed a little. He even had the illusion that he was facing Erza. The river crab rushed forward, and Kana shot out 3 cards in her hand, hitting the top of the river crab's head accurately. The 3 cards exploded, and the river crab was sent back in the flash of golden light. This power a little unexpected, Rod immediately summoned the ancient stone beetle. Kana threw out 2 cards, one turned into flames, and the other turned into a gust of wind. The ancient stone beetle was hit by these 2 magics and instantly split into 2 stone beetles. Light, fire, wind, thunder. Rhodes' eyes were full of cool special effects. He now understood the meaning of an all-round magician. When the 3 stone beetles were beaten and split into 6 mini stone beetles, Kana casually shot out 6 more cards. 6 explosions sounded, and the stone beetles were also sent back. Kana flexed her wrists and smiled. Okay, the next close combat is the focus, right? Rod nodded. Although he could still summon another river crab, or summon a stone beetle alone, it was unnecessary. This should be considered a tactical mistake. When encountering enemies in the future, summoning stone beetles must let them burrow into the ground as soon as they come up. A few minutes later, Rod lay on the ground and doubted his life. This speed, this power, is Kana so strong? Of course, Kana is very strong. Facing Rod's question, Myra answered. She has been listed as an S-class wizard candidate for 3 consecutive years, but unfortunately she lacks a little luck every time she takes the exam. Like meeting Erza, meeting Mr. Gang and so on in the exam. S-class candidate. Rod thought about Erza suppression and Mr. Gong's powerful sleep magic. I felt much better in my heart. It's not shameful for a newbie to lose to Kana. Kana must be very sad, right? Rod glanced at Kana, who changed to a small cup of wine. Those who seem so bold on the surface must have their own troubles in their hearts. Mr. Gong misstung. Iluza Elsa. Marajana Maraja. Lucky. There are always various versions when translating the names of Japanese comic characters. Understand it. Chapter 37. Kana's fighting skills are different from those of Natsu and others. She focuses more on grappling and throwing. I don't know if her exaggerated strength is trained by lifting barrels every day. In addition, during the battle, Rod noticed that Kana raised her hands twice to pierce the eyes and raised her legs once to kick the crotch. Fortunately, she stopped in time. However, Rod was still scared and sweated. He had to think about how to deal with such moves in the future. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Rod took the opportunity to review the battle process and silently raised Kana's danger level by 1 level. Kana shook the empty barrel she had drunk. Rod, a glass of beer. Okay. Rod went to the corner and picked up a barrel, then paused. Kana? Did you say a glass or a barrel? 1 glass, just 1 glass. Why are you so long-winded? Kana glanced at Makao, who was arguing with Wakaba about parenting experience. Rod poured Kana a glass of wine in confusion, and then saw that Kana's drinking speed slowed down. It seemed that she couldn't help but take a sip to relieve her craving. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you still want to fight? It's fine to take the fight. Rod didn't mind getting more experience. I just think there's something wrong with you. I think so too. Myra smelled the smell of gossip and suddenly said, could it be that Kana has a boyfriend? How is that possible? Kana denied it flatly. She raised her glass. The wine is my boyfriend. That means there's someone you like, but you don't have the courage to confess. The boy who has been in contact with Kana more recently, let me guess. Myra was particularly excited about this kind of thing. She immediately locked her target on the person next to her. It's Rod. Kana, you must have been moved by Rod's indomitable spirit, and then you were fascinated by Rod's masculinity in today's battle. Kana breathed a sigh of relief, and she was relieved to see that Myra was still randomly matching people as usual. Last month, Myra said that Wakaba had a crush on Lakai. Nonsense, that guy obviously likes every beautiful and gentle girl equally. Mature guild members all know that any gossip coming from Myra should be ignored before questioning. Rod was not mature enough, and he immediately denied it when she said it. Although I am very happy to be praised by you, Myra, my manliness today has been thrown to the ground by Kana's shoulder. He looked at Kana's crossed legs sitting sideways at the bar. He was almost kicked off by Kana's high-heeled sandals. If it's not Rod, who else could it be? Myra thought, did Loki attack you? Does he have the guts? Kana sneered, and I don't like that kind of thing. Why talk about such a boring topic? Kana picked up the wine glass and strode away. She paused halfway, and her steps became smaller, and finally sat at the table of Maka Owa Kaba, the 2 drinking buddies. Myra pinched her chin and guessed, whom could it be? Makao. The more you guess, the more outrageous it is. Myra, R.A., Xiao, sister. Rhodes admired her imagination. Macau is almost 20 years older than him, right? That's hard to say. Myra smiled and finally ended the topic. By the way, accompany me to go shopping in the afternoon. Because Mr. Cook and his grandson have made an appointment to go boating and fishing this afternoon, so I can only ask you. Myra said, he has made a list, we just need to choose carefully. Mr. Cook, who is extremely serious about cooking, can relax some of the principles of selecting ingredients for his grandson. It should be said that he is a very good grandfather. No problem, leave the bag to me. Rhodes has a clear position on himself, and it is definitely not his responsibility to select such a difficult task as ingredients. Miss Myra, are you going out? Yes, there are some things to buy. Miss Myra, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Miss Myra, will you appear in the next issue of Wizard Weekly? Sorry, I haven't taken any magazine work recently. After leaving the guild and passing through the residential area, Rhodes immediately realized how popular Myra was. Almost everyone who recognized her greeted her with a smile, some would simply say hello, and some would take the opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions. You are so popular. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Myra chuckled and sighed, sometimes I feel troubled. Yes, Miss Myra Jane Strauss, the big star, would you consider wearing sunglasses and a mask next time you go out? Stand out from the crowd. As they became more and more familiar with each other, Rhodes spoke to her more and more casually. Good idea. Myra clapped her hands lightly, but if I want to stand out from the crowd, I can try to become your appearance, just change my head. Forgive me, I don't want to go to Sosura with the name of Fairy Tales Transvestite Wizard. Rod admitted defeat. He found that Myra no longer directly corrected his word choice. Myra smiled and stepped onto the stone arch bridge with Rod and walked to the other side of the river. She pointed ahead. The next intersection is the shopping street. Has Rod been here before? Rod shook his head. No, my current range of activities is basically on the other side of the river. I buy things in the shops near the guild. Physical training, magic practice, meditation, reading, magazines. Rod thought about it and found that what he did these days was for survival and better survival. The only thing that can be called leisure is playing music on the phonograph while washing clothes. Even reading magazines is to understand the world and collect information. Myra asked, don't you feel it's hard? It's okay. Learning magic itself is a very interesting thing. Rhodes said. And only by practicing hard can I feel more at ease and have the ability to pay off that huge debt. Ah, the debt problem is really a headache. Myra said, but don't be too stressed, the president rarely needs money. The more I feel like this, the more I want to pay it back quickly. The president has taken care of me too much. Rhodes was helpless. Many times, the pressure comes from his conscience. This seems to be internal friction. Myra smiled but said nothing. The president treated Rhodes like his own children, like other members. But Rhodes didn't seem to realize it or adapt to it yet. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. The two talked and entered the shopping street, but after a few steps, someone rushed towards them. Get out of the way. Don't meddle in other people's business. The man held a women's handbag in one hand and a short knife in the other, threatening others to make way. Someone behind him was shouting, catch him and bag snatcher. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Myra's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned, raised one arm, and protected Rhodes behind her. Rhodes? Sister, you said you are not good at fighting, why are you protecting me? Chapter 38. Rod naturally refused to let Myra face danger, he pressed Myra's arm and led her to the side of the road. Myra seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then she retreated to the side of the road obediently. Rod stood alone in the middle of the road, raised his leg and kicked the bag snatcher's wrist, and the short knife flew out of his hand into the air. Damn! Before the bag snatcher finished speaking, Rod had already grabbed the other's wrist, then turned his body to the side, and pushed hard with his shoulder. Kana's personal shoulder throw. With a muffled bang, the bag snatcher's body hit the road heavily, and the bag in his hand was thrown out. Rod didn't even raise his head, and gently stretched his right hand to the side, just grabbing the handle of the falling short knife. Successful in showing off. Rod was quite satisfied with his performance. The problem was that there was a small problem in the following steps. Originally, he planned to catch the dagger, squat down and stick it next to the bag snatcher's ear to scare him, but he overlooked some small problems. First of all, the ground of the commercial street is paved with bluestone, not the ground in the guild. Secondly, this bag snatcher is an ordinary person, and his body is not as strong as that of a wizard. Rhodes' move was based on the strength of fighting with his companions. This time, he threw the man to the ground and coughed up blood, rolled his eyes and fainted. It was useless. No more threats. Maybe I hit him too hard, I didn't mean it. Rhodes squatted down and checked guiltily. He was still breathing, but his arm might be broken. It's okay. The crime of armed robbery is very serious. We'll hand it over to the sheriff later. Myra picked up the bag on the ground and said, let's wait for the owner. Some pedestrians nearby have already gone to find the sheriff, and the person who shouted from behind also ran over. Isn't that Miss Myra? It's the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Someone soon recognized Myra and saw the guild emblem that Rhodes' short sleeves couldn't completely cover. Someone went to check the bag snatcher's injuries. After speaking out, not only did no one sympathize with him, but some people even looked sorry. He was beaten by the Wizard of Fairy Tale and only fainted and broke his arm. This guy is so lucky. Rhodes listened to their praise and strange discussions, and looked at Myra with some doubt. Did I bring shame to Fairy Tale? That's not the case. Myra laughed. You looked very handsome just now. And the reputation of the guild is still the same as before. They are all good people, but sometimes they don't know how to do things. The owner is a plump auntie with a permed hairstyle that looks a bit old-fashioned and blushed. Myra handed over the bag. Please check if there is anything missing. Thank you for your help. There is something important in the bag. Hey. The aunt was slightly stunned after seeing Myra's face, and then saw Rhodes's emblem. The aunt gestured in front of her forehead, the one with hair like this, the old smoker. So you are Mr. Wakaba's wife? My name is Myra Jane, and this is Rhodes. Myra spoke to the aunt very naturally. I often hear him talk about you and your daughter. If it weren't for you, his life would be a mess. Really? Did he say that? The aunt was happy and a little embarrassed. He still knows this. Yes, Mr. Wakaba did mention you a lot. Rhodes laughed dryly on the side. He did mention you a lot, but most of the time he was complaining. He found that Myra was quite good at talking. The first half of the sentence I often hear him mention was true, and the second half of the sentence if not was her speculation. However, the connection caused a subtle misunderstanding. And even if the aunt asked about this at home, Wakaba would not be stupid enough to clarify it. Then the aunt asked some questions such as whether Wakaba looked at the waitresses with lustful eyes in the guild every day, or flicked cigarette ash randomly. Myra answered with a smile, and it was as if she had not answered. She was treacherous, but she would not say anything that might affect the harmony of other people's families. Rhodes silently learned the art of speaking for a while, and the sheriff in a brown uniform led the team to rush over. Wakaba's wife explained the situation to them and confirmed that Rhodes was a brave man. The sheriff checked the injuries of the bag snatcher and confirmed that he would not die, so he asked someone to carry him away and took away the short knife as evidence. As Myra said, knife robbery is a serious crime in this country. Not only was Rhodes not held accountable, but he was also thanked. Magnolia reputation +10. The matter was quickly settled, and the aunt also said goodbye to Myra, the old sister who was very easy to talk to. By the way, this is for you, just consider it a little thank you. The aunt stuffed 2 bills into Rhodes' hands. She looked at Myra, then at Rhodes, blinked, and whispered, young man, keep working hard. Ah! Rhodes took a look at the bill Honey Dessert House new store invitation ticket, and before he could refuse, the aunt had already walked away. What did she say? Well, the invitation ticket for us. Rhodes thought for a while and handed both to her. Do you like desserts? It will open next month. Myra took one and shook it. Let's go and try it together then. Then, it's time to get down to business. Myra put away the invitation ticket, took out the shopping list, and opened it to reveal a long piece of paper. Rhodes leaned over to take a look, held his pendant, and let the crab carry it back later. The prosperity of the shopping street was somewhat different from what Rhodes had imagined. Compared with the high-rise buildings and busy traffic before the crossing, this place should be considered a form between the city commercial street and the rural market. There were quite a few pedestrians coming and going, and the sound of hawking was also one after another. There were both large-scale shops and simple stalls along the street. Considering that this was a city or town with a permanent population of only 60,000, such a shopping street should be considered very good. Myra picked and chose high-quality fruits, vegetables, and meat, and skillfully bargained with the bosses of different personalities in a pleasant voice. Rhodes followed closely, taking a food bag from time to time, watching Myra choose ingredients for a while, and looking at the surrounding environment for a while. Some rotten leaves were thrown away casually near the vegetable stall, and the front of the seafood store was wet, with small pits of stagnant water scattered in small pits. The fishy wind blew over, the dirty puppy ran over, and the shoppers were bustling. This scene was very much like life. "Rod? Let's go, we're going to order some wine next." The pleasant voice woke Rod up as if from a dream, and in front of him was that familiar smiling face, and his heartbeat was quietly accelerating. I always felt that this smile was far away from him before, but now it suddenly feels very close. "What, are you tired?" "No, let's go. The word we is really good." Just now he suddenly had a little unrealistic idea. Chapter 39, Work is on. After entering August, the weather seems to be a little hotter. The greening of magnolia is well done, trees can be seen everywhere, and the sound of cicadas is endless. When you are calm, you may feel good, thinking that this is what summer should be like. But when you are not in such a good mood, you just feel annoying. The ceiling fan in the guild turned slowly, bringing a breeze that was better than nothing to the noisy tavern. In this hot weather, Rode felt that even the noisy voices of everyone were hot. In fact, there were many people in the tavern who were as hot and lazy as Rode. The serious ones were weak in speaking, and only gulping down a few mouthfuls of ice beer could relieve a little. At this time, Gray became one of the most popular people. Although he himself was sweating profusely, he still couldn't resist everyone's requests and became a ruthless ice-making machine. However, this also had a benefit for him, that is, those who benefited from him were embarrassed to remind him to put on clothes. Of course, these people did not include Naz. This guy was not affected at all. Even in such a hot weather, he still had the energy to run around, and occasionally even danced some strange dances. Myra took an empty cup and put a few ice cubes in it, poured a drink and pushed it to Rod. "You don't look very energetic." "Thank you." Rod said bitterly, "I didn't sleep well last night. It was too hot, and the mosquitoes were very fierce." The mosquito repellent left by Goodman when he moved had just run out, and Rod reminded himself to buy a new bottle after get off work. Myra showed a sympathetic look. "That's hard enough, why haven't I seen Worm these 2 days?" "Because the weather is too hot and he doesn't want to come out, he's a disloyal guy who hides in the howling abyss to escape the heat." Rod picked up the cup and put it on his forehead. The cool touch made him feel a little more comfortable. "I suspect that things may not go well recently. Even the increase in magic power is not as obvious as before. Of course, because your magic power level is already very good, the same increase is certainly not as obvious as at the beginning. Can I be considered good? At least Jet and Marcus are no match for you." Myra covered her mouth lightly, feeling that it seemed a bit rude to Jet and the others to say this. When Rod just got the stone beetle, it was already a headache for Jet, not to mention that his magic power has increased a lot now, and he also has the 3 wolves. The 3 wolves are the common name for this wild monster combination, including 2 shadow wolves and a large shadow wolf. The size of the shadow wolf is similar to that of a tiger, much larger than an ordinary wolf, and looks more powerful than an ordinary wolf, a bit like a saber-toothed tiger. The large shadow wolf is even larger and has 2 heads. When the 3 giant wolves leaned over and bared their teeth, they looked ferocious, and it was easy to tell that they were not easy to mess with. After many tests and sparring with his companions, Rhodes determined that they were more agile and better at attacking than stone beetles. In addition to the basic attack of biting, the shadow wolves have a keen sense of smell for tracking, and are also good at sneaking and raiding in the shadows. The wolf is as its name suggests. As for the magic power consumed by summoning them, it is basically about 3 river crabs, similar to stone beetles. Now Rhodes can command stone beetles and shadow wolves to fight at the same time. As long as the fight starts, a single fight will immediately turn into a group fight, which is a huge advantage. The problem that follows is that Rhodes himself is more likely to be targeted as a breakthrough point. There are currently 2 most effective solutions. One is to ride on a river crab and run away. The second is to burrow into the ground with the stone beetle and run as far as possible within the limited breath-holding time. The tactics are cowardly, but they are useful. However, these can only treat the symptoms. If you want to treat the root cause, you still need to be strong. Continuously exercising your body and practicing fighting skills is one way, but it still requires long-term persistence. Another way is to learn 1 or 2 ability-based magic, but this method. Rod asked, everyone seems to specialize in only one kind of magic. Why not learn a few more to deal with different situations? Because there is not enough time and energy. Myra said, Whether it is learning magic or improving magic power, it takes a lot of time and energy. If you learn multiple magics at the same time, you may achieve nothing for a long time. It is better to concentrate on studying a certain kind of magic. Imagine, if you add one more kind of magic practice to your current schedule, is there any way to squeeze out time? Rod thought about it. Meditation and physical fitness are the basics of becoming stronger, and they must not be put down. The proficiency of summoning magic is an important factor in reducing the chanting words, and the time for this practice cannot be less. The other thing is working time. You can't just sit there and wait for the guild to support you. Even Nabu, who never accepts quests, occasionally does odd jobs to earn some food money. Besides these, there is time for studying. When I have completed my common sense, I should be able to use it to learn other magic. Now, squeeze out some time to sleep. No. Myra immediately rejected it, and she raised her index finger to show the importance of what she was going to say next. Sleep is an important way to restore mental strength. You mentioned your time before. Arrange it. That's already too much. If you reduce your sleep time to practice magic, you will be at risk of suffering from magic deficiency. Once the disease occurs, it can cause coma at the least and sudden death at the worst. It is a very dangerous disease for a wizard. Practicing magic because you are afraid of death, and end up practicing yourself to death, that's too stupid. Rod responded seriously, I know. Not having time to practice now does not mean that you will have time in the future. Things have priorities. As long as you complete the goals of this stage, supplementing common sense and shortening the chant, you will naturally have time to practice other things in the future. He has only been learning for less than a month, so he can't rush. Don't look so sad, I'll tell you a good news. Myra seemed to be relieved and put a stack of banknotes on the counter. Ding 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 ding, salary is paid. So early. Rod picked up the banknotes and counted them in surprise. It was exactly 120,000 J. He asked. That's not right. I don't think I have worked for a full month yet. Myra thought for a moment. The day of purchasing is considered overtime. Then thank you then. I have to thank the guild for taking care of me, and also thank Myra for coming up with a special reason. Rod realized that this was not the hotel where he had worked as a summer intern before, but in the guild, in Fairy Tale. Myra waved to Lakai, who was chatting with her companions not far away. Lakai, come and get your share. Here I am. Lakai took her salary. She was full-time, and the bills were thicker than Rod's. Finally I got the measure of my time and labor value. Time and labor value, Laki's strange expression. Rod deleted this phrase from his vocabulary. It was already very hard to correct the common language, and he didn't want to learn these. Laki rubbed the bills with her face affectionately. I can buy a few more cuties. Little cutie. Okay. Chapter 40. It's over, it's over. The salary I just received hasn't even warmed up yet, and I have to take out 2/3 of it to pay the rent. The disposable balance is only 40,000 J. Taiwan Novel Network. Last month, the president borrowed 150,000 J from Road. The reward for asking Hibiki to teach him the common language is 80,000 J, and there are also medical expenses for Ms. Polyasika to help him heal his injuries. The president didn't mention that Road should pay for these two items, but Road couldn't pretend not to know. Pay back 20,000 this month, and keep 20,000 for living expenses. It will probably take more than a year to pay it back. But in 2 months, the season will change, and there will be a lot of things to buy. It's better to save a little more and pay it back together. Road counted his debts and the speed at which he made money, and the pressure immediately surged up again. According to the combat effectiveness of the Stone Beetle and the 3 Wolves, it will be enough to deal with low-difficulty crusade missions when we have the Toad and the 6 Birds. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations, it is better to be cautious and wait for a red and blue buff to appear before doing the task. It is better to team up with others. With the incentive of salary, Road made a short-term plan for himself. In fact, after the president's certification, Road can now accept many tasks, but he feels it is not safe and wants to practice for another month or 2. In the tavern, Macau drank a few more glasses of ice beer to cool off, and his voice became a little louder. Wakaba, you didn't get divorced secretly, did you? How is that possible? Wakaba wondered, why do you say that? Because I haven't heard you complain about your wife for several days. Macau felt that he had a reason. Speaking of this, Wakaba was even more puzzled. I don't know why my wife treats me so well recently, as if she has returned to the time when we just got married. Except that she dresses a little more rustic and has a fatter figure, there is really nothing to complain about. Macau burped, and then took a few more gulps. Damn it, I thought you were unhappy in marriage like me, why did you suddenly become so happy? How can you be unhappy in marriage? Kana interrupted. Didn't your wife divorce you because you only cared about work all day and didn't care about the family at all? I'm a man, and I make more money to support my family. Macau argued with a red face, and then his tone dropped again. And I've changed, I'm not only focusing on work now, but also taking good care of Romeo. Damn it, I also want a happy marriage. Kana knew Macau had drunk too much when she saw his expression, and she was too lazy to compete with him. She held her small wine glass and looked at the big wine barrel in the corner reluctantly. Humph, he drank like that all day, and he advised me to drink less. I didn't know what you said. Rod looked at Myra and signaled with his eyes, your contribution. Myra smiled but said nothing. Kana saw that Macau was not giving up and was about to go crazy at any time, so she reminded him, have you encountered anything special recently? Special thing, I encountered a robbery more than a week ago. Maybe you were scared by that time. Wakaba said, you know, the robber was caught by Rode and Myra. To thank Rode, Wakaba also coached Rode for several days. Rode benefited a lot from the rich experience of this old guild member. He was even willing to tell Rod which issues of Sosala were the best. Worthless information. Rod decided to write it down on the spot and sell the information to other perverts later. Macau was still pestering him. Wakaba was annoyed and had to solve the problem. After get off work, Rod went to the daily necessities store. Originally he planned to buy a bottle of mosquito repellent, but ended up buying a mosquito net. You have to buy more after the potion is used up, but the mosquito net can be used all the time, a little trick from Rod to save money. Rod was about to go home and remembered that Myra had just reminded him that tomorrow was the opening day of Honey Dessert House, so remember to bring the experience coupon. So Rod turned and went to the clothing store. The money was still not saved. After leaving the clothing store, Rod turned around and went into the barber shop after walking a few steps. Not only did he not save money today, he had to add a little more. The sound of scissors clicking rang out above his head, and his hair fell in clumps. Rod stared at himself in the mirror, thinking calmly whether he was moved or had a brain attack. This didn't seem difficult to determine. A newcomer, a companion, who needed to be taken care of occasionally, was more obedient than Natsu and the others, and practiced hard and so on. After counting for a while, Rod found that he was probably just like his other companions, and he only had a basic good impression of Myra. At most, they worked together every day and chatted frequently, so they were a little familiar with each other. Rod sighed, and there was still a long way to go. By the way, he had a little more motivation to practice hard. The next morning, after stretching and hitting the sandbag to stretch his muscles, Rod washed and prepared to go out. He told himself that he didn't need to think too much at this stage, and just get along with her normally. But his body honestly changed into new clothes and combed his hair in front of the mirror for a while. After finishing his daily work in the tavern in the morning, the two went out together. Fortunately, the president was here today. Sally and Izzy also came part-time, and it didn't matter that Myra and Rode left temporarily. Except that Lakai looked at him with a hot look, he felt a little uncomfortable. From her eyes, Rode could see that Myra, who gossiped about others all day, would also be gossiped about by others today. Today, Myra wore a beige dress with the hem just covering her knees. Because the sun had not been very friendly since the morning, she also wore a sun hat with a big pink bow on it, showing her youthful atmosphere. Rode didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he found that Myra's head was just a little higher than his shoulders. The height was quite suitable, ba. When walking side by side with her on the road, a faint fragrance floated over from the side. If it was before the time travel, Rode would think it was the smell of shampoo, cosmetics, or perfume. But he had seen in magazines that there were many magic products for women on the market, magic that could change the color of clothes at any time, magic that could emit various floral scents. Rod was not sure whether Myra used these, but this dress was very beautiful, and this scent was also very nice. Myra seemed to be in a good mood. Did you cut your hair? Yeah, I haven't had it trimmed for almost a month. It would be embarrassing to say that I cut it on purpose, so I had to find a reasonable reason. By the way, I wanted to know her opinion, and asked casually, is the cut okay? Myra tilted her head and looked at it for a few more seconds. It suits you very well, and you feel more handsome. Really? Rod smiled, thank you. It's over. Although I knew that this compliment was probably just a polite remark, the joy in my heart could not be suppressed. It's over. Chapter 41. Welcome. The person in charge of welcoming guests at the door of the dessert house was a pretty girl. Rod's evaluation is that it is not as good as Myra. Can you two sit here? Another cute waitress led them to their seats. Rod's evaluation is that it is not as good as Myra. When passing by the cashier smiled gently. Rod's evaluation is that it is not as good as Myra. Alas, I am too excited. Calm down, calm down. I don't know if it is because it has just opened, but this dessert house has a good business. After Rod and Myra sat down, there were no empty seats in the store. Most of the customers are girls who come together, and a small part are male and female groups. The store plays soft music and the atmosphere is quite good. Iced coffee, hazelnut cookies, blueberry mousse cake. Myra ordered 2 desserts and then showed a distressed look. Rod asked at the right time, what's wrong? I want to try the wheel puffs too. Myra pinched her waist, which had no fat, under the table, but I feel like I'll get fat. Do wizards also have this kind of trouble? Rod thought for a while, then I'll have some, and we'll eat in turn. Good idea. Myra's eyes lit up, that won't take up the share you want to eat. You know I like to taste all kinds of delicious food, and I don't worry about my figure, it doesn't matter if I order a few more. Desserts, you can eat whatever you want. Rod felt that he didn't worry about calories at all with such a large amount of exercise every day. The waitress in charge of taking orders looked at Myra with envy and quickly wrote down her order, please wait. The atmosphere here is very good, no wonder it is so popular. Myra took off her sun hat and put it aside, gathered her bangs on her forehead with her hands, and put the rubber band on her wrist on her hair, returning to her normal hairstyle. In fact, it looks good with her bangs down. Well, it's much quieter than the guild. Rod didn't stare at her all the time, and his eyes swept over the couples and girlfriends whispering in the store. I feel that this place is very suitable for afternoon tea, dating, etc. Myra triggered the passive gossip attribute, oh, does Rod often bring girls to this kind of store for dates? I'm not Loki. Rod believes that this kind of question must be answered firmly and decisively. I didn't have any female friends who were very close before, and I never went into places like dessert shops and cafes. Cafe? Times. Internet cafe. Myra blinked, why do you suddenly feel a little pitiful? Hey. Myra laughed, no wonder you didn't dare to look directly at Kana at first. Please forget about it. Rhodes is used to it now. Now, let alone looking directly at each other, he can even fight. Although he can't win. Your dessert, please enjoy it slowly. The waiter brought 2 cups of iced coffee and exquisite desserts. Ah, the wheel puff is more exquisite than I thought. Let's try this first. Myra stretched out her knife and fork, and Rhodes took away the plate. No. Hey? Why? I'm not happy because I was teased. Myra laughed, put her hands together, and blinked her left eye slightly. How about I apologize? Well, I forgive you. Rhodes nodded calmly, pushed the plate over, and looked out the window. It's too foul to flirt, I have to look somewhere else to calm down. Then. Rod saw something familiar, stone statue? Hill. What? Myra had a small piece of pastry on her fork, but she hadn't put it in her mouth yet. She followed Rod's gaze and saw a hill of suitcases and a petrified Erza. Myra put down her fork. Erza. Rod nodded, it seems that there was no seat, so she was blocked outside by the clerk. Myra thought for a while, let her come in? Let her squeeze in with us. Of course she didn't want to. But she was pitiful. Looking at her luggage cart, you can tell that she had just completed a mission and came here without going home. Rod sighed in his heart, then I'll go call her. Wait a minute. Myra stopped him. What's wrong? Myra smiled with her hands covering her mouth, I want to see more, Erza is very cute like this. Black-hearted. So Rod also took a closer look. The majestic Erza looked so distraught because of such a small matter. It was really cute. There was a sense of contrast. The devil in the dessert house finally invited the fairy queen outside the store. Rod reminded her that there were no extra stools inside, but Erza immediately pulled out one from the mountain-like suitcase and took out a folding chair from it. It was not a daily style. Looking at the pictures and words on it, it looked more like a souvenir from somewhere. It can be seen that she really wanted to eat dessert. Rode and Myra still sat opposite each other. Erza sat on the side and called the waiter to take orders. Strawberry cake, strawberry pudding, strawberry milkshake. There were more than a dozen items ordered, all strawberry flavored. Don't be too obvious about your preferences. The waiter quickly wrote down the menu and left, and before leaving, he gave Rode a look of looking at a scumbag. This sister is too arrogant. Who dares to scum Erza? Myra was already chatting with Erza. Did the mission go smoothly? You came back earlier than scheduled. Yet. Erza clenched her fist and raised her arm, her eyes full of expectation, because I have been looking forward to this store for a long time. Myra said, as expected of Erza, but it is related to the work of the council. Is it really okay to come back early without authorization? This Erza was also a little guilty. I hope the president will not be scolded. Rod asked curiously, what mission is it? It actually involves the council. Does it need to be kept secret? Erza looked at Myra. In principle, it needs to be kept secret until it is confirmed to be completed, even for companions. But now there is only the finishing work left, and that is Myra's decision. It doesn't matter if Erza's work has been completed. Anyway, it will be published in the newspaper in a few days. Myra said. It is a mission to assist the council to arrest all members of the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail. Doesn't the council have its own law enforcement team? Rod's common sense supplement plan is effective. That's right, but the council is a continent-wide organization, and there is only one branch in Fiori. The place where the Scorpion Tail hides is relatively remote, and the troops cannot be quickly mobilized there. Usually when encountering such a situation, the council will issue assistance commissions to local guild alliances in various places, and then the local guild alliances will assign them to specific guilds. I see, so this task was assigned to our guild by the local guild alliance. Rode speculated, is it because the guild has a high reputation in the alliance? Elza denied, no, it's because the president is too unlucky. Hey! The rewards for this kind of commission are usually lower than those for tasks of the same difficulty, so as long as the tasks are not extremely dangerous, the allocation method is decided by the president's drawing lots. Erza sighed, and our president? Myra continued with a smile, he often draws the worst lot. Rod. The president may have used all his luck to pick up children, and he always picked up an S-level child. Chapter 42. The unlucky president often draws tasks with low rewards but not low difficulty, and he can't do everything himself, so he can only leave it to the children. Originally, the most ideal candidate was Laxus, but his personality was really difficult to deal with. So Erza, who has a strong sense of responsibility and sufficient strength, often stands up to solve these problems for the president. Rod thought about it carefully, and Erza's good words in the guild may not only be due to strength. Wait. Rod suddenly found the mistake. What does Erza mean by completing the task ahead of time just now? Is it what I imagined? Elza nodded, it's just a single challenge to the entire guild, no big deal. Rod was silent, what a big deal. Could it be that the outside is not as dangerous as he imagined? Rod hesitated and said, is it not safe to do this? Well, this decision made in a hurry was a bit hasty. Erza reflected on herself seriously, but immediately said. Because I was too looking forward to the strawberry cake in this store, I really couldn't wait for reinforcements. I will consider it carefully next time. Very good, because I was in a hurry to go home to eat cake, I singled out a dark guild, which is reasonable. Myra was not surprised at all, this is indeed Erza's style. And she had read the information about the poisonous scorpion tail, Erza could deal with it completely. The waiter quickly brought Erza's order, and the table was filled with small plates. Erza was immersed in the world of desserts, and from time to time she showed a cute expression that was completely different from usual. Rod secretly calculated. Erza defeated an entire dark guild, and I was defeated by Erza. So my strength is about equal to that of a dark guild, and my logic is rigorous. Ha ha ha, low-key. Rod finished his dessert and amused himself. Erza pushed the strawberry cake she ordered in many portions in front of Myra and Rod. Let's eat together. Rod asked, don't you like strawberry cake the most? That's why you have to share it. Sharing with your companions will make it more delicious. Erza said this with an intoxicated look on her face, and her tone was almost awesome. Since it's Erza's intention, then eat a little more. Myra cut a small cake in half and gave it to Rod. Then Erza felt something was wrong as she ate more. Speaking of which, why did you two come here together, is it a date? Before Rod responded, Erza's face turned red and she couldn't speak clearly. You what? When are you getting married? Puff. Rod covered his mouth and almost sprayed coffee on her face. You think too far. It's just that Wakaba's wife gave us 2 invitations. Myra explained, and then held her face with one hand and said with a smirk. Ah, but it seems that it can be counted as a date. Date, Erza continued to stutter. Myra laughed even more happily. Shy Erza is also very interesting, but it's a pity that Rod doesn't blush, so it's not as fun as before. Rod exhaled lightly. A month of experience made him thicker-skinned, or more receptive. The most important thing is when he went out today, it seemed that he had the attitude of treating a date. Now that Myra said that, she couldn't be shy at all. Then Rod found that Erza was a bit naive. When he and Myra had already talked about the next topic, Erza was still confirming whether Myra was joking or not. After finally explaining it to Erza and waiting for her to finish her snack, the 3 of them left together. Please take care, welcome next time. The waiter at the door bowed politely, but Erza suddenly stopped and said to Myra and Rod, wait for me. Rod asked, what's wrong with her? Myra thought for a while, want to pack a few cakes to take back? Probably. A few minutes later, Erza returned, but her clothes had been changed into the waitress uniform of this store. Rod didn't understand the situation at all. A heroic female knight went in, and a soft female waitress came out? Is it a big change of life? Welcome, 2 guests, what would you like to order? Erza bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, then stood up and asked, how about it? The girl in charge of welcoming guests was already fascinated by Erza. Rod's words very beautiful got stuck in his throat, and he changed them to very suitable for you. Myra laughed and clapped her hands, it's very beautiful, why did you suddenly change into this? Because I think this dress is very cute, I asked the boss if she could sell it to me. Erza pulled the collar. Then she said it's not for sale, but as long as I work half a day here, she can give it to me. Rod was a little stunned, so you agreed? No, Rod's head was buzzing. You are an S-class wizard, and you sell yourself for a few million for a mission? Myra didn't mean to stop it at all, but encouraged Erza, come on, we will take care of the luggage. After all, the crab took on everything, not only pulling the luggage cart, but also carrying Rod and Myra. Don't you understand? Erza's actions. Myra sat sideways, her legs together, her skirt tightly pressed together, like a mermaid. A little bit. Is that her personality? She seems a little offline and innocent. Rod recalled Erza's expression, she seemed to enjoy it. Myra said, I prefer to call it freedom and casualness. Erza just likes all kinds of distinctive clothes and likes to try interesting professions. As for how much reward she gets, it is not within her consideration. It is better to say that as long as she will be happy doing so, it is the biggest reward. Compared with Erza? No, not just Erza, compared with most people in the guild, you seem too worried and tense. I don't know what you have been through, what kind of worries and pressure you are carrying, so I am not qualified to advise you to relax like everyone else. But at least today, at least in the little time in the dessert shop, I hope you are happy. The same bright smile as when they first met, the same gentle words as when they first heard, every word, like a trickle, flowed into Rod's heart. Soft, warm. Rod was sure that he had found the reason for his move. Thank you, I'm very happy. Every day I spend in Fairy Tale is very happy. Today is especially happy. Chapter 43, Wallian's Letter for Help. The news that Erza was working as a waitress in the dessert shop spread like wildfire in the guild. This explosive news directly led to a significant drop in the number of customers in the tavern. Most of the boys who often hang out in the guild chose to join in the fun, wanting to see what Erza, who was working as a waitress, looked like. Most of the girls did the same. The person who spread this news first excluded Rod. You did it again, didn't you? I only told Marcus. That means I told the whole guild. I didn't expect everyone to be looking forward to Erza's service. Myra laughed, doesn't Rod want to experience it? Forgive me. Rod said, when she was a nurse, she almost strangled me with a bandage. When she was a waiter. Will she smash the customer's head with a tray? Or step on the customer or something? Myra waved her hand, no matter what, it won't be that exaggerated. I hope the person is fine. Rod prayed for his companions for a second, and went to practice by himself while there were few people and less things to do. In the corner of the guild's backyard, there were several dummies and wooden stakes, and a rack was built to hang sandbags for practicing punches and kicks. All the parts involving wood were provided by Lakai's wood modeling magic. The reward was a simple diagram of the blood dropper drawn by Rod. This thing should be considered a weapon or hidden weapon in martial arts novels, but because its hideous shape is too much like a torture device, Lucky likes it. I heard that she had asked someone to modify the design in detail and was ready to start manufacturing. Most of the time, Rod used the training equipment, but other companions were occasionally infected by Rod's diligence and went to practice when they had time. Especially Jet, Troy, and others who had been defeated. Originally, Rod asked Lucky to make 2 wooden man piles, but Natsu saw that Rod was having fun with the crackling and insisted on giving it a try. Then only the wooden man pile was left. It doesn't matter if it breaks, you can just hit it at will. The sound of thumping rang out from the backyard, and Rod became more and more adept at the combination of magic power and fists and feet. Respond to my call, Crimson Razor Beak Bird. The crimson magic circle flashed by, and 6 strange birds, 1 big and 5 small, appeared in the backyard of the guild. Chi, the largest bird, raised its head and made a hoarse cry. Crimson razor beaks and razor beaks are commonly known as 6 birds, F6, etc. In addition, they also have a long-range attack method, shooting feathers like flying knives. The small ones can only shoot one by one, while the big ones can shoot in piles. And it won't take too long for the feathers to grow out after shooting. Rhodes understood it as a skill CD and named this move Flying Feathers All Over the Sky. If there is a disadvantage, it is that it can't fly high. The wings of razor beaks are a little small, and their flying ability is probably better than that of pheasants. The good news is that the big one can carry Rhodes to glide or fly at low altitude. In addition, thanks to their strong legs, their running ability is not bad. Success! Rhodes clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with joy. It was not because he got the 6 birds, but because the chant was successfully shortened. The lengthy chant was simplified by him to only half a sentence plus a name, which was enough to deal with emergencies. I believe that after a while, Rhodes can achieve what he wants. The goal is to be able to successfully activate the spell by just calling out a name. He felt the magic power consumption of summoning 6 birds, which was about 3 more than 3 river crabs, which was okay. Rod commanded the razor beaks to do some simple actions, and summoned 3 wolves to try to make them cooperate with each other and advance in an interlaced manner. Then he summoned the stone beetles to try to form an offensive and defensive formation. After practicing for a while, until the magic power consumption did not affect normal actions, Rod returned to the tavern. The incident of watching Erza a week ago has been safely passed. Fortunately there were no casualties. The news that the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail was wiped out was published in the Wizard Weekly. The council was very modest and openly admitted that it was the credit of Erza alone, and there was no intention to steal the credit. Although they were slightly dissatisfied with Erza's unauthorized actions, they also praised her ability. As expected of Erza. This was the evaluation of most companions. That guy is getting stronger and stronger. This is Gray's feeling. He even took the initiative to check whether he was wearing clothes. Isn't the Scorpion Tail a regular guild? Nabu's question made the surrounding area quiet. It seems to be true. Erza has taken action against the regular guild? No, this matter involves the Council of Review, it is impossible. Marcus is very happy to explain to everyone, the Scorpion Tail was only recently listed as a dark guild. Because in order to make money, they secretly helped some big businessmen to suppress their competitors by kidnapping and coercion, and it was only exposed some time ago. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were immediately raised again. Everyone in the guild, including Rode, heard such a voice. How terrifying! Who will save me? The same voice sounded again. Rode suddenly realized that the voice did not come from outside, but directly from his mind. Before he could ask, Myra said seriously, Valian, this is Valian's telepathy magic, which can directly transmit what you want to say to others through the air. Rod was not familiar with Valian, but he only remembered that he had a strange side bangs and liked to be alone. Others had also heard it, it's Valian's voice. He's asking for help. Is he in danger? But didn't he go on a date with his girlfriend today? This was the information Marcus learned when he talked to Valian yesterday. Where are you? Valian. Gray stood up and shouted to try to talk to Valian. Others shouted or asked about Valian's location in their hearts, but no one got a response. Valian just repeated words like terrible, horrible, help. Loki pushed open the door of the guild from the outside with a bang, ran in and asked. Does anyone know what happened? Now everyone on the street heard Valian's cry for help. It's going to cause panic. It's an indiscriminate cry for help. Erza couldn't sit still. Now that the president is not here, I will take charge temporarily. Everyone prepare to fight. Iluza quickly assigned tasks. Some people set out immediately to maintain order and protect residents. Some people were responsible for searching for Valian's location and preparing for rescue. Generally speaking, when a wizard goes out, all actions and risks brought by the actions should be taken by himself. If others help without authorization, it may be regarded as looking down on others and hurting their self-esteem. However, if he himself asks for help because of a crisis, then as a companion, he will rescue him at all costs. At least Fairy Tale does this. Chapter 44 Anyway, it's used. Rod was assigned the task of searching for Valian's trace by Erza. Myra will stay behind. After finding out the truth, she will be responsible for comforting the nearby residents. In the worst case, she will guide the civilians to take refuge. At Erza's command, the guild members took quick action and spared no effort to do what they could. This was the first time that Rhodes saw the high-speed operation of the guild. This guild that quarreled and fought every day had such strong cohesion. Respond to my call, Shadow Wolf. Rhodes was infected by this atmosphere and summoned 6 wolves in one breath. In the Summoner's Rift, there are 2 groups of Shadow Wolves, a total of 6. Erza, they have a strong sense of smell. If there is something used by Valian, they should be able to find it quickly. If anyone needs to hurry, I still have swift crabs. Nabu said, I know where Valian's home is. Send a few of them to follow me. Myra also said, there may be something left by Valian in the guild. I'll go and look for it. You're so helpful. I thought Natsu wasn't here and couldn't track it by smell. Erza said, that's it. Let's split up. Okay. Rhodes separated a group of shadow wolves from Nabu, and left a group with Myra to search for things in the guild. It's so high, so scary, help. The people in charge of the search paused and narrowed the search range to a place with relatively high terrain. On the one hand, Rhodes was worried about Valian's safety, and on the other hand, he was relieved that he could help. But this relief completely disappeared in a few minutes. The other companions also put aside their worries and even wanted to beat Valian up. Because why? We're saved. We're finally off that damn suspension bridge. I'll never date at such a high place again. Oh no. Could it be that my telepathy has always been? Valian's voice stopped abruptly. There was a chorus of curses from inside and outside the guild. Valian! You bastard, are you kidding us? I won't let you off. Another fairy tale wizard? What are you doing this time? I said they'd be quiet for a while. It's too much to play a citywide prank like this. Erza covered her forehead with one hand. She had just been so majestic in commanding everyone to do things, but the result was like this. Myra stopped rummaging around and smiled again. It's a big deal again. Rod was in a complicated mood, so, Valian went on a date with his girlfriend on the suspension bridge, and because of fear, his magic went out of control, and the whole city heard his voice. Iluza nodded, that guy seems to have a serious fear of heights. This matter was so absurd that Rod couldn't believe it, because this kind of thing affects the whole city. Won't our guild be demolished by the residents? No, no. Myra waved her hand, this kind of thing is not uncommon. There is an even more exaggerated uncle in the guild. Once he comes back, the whole city will be turned upside down. But you still have to apologize and strive for everyone's understanding. I'll go find him now. Erza's eyes became sharp. Rod, swift crab. Okay. Rhodes summoned the river crab. It's similar to riding a horse, using the tentacles as reins. I know. Erza jumped on the crab's back, threw the reins, and the river crab carried her out of the guild gate quickly. Rhodes thought about Erza's scary eyes just now. Valian won't be chopped to death by her, right? Myra said, he shouldn't be chopped to death. So he will be chopped? Rhodes found that his common language had improved again, and he could easily understand the meaning of Myra's words. Besides, if something like this happened, even if he was not chopped to death by Erza, he would be killed, right? Rhodes imagined himself crying in front of the whole city because of his fear of heights. Tai Shi is dead, how can he go out in the future? Out of concern, Rode decided to connect the crab's vision and check on Wallian's condition. The crab's vision came into his mind, and the scenery in front of him quickly retreated. It was obvious that Erza was driving the crab at full speed. A second later, Rode took the initiative to cut off the vision connection. The crab's perspective is relatively wide. It's okay if I didn't think of it just now. If I continue to watch, it's a bit rude. Good luck, Wallian. The citywide prank incident caused a very bad impact. On the day of the incident, Erza and Myra came forward and took Wallian to explain and apologize to many citizens. After the president came back, he personally went to the city hall. However, both the mayor and the citizens were very tolerant of this matter. According to the gossip spread by non-Myra, this is what the mayor said when he met with the president. After the citizens complained for a few days, this matter became a joke. Do you know that the Wizard of Fairy Tale a few days ago? The citizens had more things to talk about after dinner, and this guild that liked to make trouble had a bad record. Even Brother Goodman couldn't help but ask Rode what kind of magic that day was and what kind of person that Wallian was. The matter was barely resolved at this point. However, since then, Wallian has not appeared in the guild for quite a long time. When he had no money and had to take a mission, he would hide in a corner outside the guild and whisper to Myra. Myra would carefully select the mission suitable for Wallian, and then find a way to send the mission list. Well, this is what Myra told Rode. Because the person responsible for sending the mission list was Rode's shadow wolf. A few days ago, Erza used the fast speed characteristic of the river crab to catch Wallian. Now the characteristics of shadow wolves, good at stealth and sensitive sense of smell, were used to find Wallian and secretly deliver the task list to him. I originally wanted them to help rescue Wallian, but now it's gone. Rode shook his head gently. No matter how it was used anyway. Since the interim goal of shortening magic chanting has made a breakthrough, Rode has more time to read the magic encyclopedia recently. He is choosing magic suitable for his minor study. Of course, for the sake of safety, he still needs to consult the president before starting to practice to see if there is any danger. Most magic will not be dangerous as long as it is practiced step by step and there is no problem with compatibility. That's what the president said. The so-called compatibility is easy to understand. It is probably a talent suitable for a certain magic. It often determines the entry threshold of a magic and its future height. As for how to confirm compatibility, generally speaking, the one that can awaken on its own is the most suitable. For example, Erza suddenly mastered magic in a crisis when she was a child. If you can't awaken on your own, you can only choose the magic you are interested in and try to get started quickly. Rod has already selected several targets of interest. Wallian's incident was not drawn in the feature film, but it was mentioned in the setting. I guess old fans of fairy tale don't know much about it. Chapter 45. When it comes to learning a magic subject, the first thing that comes to Rode's mind is Levi's three-dimensional text magic. Levi, who uses three-dimensional text magic, likes to study various texts. So will mastering multiple languages help this magic? Will the Chinese language that he has mastered have a good power? Just give it a try and you will know. It just so happens that recently Levi also feels that there is nothing to teach Rode about the common sense of the world. When he mentioned that he wanted to learn three-dimensional text, Levi immediately patted her chest and said that she would teach him until he learned it, and there would be no fees for a 1-month trial. The introduction to magic naturally starts with the most basic text. Levi's fingertips flashed with golden magic light, and her wrist gently swung, and the text took shape in the air. Three-dimensional text fire. The golden magic light turned red at the moment the text was written, and turned into a burning flame, dancing in the air with Levi's arm waving. Rode picked up a piece of broken wood in the corner of the yard and threw it in, and the wood was immediately ignited. It was only when the shape of the word fire was destroyed that it became increasingly difficult for Levi to control it. After a while, the flames dissipated, leaving only a piece of charcoal that fell to the ground and continued to burn. Three-dimensional text water. Levi waved her hand again to write the word water, dousing the burning charcoal. Three-dimensional text magic is a magic that uses words written with magic power to mobilize elements that are not good at mobilizing, or other forces. To a certain extent, those words are temporary magic props we created. After completing this step, you can use them as holding magic. Can it be explained this way? Rode didn't know what to say. He originally wanted to learn an ability system, but Levi told him that it was half a holding system. Even if it is the same kind of magic, everyone's feelings are different. That's just my opinion. Levi said, anyway, Let's start with the first step, using magic power to write words. Okay. Rode nodded. Since he was here, he would try it first. Libby explained in detail how to distribute magic power and how to make the magic power released through fingers stay briefly in the air. Rod listened, took notes, and followed the instructions. If he didn't understand something, he would ask immediately. Things related to cultivation must not be sloppy. While the two were teaching harmoniously in the backyard, there were two pairs of eyes staring at them. Jet and Troy were prying at the door frame of the guild's back hall, one on each side, and each of them peeked out. Jet said indignantly, "Damn, Rod is too cunning. He actually used the excuse of learning magic to pester Libby. Anyway, if this goes on, maybe we must do something to let Libby understand our intentions." Troy thought for a while, then, challenge Rod to prove that we are better than him. "I've been defeated before, in front of Libby." Jet said dejectedly, "How many wild monsters can you beat?" Troy touched the seed bag on his body, "As long as he doesn't use the stone beetle." Jet reminded, "Rod recently got a kind of the strange bird flapped its wings, and the sky was full of feathers like flying knives." Troy hesitated for a moment, "Well, as long as he doesn't use that strange bird." Jet said again, "He also has a kind of wolf that can touch you from behind and knock you down when you are not paying attention." "Well, as long as he doesn't use that kind of wolf." Jet sighed, "Why not let Rod tie your hands and feet and do it for you?" Troy himself felt that it was a bit too much. "What can I do? How can someone become so strong after practicing for more than a month? There is really no other way, so that's the only way." Jet turned and left. "Hey, Jet, what are you going to do? Make a little preparation and come back soon." Jet used the magic of divine feet and quickly disappeared from Troy's sight. Libby pointed to the words that Rod had just written, which were about to collapse. "Here, the magic power is not evenly distributed, so control the output speed a little." "Okay." Rod did as he was told, and the skill of this text magic was a little stronger. Even if you want to make a miracle with great force, you have to use great force continuously. Holding your breath and releasing magic power randomly will not work. After practicing for a while, Libby suggested that Rod take a break and review the mistakes he made before trying again. Just then, Jet rushed into the backyard like a gust of wind, stood in front of Libby with his hands behind his back, and looked serious. Libby asked in confusion, "Jet? What's wrong?" Jet said seriously, "Libby, I have something important to tell you." "Oh," Rod retreated silently, reducing his presence. He felt that there was something to eat. Libby seemed to realize something and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so serious all of a sudden?" Jet took out a bunch of red roses from behind, bent down and gave the flowers to Libby. "I like you, please date me." After Jet finished this sentence in one breath, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and waited for Libby's answer like fate. "I'm sorry, Jet, I don't have that kind of feelings for you, thank you for your love." Rod was surprised to find that the weak-willed Rebecca, but very decisive at this time. It took only 2 seconds from the time Jet finished speaking to the time Libby refused. As expected is that so Jet spoke with difficulty, and when he stood up, a stiff smile was already on his face. "Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you." Jet changed to holding the bouquet with one hand, this can be considered as an apology or a gift between friends. Libby still didn't reach out, but just smiled and shook her head. Jet took his hand back and forced a smile, "That's right, this is not appropriate. Then I have something else to do." Jet turned and left, leaving behind a relatively free and easy back. Troy, who was secretly observing, was stunned by Jet's series of actions. He was first angry that Jet actually ran ahead, then waited anxiously for Libby's reply, and finally felt bad for Jet who was rejected. Of course, there was also a hint of "I have a chance" in the pain. This glimmer of joy made Troy feel very guilty. They have been best friends since childhood. The most important thing to do now is to stay with Jet. "Jet, you." When Troy found the lost Jet, he found that he could not speak. He could fully imagine how sad Jet was now. At this time, it would be useless to say anything, right? Jet actually patted Troy on the shoulder, "It's okay, I have thought of this result." "But you, Troy, come on. What are you talking about? If you succeed, I will also bless you." Jet said, "We are still best friends." Jet. Disclaimer: many of the settings about magic in this article have no official basis, such as Libby's explanation of text magic, which is a secondary setting added by the author without authorization. So please do not practice without the accompaniment of a regular magician. Brackets, if there is really a genius who has practiced it, remember to teach me. End of brackets. Chapter 46. Rod, who had been hiding in the corner with a melon-eating mentality, now felt that the melon was not fragrant, because Lei seemed to be a little uncomfortable. It was easy to imagine that she was probably worried that this incident would affect her friendship with Jet. After all, the three members of the Lane Engine team grew up together. Hey, Rod. Lei asked in a low voice, did I speak too bluntly just now? I don't know. Rod didn't have a childhood sweetheart, let alone a childhood sweetheart confessing his love. He could only consider and say, for emotional matters, if you don't like it, it is better to make it clear like you did, right? That's what I said. Because Lei understood this truth, she refused so decisively. In the end, she didn't even touch the bouquet, and didn't want to have any misunderstandings. She sighed, I'm just worried that the Lane Engine team will be disbanded. We have always been good friends, so we should think of a more euphemistic way to say it. No matter how euphemistic it is, the meaning is the same. The longer you delay, the deeper the hurt will be. Things have already happened. No matter which is the best choice, Rod doesn't want to say things like you did it wrong or you really didn't think about it just now. Then there is no use in saying it except to make Rebecca feel more guilty. The best choice is the one you just made, Rebecca must believe this, so that she can feel better. After that, when she calms down a little, I will help her with what to do next, if she needs it. However, something happened that Rod didn't expect. Just when Rebecca had recovered a little, Troy appeared with another bouquet of flowers. Compared to Jet, Troy's movements were a little stiff, but after taking 2 deep breaths, he still mustered up the courage to say the same thing as Jet. This time, Rebecca only took 1 second to reject Troy. Troy behaved more awkwardly than Jet, dropped the bouquet on the ground, and left in a daze. Rod had to take part of the blame, because he had just made Libby firm in her idea of refusing decisively to do what was best for them. After a while, Libby turned around and tried to control her emotions. Let's continue practicing. Rod wanted to master magic quickly, but it was a bit to ask Libby to teach him in this situation. He thought for a while and said, well, I have consumed a lot of magic power today, so I'll take a break first. How about I buy you a drink? Just as a thank you for your help. A few minutes later, Rod and Libby sat at the counter. The two clinked glasses lightly, and Rod had just taken a sip when Libby had already gulped down a glass, as generous as if she was possessed by Kana. Fortunately, it was just ordinary beer. Myra noticed the red circles under Rebby's eyes, and deliberately put her hands on her hips to look angry, and asked, Rod, did you bully Rebby? Absolutely not. Rod raised his hands and said, the situation is a bit complicated, and I can't say it. She poured out her troubles to Myra like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and she was obviously drunk when she spoke. Don't worry, Rebby. Myra said softly, you three are also good friends who grew up together, and you are companions in the same guild. No matter what happens, this relationship cannot be cut off. It won't be long before Jet and Troy will recover. Really? Of course. Then another glass. After drinking the second glass, Rebby fell asleep on the counter, occasionally talking in her sleep, moving her arms and kicking her legs. If this child can increase his alcohol tolerance in the future, his alcohol taste will be better. It might not be very good. Libby was wearing a shoulder-bearing dress, and the emblem on her left shoulder was very conspicuous. Although it was summer, the ceiling fan was spinning above. Rod wondered if he should cover Libby with something, but he had nothing on hand. Myra found a thin blanket and gently draped it over Libby. Rod has been paying attention to Libby since just now. Could it be that you are also? Myra started again. No, Libby is cute, but she is not my type. Then what type do you like? Myra's eyes were bright, and the flames of gossip seemed to burn in her eyes. Rod really wanted her to taste the taste of eating melons in her own home, but a little impatience can ruin a big plan. Keep it secret, secrets make men more manly. Rod tampered with a line from a detective anime. It's not a good idea to use confession as a charge. Jet and Troy just gave him a sample. Hey, this is something that only Loki can say. Myra said, have the relationship between you two improved? Not at all. He will run away if I get within 5 meters of him. Now he and the people around him have to ask Lakai to take orders for me. Rod was also helpless. His communication with Loki was limited to the last failed competition. After that, even if he wanted to ease the relationship, the other party would not give him a chance. Myra only knew that it was related to a female celestial wizard. According to Loki's character, it was guessed that it was an emotional entanglement. It's just that it's unclear what kind of sad experience made him avoid everything related to celestial wizards. There are still brothers who are not harmonious. It's normal for a few people who can't play together in such a big guild. Out of friendship, when he has something to do, we will really go. The lane engine is formed. Levi suddenly raised her fist and shouted. Rode helped her put the fallen blanket back on. You dreamed about the past, right? When did the three of them start to form a team? I don't know about that. Myra thought for a while. I remember that when I just joined the guild 5 years ago, they often got together. 5 years ago you were only 12 or 13 years old. Joining the guild can be understood as coming out to be self-reliant, and she also brought a younger brother. Rode felt a little distressed when he heard it. 13 years old is not too early. Natsu joined the guild a year before me, Erza a year before, Gray, Kana and Rebecca even earlier. Myra looked nostalgic. We were all homeless children, and joining the guild was the way to settle down. Come to think of it, I've never asked you what you did before. I was a student. Rhodes said, I went to school from the age of 5 until more than a month ago. You've only been going to school for more than a decade. Myra was surprised. Seeing Rhodes nod, she asked. Were you a noble or a prince? Fairy tale trivia, Jet once confessed to Rebecca, but was rejected in just 2 seconds, setting the fastest rejection record in the guild. He is indeed the fastest running man in the guild. However, Troy broke Jet's record in just 1 second. Chapter 47 Worm, have you gained weight? Not really. Our country has no nobles or royal families. The fact that we can spend such a long time studying should be due to policies, order, and productivity. Of course, family support is also important. Rod suddenly stopped talking. Except for the first few days after arriving here, he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to mention it. The president told Rod that if he went out more in the future, he might find clues to the space magic that brought him here. Please remember Taiwan Novel Network, website to watch the fastest chapter updates. If he can't find it, then the guild is his home. Just like Natsu, 6 years have passed since Natsu's adoptive father Igneal disappeared. Natsu is still trying to find clues to his beloved family, but at the same time, he also has a new family. Rod didn't know the inside story of Natsu, but he thought it should be different from his own. Maybe he will never have a chance to go back. It's not bad. There are many landscapes waiting for you to enjoy in this dreamlike world full of magic. Rod told himself this, and then devoted himself to work, study, and practice, putting those aside for the time being and trying to live on. It was hard for Myra to imagine what the country described by Rod was like. It had a good life and order, and even allowed children from ordinary families to go to school until they grew up. Such a good life, but no king or nobles. Is this possible? She didn't ask any more, because Rod stopped talking when he mentioned his family. Without waiting for her to comfort him, Rod drank his glass of wine, stood up and said, Libby is up to you, I'll go practice for a while. Myra nodded and only reminded him, remember not to overdraw your magic power. The days in August were long, and when Rod got home from get off work, it was still dark. He walked, he waved his hand to summon Worm, and rubbed this disloyal guy hard to relieve his stress. Hylia Worm made a disgusted sound. It was too hot, and he wanted to go back to escape the heat. Wait a minute, have you grown up a little? Hulu. Worm showed a confused look. I feel like you were a little smaller when I first saw you. Before, we were together every day, so I didn't notice it. Recently, I was often away from him, so I realized that Worm was growing up. Don't leave in a hurry. I'll weigh you later so that I can have a comparison standard next time. Worm's pair of small horns drooped down. It felt that the owner was taking revenge on it, and weighing was just an excuse. Rod. 2 familiar people were waiting for Rod on the way home. Rod stopped. To be honest, because he witnessed the failed confession today, he still felt a little embarrassed to see these 2 people now. Troy was speechless, but Jet said quickly, we are looking for you because of Levi. Ah. Rod thought for a while, do you want me to keep it a secret for you? Jet denied, no, it's just a failed confession, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Actually, it would be best if it could be kept secret. Troy whispered, but unfortunately Rod didn't hear it clearly and was glared at by Jet. Jet talked about the business. This is what happened. Rod summarized, so you guys rushed to confess today because I've been close to Levi recently, which made you feel a sense of crisis. Troy added, and it seems that Levi is very happy every time she looks for you. Of course she is happy, don't these people know how happy learning is? You think too much. Rebby is just enjoying the joy of gaining new knowledge. She really likes things related to all kinds of texts. Troy said unsurely, really? Rod said, you grew up with her, don't you know how much she likes to study texts? Like ancient texts and so on. Jet was a little embarrassed. When she was studying those things, the two of us were either sleeping or hiding far away. Rod stroked Worm's little corner and said with certainty, I am sure that Rebby does not have the kind of feelings for me that you are worried about, and I don't have them for her either. I don't like this type. Jet and Troy wanted to cry a little. They seemed to have done something stupid. Cry if you want to. After crying, think about how to deal with your relationship. Rebby clearly refused you to come. Rod said goodbye to the two people who failed in love, and he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, these two were not unreasonable guys, otherwise they might face I don't believe it, unless you can prove it to me, or you are not allowed to approach Rebby unless you beat us. It's so easy to get along with people who speak their mind and get things right. On the way back, Rod saw a small watermelon stall packing up. He shamelessly carried Worm to ask the owner to help weigh the watermelon, and then he didn't buy the watermelon. Damn, why are watermelons so expensive? When I make a lot of money, I'll buy 2 at a time, eat one and throw it away. The guild will give one to my companions. After get off work, the schedule is still the same, physical exercise, punching sandbags, taking a shower, doing a few housework, and then sitting at the table to sort out the information in the magazines. Last week, he had finished reading the nearly 60 magazines that Lucky lent him, and he was reluctant to return them for the time being. I originally wanted to make a clipping collection, but it was a pity that it was not his own. Rod gritted his teeth and promised to return it tomorrow. He is now reading 2 weekly magazines of this month, which he bought himself and spent about the price of a few beers, and he can afford it. This week, the Wizard Guild introduced by Shera is the Mermaid Heel, a guild with only female members. It is said that this guild is very popular, and many male wizards applied to join, but were all rejected. Some people did not listen to the advice and went to the guild every day. As a result, they were knocked unconscious by the members of Mermaid Heel, put on a small skirt, put on heavy makeup, and tied at the door of the guild for a day and a night. After that, the wizards basically reached a consensus that they should not look down on Mermaid Heel just because there are only female members in them. And they should not be easily provoked. The focus is on the genius wizard Kagura, who is proficient in swordsmanship and gravity magic, and is expected to become the pillar of Mermaid Heel in the future. The standard princess cut hairstyle with a long sword made Rhodes think of a woman named May. The past is unbearable to look back on, and Rhodes thinks that he has passed the stage of liking paper people. He silently wrote down the information about Mermaid Heel and Kagura, put down the notebook and started today's meditation. Magic power +1+1+1. The time of training was fulfilling and enjoyable. Chapter 48, Soul Delicacy Research. The confession of Rebecca has not spread too far for the time being. Because although Myra likes to spread gossip, she is still sensible and does not want to hurt the feelings of the 3 people. Rod is still learning 3-dimensional text magic with Rebecca, and is also quietly paying attention to the reactions of the 3 people. After all, the cause of the incident has a little to do with him. In the week after that, Jet and Troy did not take any work, but often muttered in the corner. Jet wanted to. They tried to talk to Levi, but Troy stopped them and asked them how to talk without embarrassment. Levi didn't go to them during the break, but often sat at the counter and chatted with Myra. She often looked at Jet and the others, and was worried about how to break the awkward situation. Rod was thinking about whether to make things clear for them, but was worried that it would make the atmosphere more awkward. Myra suddenly looked distressed when she was chatting with Levi, and sighed softly. Levi couldn't help asking, "Does Sister Myra have any troubles?" "A little bit." Myra said logically, "The weather has been too hot recently, and everyone has become lazy, so there are a lot of commissions piled up here. If we don't deal with it, the ability of the guild may be questioned." "Hey, is it that serious?" Levi felt a little guilty. She was one of those who hadn't been to work for a long time. Myra pulled out a commission from under the counter. "Yes, especially this one, the task of tutoring the children in the welfare home in the neighboring town. If no one goes, the children will be disappointed. Libby glanced at a corner and replied, if you want to help the children with their homework, you can just find an ordinary teacher, right? Myra said, because more than half of the children want to become wizards, the welfare home wants to invite a few teachers who know magic. Myra's pleading eyes made Libby unable to pretend not to understand what she meant. The task of being a teacher is very suitable for her. Thinking about how she is usually taken care of by Sister Myra. After hesitating for a while, Libby asked, well, what does the client require of the teacher? In addition to basic requirements such as patience and carefulness, the client hopes that the teacher can teach the children words and history, and can accompany the children in sports and games. It would be best if they can also teach them knowledge about plants and gardening skills. Myra smiled, looking like a successful plan. Me la sister, stop joking. Rebby pouted. What's the difference between this request and directly naming someone? It's obviously made up by her. I'm not joking. The client's request is very clear. Myra showed the details to Rebby. Just treat it as helping to deal with the backlog of tasks. It's so suitable. I'll talk to Jet and Troy. There really is such a tailor-made task. Rebby hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Myra went to Jet and Troy to explain the situation. Rod saw that the two were obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a happy expression. Just when Rebby looked over, the three of them looked at each other, awkwardly staggered, and couldn't help but look back. Libby took the task list to Rhodes. Sorry, Rhodes, I can't practice with you tomorrow. It doesn't matter, I have memorized the basics, and I am sorry to keep taking up your time. Rhodes said, good luck on the task, and other aspects as well. Well. Then I'll go back first. Bye. Rhodes accidentally saw the time on the task list. The commission date was yesterday, and the deadline was a week later. What a long pending commission. Zhang Wuji's mother was right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Myra clasped her hands together and said playfully, sorry, Rhodes, I sent your tutor away. Rhodes suddenly wanted to be naughty, yes, my heart has been greatly hurt, so, is there any compensation? Myra blinked, what compensation do you want? Promise yourself. Of course, this cannot be said. Rhodes thought for a moment and said, I have something to ask Mr. Cook. Can you go with me and help me build up my courage? Looking for Mr. Cook. Myra asked in confusion, what is it? Rhodes said, a research plan on a nutritious meal formula to promote the growth of worm. Rhodes had thought about researching Poro delicacies for worm before, but he had no time, no cooking skills, and no motivation, so he delayed it. But last time he found that worm might have grown up a little, which made Rhodes pick up this idea again. Maybe Poro delicacies can raise a Poro king? The best cook he knows now is Mr. Cook, the chef of the guild. But he didn't know if he would be angry if he asked such a great chef to help research pet food. So the reason for asking Myra to go with him was to find an excuse to do something with her or stay alone for a while. It's just a matter of courage. Even if Mr. Cook is really angry, the worst that can happen is that he will chase him for a few blocks with a kitchen knife, but he won't really be chopped to death. Rod's little abacus is crackling. The two of them walked around the counter and walked into the aisle, preparing to enter the kitchen from the side door. Rod summoned Worm, come and help me see if Worm has grown a little bit. Long time no see, Worm. Myra took the white ball in both hands, waited and gestured, it seems to have grown a little bit. Hurry, Worm said it was hot and wanted to go back. Rod said, bear it, I'll go back later. Myra rubbed Worm's heart-shaped belly and smiled, take you to eat delicious food. Hurry, Worm immediately became happy. The scene was like a couple, one hard and one soft, coaxing an ignorant child with 2 words. Myra looked more and more gentle when she hugged Poro. Come on. Fortunately, Mr. Cook did not take Rhodes' request as an offense, but was very interested in creatures like Poro. It was just that Worm was scared. He always felt that if the uncle looked at him, there would be more than a dozen suitable places to cut on his body. It seemed that he would be skinned, boned, and thrown into the stew pot in the next second. Rhodes tried his best to describe the appearance of Poro delicacies in his impression and guessed several possible ingredients. He also listed the things that Worm usually liked to eat for Mr. Cook's reference. Mr. Cook wrote them down one by one and said he would start trying them from tomorrow. He felt that according to Rhodes' description, that thing could actually be eaten by humans, and the guild might have another signature dish in the future. Chapter 49 Magic Swamp Frog. Another small expense this month. Although studying food is Mr. Cook's hobby, Rode was embarrassed not to pay for the materials at all. However, Worm also gained the right to enter and leave the kitchen at will when Mr. Cook is not busy. The prerequisite is that it cannot touch the things in the kitchen. This is the 12th day of Rode's learning three-dimensional text magic. After the mission recommended by Myra, the atmosphere between the Lane Engine team eased, and soon agreed to go out to work together next time. Libby came to tutor Rode as soon as she was free, and Jet and Troy occasionally came to see the fun. However, the study in the past 2 weeks made Rode realize how important compatibility is. At the beginning, he could use summoning magic almost immediately, but the learning results of three-dimensional text magic were really unsatisfactory. When writing the same fire, Libby released a raging flame, and Rode released probably a torch. When writing the same water, Libby released a large amount of clean water, which can have a good impact. Rode can only wash his face. This level can't be used for combat, but Rode plans to learn a few more words that can create light, wind, etc. At least life will be much more convenient. You don't need to light a lamp to go to the toilet at night, and you don't need to bring fire when you go out for a picnic. This is a good thing. In contrast, the progress of summoning magic is as stable as ever. This time, Rode felt that there were new wild monsters to summon, and he asked the president for help as before. The result confirmed one thing: it is right to be more stable. Respond to my call, Magic Swamp Frog. The magic power that can summon nearly 4 river crabs was drawn away by the pendant, and a huge brown toad appeared in the backyard of the guild. The appearance of this toad can be described as ugly. It has a huge body that can swallow a person in one bite, and there are several purple mushrooms on its back. You can tell at a glance that it is definitely poisonous. With the loud croaking of frogs, the ground under the feet of the magic swamp frog was dyed purple. The next second, Rode felt that he was grabbed by a big hand and his body retreated quickly. Then the president appeared in front of him, slapped the ground with one hand, and a golden light was emitted. The swamp frog and the land beneath its feet were surrounded by a golden magic circle, and golden spells rose from the bottom to form a protective shield. The swamp frog seemed to want to jump, but Rode gave it a don't move order to calm it down. President, what is this? It's venom, this will prevent it from spreading further. The president looked at the purple ground and said seriously, will it obey your orders like other wild monsters? It should be possible. Rode could feel the connection between the swamp frog and himself. Raise your left front paw. Move left 1 step. The swamp frog did as he was told. Call. Phe. It seems there is no problem. The president said, then is there a way to take back the venom? Rode ordered, take back the venom. No response. Rode thought for a while, eliminate the venom on the ground. The swamp frog stepped back slightly and opened its mouth, biting a mouthful of soil, smacking, it wanted to vomit but didn't dare, and looked at Rode eagerly. Ah, Rode suddenly thought this frog was cute. Getting the president's approval, Rode said, spit it out, gently. The president looked at it and saw that the soil venom he spit out seemed to be neutralized or absorbed. And the frog did not pollute new land when it retreated. Makarov thought for a while and said, don't summon it in the guild for the time being. Okay. Rhodes nodded and waved to send the frog back to the summoner's rift. Makarov was very pleased. It was great that Rhodes was a steady child. President, what should we do with this land? I'll go to Polyasika to help me think of a solution. If I can make an antidote, I'll give you some to carry with me, just in case. In fact, the simplest way is to scrape the soil and bury it deep. But we must always consider the long term. We can't always prevent Rhodes from summoning it. President, can you take me to visit Ms. Polyasika? I haven't thanked her properly for what happened before. When I first woke up, I couldn't communicate with her. After learning the common language, the old lady went home a long time ago, and I haven't seen her come to the guild since then. Rode did ask Myra about the address of the lady, but he was told that Ms. Polyasika didn't like to be disturbed. If he went there without any business, he might be beaten out with a broom. Preparing the antidote should be considered business, right? Makarov waved his hand, and a flash of light flashed on his body, and he had changed from casual clothes to formal clothes. Rode had to admit that he was impressed by the old man's handsomeness. President, this dress-up magic is so cool. The president smiled like an old child. How about it, Do you want to learn it? Yes, yes, yes. I must learn a set when I have time. Changing clothes and transforming is the romance of a magical girl. No, it's the romance of a wizard. Makarov was very relieved that this child finally had some pursuits besides becoming stronger. He took a glass to collect some venom-contaminated soil, used magic to protect himself, and said, "Let's go." It was the first time he walked on the street with the president, if the time he carried him back didn't count. Are you used to the guild? Fortunately, everyone is very nice, taking good care of me and teaching me a lot. Rode ignored the two rude S-class wizards, and everything was fine. Makarov just smiled when he heard Rode continue. Except that it is sometimes very noisy, there will be unknown projectiles flying past my ears, and people often break things that are difficult to clean up. There is nothing to complain about. Makarov covered his chest, feeling a little hurt. If you want to learn the common language, learn from Myra or Rebecca, don't learn how Erza speaks. Erza is like this, she will list everyone's faults one by one, and then say, "I don't want to talk about you today." "Ah, President, I was just joking, don't mind it." Rhodes was afraid of making the old man angry, so he hurriedly said, "It's good to have a lively guild." He tried to change the subject. "By the way, President, Ms. Polypsycho lives in the eastern forest, right? Do you want to take a river crab there?" Makarov looked at the busy streets. "Wait until we get out of the city, don't cause trouble for everyone." "Oh, wait for me, I want to buy something." Rhodes ran to the fruit stand and came back with a bag of apples and a bag of peaches a few minutes later. "It's not good to come empty-handed for the first time." Makarov smiled and said nothing. "This is where I found you." After the two took the river crab into the forest and walked a distance, Makarov pointed to an open space. Rhodes didn't have much impression of this place. He thought the forest looked the same. Even if he hadn't encountered that strange beast, he would probably get lost and faint from hunger here. Chapter 50, Unsuccessful in Achieving Magical Power, Forced to Leave the Mountain. Originally, there were some messy footprints around here, but it rained a few times a few days ago, and the specific shapes are now difficult to identify. "President, you said before that you investigated the rampage of the beasts. Did you get any results?" "Absolutely not. There has been no trace since that time." Makarov looked at Rhodes, "But now I have a little guess." "This me too." Rhodes was a little guilty and whispered, "If it was really caused by my magic rampage, how much compensation would I have to pay?" Seeing Rhodes's worried look, the president smiled and said, "No compensation is required at all, because this area is a no-man's land. You can't go to the king to pay a fine for such a small matter." Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief and almost faced a bigger economic crisis. After walking a distance deeper into the forest, the two officially arrived at Polypsycha's residence, a tree house. Rhodes looked up at the red apples hanging on the trees around him, then looked down at the bag of apples in his left hand, and suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. President Rhodes forced an ugly smile. "Why didn't you remind me?" "Ha ha ha, so you can also show such an expression, so funny." Makarov laughed out loud in a very bad way, like an old naughty boy. After he laughed enough, he said, "It doesn't matter what the gift is, as long as the intention is there. It's so noisy." The door of the treehouse was opened rudely. "I can hear your annoying laughter from 100 meters away, Makarov, can't you be quiet?" Makarov greeted with a smile, "What's wrong with being lively occasionally? It's lonely living here alone, isn't it?" Polypsycha noticed Rhodes. "Your injuries should have healed a long time ago, right?" Rhodes said quickly, "Yes, because I heard that you like quietness, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I feel thank you for your help and care." Polypsycha was surprised that Rhodes spoke the common language so fluently, but did not ask in detail, only said, "Since you know, go back quickly, I said I hate humans." "Don't be so heartless, this child also asked me to bring him here because he wanted to thank you." Makarov said, "Here, I also brought you a gift." Polypsycha saw the red apple at a glance and glared at Makarov. "Humph, the child taken in by a fool is also a fool." After speaking, she turned and went into the house, but did not close the door. Rhodes was a little embarrassed by what she said. But Makarov knew that she was not humping at Rhodes, but at his own boring behavior of teasing the child even though he knew there were only apple trees here. "Don't mind it, that's how she talks." Makarov was used to Polypsycha's way of expression. "Let's go, the door is not closed, that means we are invited in." "Sundara?" "No, No, no, that's too rude. Rode condemned his own behavior of criticizing his benefactor without authorization, and followed the president into the treehouse. The space in the treehouse was not big, and the furnishings were very simple. There was almost no place to stay after entering. The ground was full of flower pots of herbs and bottles of various medicines. Rode looked left and right, and didn't know where to put the things in his hands. Polycycle looked at the bottle in Makarov's hand. You came here for that thing in your hand, right? Makarov nodded. Yes, here is some soil stained with poison, I want you to see if there is any way to solve it. Polycycle immediately asked, has anyone in the guild been poisoned? No, just preparing for a rainy day. Makarov told the cause of the incident again, and at the end he praised Rode, this kid is very stable. Humph, another idiot who only knows how to pursue power. Polycycle took out a petri dish with a look of disgust, put some soil in it, and dripped one liquid after another into it. Rode didn't care about Polycycle's attitude. This old lady probably said such a thing because of something she had experienced. For example, a companion pursued power too much and finally hurt himself. After a series of professional tests, Polycycle confirmed the effect of this toxin. Contact toxins will quickly penetrate the skin after contact. There will be a tingling sensation at the beginning, followed by a sense of paralysis, and the movement will become slow. If the poisoning lasts for a long time, the toxin will damage the internal organs, and in severe cases, it may cause death. Low temperature can reduce the spread rate, and the toxicity will decrease to a certain extent after high temperature baking. The effect of inhaling a small amount of volatilized gas is not obvious. After a detailed test, Polycycle went outside to find a place and asked Rhodes to release the magic frog. She needed to collect some more venom samples, oral secretion samples of the magic frog, and the mushrooms on its back should also be studied. Come to get the antidote in a few days. Don't abuse this monster before then. Yes, thank you. You don't have to come. Makarov asked for your trouble. Let him do it himself. Oh, okay. Rhodes wanted to say that he caused the trouble, but after thinking about this sentence carefully, he always felt it was wrong. Trouble may refer to him, so the president is the one who is causing trouble? It seems that there is no way to refute it. On the way back, Rhodes was frowning. No, Ms. Polycycle, how should I put it? Although she has been complaining, she has never been perfunctory in the things you asked her to do. She must be a good person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Rhodes shook his head. I am worried about other things. This month's living expenses seem to be overspent. The money for the gift, the money for the ingredients developed by Poro cuisine, the clothes I bought some time ago, and a few fitness equipment. The money in my pocket always slips through my fingers unconsciously, and there are nearly 2 weeks before the salary is paid. If it was before the time travel, I could just skip breakfast every day to solve it, but now it is not possible. Skipping breakfast will inevitably affect training. It's about time to try to accept a commission, right? Makarov said helplessly, if you continue like this, you will become the second Nabu. Nabu is actually more determined than Rode because he refuses to be a waiter. Actually, I want to try it, but the hourly wages for commissions in the city may not be as good as those in the guild tavern, and the commissions outside the city. Rod was tangled. I always feel that I am not strong enough, and it is not safe to go out like this. It is good to be cautious, but now at least half of the people in the guild are not your opponents. The president sighed, give yourself more confidence, you are very strong. Magic comes from the power of the heart. If you don't even believe in yourself, magic will become weaker. Rod was shocked, so even if I keep practicing hard, I may become weaker after going out. Is this the point? Makarov couldn't help but yelled at Rode, go back and find Myra to help you choose a suitable task. Makarov suspected that Rode might have the sequelae of being attacked by a beast, so it was necessary for him to go out for a walk, cultivate confidence and increase some common sense from outside books. Oh. Rod reluctantly nodded, thinking rationally, the president had no need to lie to him, and there was no reason to cheat him. Maybe he should really go out for a walk? To be safe, Myra should choose a safe mission, and it would be best if she could team up with others.